achieve the sufficient and appropriate audit evidence in order to report on that. So we have this panel which will be covering the aspects of the non-GAAP and the ESG information, audit trail, ICFI, CARO, fraud, as well as the going concern. So I would like to invite the panelist and the moderator for panel 1. CA Praveen Kumar ji, the moderator for the panel, request you to please come on the dais, sir. CA Sanjeev Singhal ji, in the capacity of panelist, the chairman AASB, you are requested to come on the dais, sir. CA Hari Nagrani ji, the panelist for this panel. CA Surat Mukherjee ji as panelist, and CA Sarika Gosai as panelist. We request you to give a round of applause for them. Thank you, sirs.
Presence here on this very auspicious day, Audit Day. So the way we will run this panel is, first we will have introduction from all the panelists. I'll be requesting each one to give their own introduction. And then we will go to a round of discussions on some topics. So we have got very interesting panel, very renowned people on the panel. We have Sanjeev Singhal ji, our council member and chairperson of Audit and Assurance Standard Board. We have Mr. Hari Nagrani, who is the CFO of a very large group, GMR. Then we have Mr. Surat, a well-known figure, head of internal audit and has been in industry for very long. And we have Ms. Sarika, an expert now in ESG. So we are looking at having a discussion from various perspectives, from the institute perspective, from industry and CFO perspective, from perspective of risk and frauds and internal controls, and from ESG perspective. So thank you very much for being there. Now I'll request each one to please introduce. I'll start with Sanjeev ji. So maybe you can give your introduction, please.
Thank you, Praveen ji, and let me first introduce our moderator, Praveen Kumar ji. He's a special invitee in the Auditing and Assurance Standard Board. He's been a special invitee in NACAS, and he's the managing partner of ASA. He's the partner at ASA. So thank you, Praveen ji, for taking out time. So as you already mentioned, I'm the chairman, Auditing and Assurance Standard Board, and the vice chairman, Committee for Member in Industry and Business. And thanks to all of you for being here for the first ever Audit Day celebration, because we never had Audit Day in the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India in 75 years, but the AASB was established almost 4 decades ago, and we thought that it will be appropriate to start celebrating the Audit Day. So that is how the first ever Audit Day is being celebrated. Thank you, Praveen ji.
Thank you, Praveen ji. Thank you, Sanjeev ji. It is my privilege that on the first Audit Day, I am participating in the first panel in front of all of you who are the members of the Institute. I am working with GMR Group since last 13 years and currently holding the portfolio of Chief Financial Officer and Executive Vice President of Delhi International Airport. I think all of you know about Delhi International Airport. There is no need any introduction of Delhi Airport as well as GMR Group. I am a qualified chartered accountant since 1990 and have worked in various industries, both in public and private sector, and enjoyed working. And I feel that being a chartered accountant, one has very great responsibility to take care of the organization, take care of the principles of the profession, and take care of the lamp of CA Institute further in the industry, in the CA fraternity and take care of the interest of the CAs as well as those who are joining our profession as well as those who are leaving the profession after retirement. Thank you.
Everyone, I am Surat Mukherjee. I am a chartered accountant by profession. I have worked in various roles and capacities like controllers, CFO, head of audits in different Indian and multinational companies, and almost nearing the end of my routine career. Find today a privilege to be in this forum and learn and interact with everyone, and hope we make it a very interesting session. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sarika Gosai, and I'm feeling privileged to be part of this event with this knowledgeable panel group. I am a chartered accountant and a company secretary by profession. I also hold a diploma in IFRS from ACCA UK. And for past 2 years, I have been a thorough ESG and sustainability professional. So I am going in a very different phase of my life where I am able to, utilize all my capabilities, being a chartered accountant, company secretary, and on the top of it, I'm a science graduate as well. So I'm using the triangle of my expertise so far to embed the same into ESG, and I'm thoroughly enjoying this phase of my life. So my motive is to become a sustainable chartered accountant and to make my peers as a sustainable professional and a chartered accountant.
So thank you so much. Now you can see that we have got different experts on the panel. So first of all, I'll ask, so there are some questions which I have put down. If we have got time, then maybe we will be opening the floor for question and answers also from you people. So first question is from Hari Bhai. So I think most of the chartered accountants, when they are studying, they want to become CFO one day. CFO in a good company. So can you please throw some light, the challenges and the opportunities and how one can, really live this role? You have been on this hot seat for a very long time.
You're absolutely right that after becoming chartered accountant, every chartered accountant who aspire to become CFO, of course everybody doesn't become, but aspiration should always be there and one should try hard to reach that level. I have working as a chartered accountant since 1990. I have seen how the profession has evolved over these years. When I did my CA in 1990, I used to see chartered accountant is only crunching with numbers, and his role was limited to accounting, bookkeeping, vouching, and then finalization of books of account and getting the audit done. But if you see the current role of CFO, there is a tremendous change in the role because accounting has been taken care of by the machines. And the CA is not an accountant now, he is basically a co-pilot of the organization. And after CEO, in almost all the organization, the next important person is CFO. And role has changed very fast over these years. If we see the current role of a chartered accountant, CFO, is basically not only accounting and finance function, as I mentioned, is taken care of by machines and by his junior team. But there are so many other activities which has come up where he has to play a very key role if we want to take care of the interest of his organization. Post-COVID, risk is one of the area where a lot of focus is being placed by almost all the organization because nobody have ever realized that COVID can impact almost all the industry so badly, and there is a question of sustainability, there is a question of continuity, and one has to have risk assessment and mitigation plan in place to take care of such incidents which nobody anticipated. So CFO has a very vital role in assessing the risk as well as making a mitigation plan for addressing those risks. In fact, in almost all the organization, there is a separate department or team is working on risk assessment and mitigation. And CFO is driving that in the organization so as to ensure and insulate the organization from any such risk. And he has to monitor on regular basis that risk, how the risks are evolving, what kind of mitigation plan is there. And he has to update the audit committee and the board on regular basis about the risk assessment and mitigation plan. And every year the reassessment of the risk is taken care of so that if new risk has come or old risk has been mitigated, then you keep on updating your risk assessment. Second is the strategy. As I mentioned that he is a co-pilot, he is a deputy CEO, in fact, of the organization. So being a co-pilot or deputy CEO or chief compliance officer or chief crisis officer as we call these days to CFO, he has to play a vital role in the strategy of the organization. Without a strategy, it is very difficult because market is so dynamic and there is too much of competition in the market. If you do not have a strategy, then it is difficult for you to survive or sustain in the business world. That is why he is a key player in the strategy making of the organization. He participates in strategy making as well as after making the strategy, he has to monitor the strategy. He has to monitor how the strategy is being taken care of, how people are working on those strategy. If somebody is facing any challenge in any department in regard to implementation of that strategy, he has to guide them, mentor them, support them. And if there is a need to change the strategy during the year, then also he has to take care of that aspect and he has to deal with the management and the board to change the strategy in terms of new business requirement. Third is stakeholder management. Stakeholder management is one of the very important part of the CFO function, because these days the board structure is very complex. There are a lot of stakeholders, both internal and external stakeholders. There is a regulatory bodies are there, compliance have increased significantly, and you are being watched by almost everyone, how you are doing the business. That is why stakeholder management is very, very important. CFO has to continuously engage with internal stakeholders, external stakeholders, board members, regulators, banks, tax people, and various other government bodies and agencies to take care of the interest of the organization as well as to take care of the interest of the profession. That is also one of the major tasks the CFO has to do. And third is technology, because fourth is technology, because technology is evolving almost daily. After COVID, digitalization and artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, they are getting momentum in the organization. And if one has to take care of this technology and implement this technology in the organization, CEO has to have an understanding of this technology, and he has to work along with Chief Information Officer or Chief IT Officer to implement those technology in the organization. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for him to manage the business in the long run. And secondly, the pupil management is also very important, because because of these new things are evolving, there is a shortage of people. Expertise is not available. He has to continuously engage with the HR department to upskill the existing team, to give them training, give them coaching, so that they are able to take care of those challenges which are coming in the profession. So I think these are the few major activities which are coming forward for the CFO in the current situation. And as each CFO should see these things as an opportunity, because these are challenges, but opportunities is also there. And one can take care of these challenges if he is keeping himself engaged, if he is keeping himself upgraded, upskilling himself, and he is also keeping himself aware of what is happening outside world. And accordingly, he can plan his journey as a CFO and take care of all these challenges.
Thank you so much. you said that risk is one of the area where, you know, CFO needs to be very, very, this is the first opportunity as well as responsibility. So,
No, I would say post-COVID, when the
Post-COVID
COVID
it
came, I think CFO and CEO, these are two people, they work very hard to ensure the business sustainability and business continuity.
right,
Because CFO played a very critical role to ensure that finance is in place, cash flow is in place, otherwise business will not survive because operations are completely stopped. If I
Yes.
talk about my organization, I never imagined in my dream that Delhi airport is the number one airport of India as well as of world in 40 million category will stop functioning in one day. There's no operation. And when there's no operation, but in order to maintain your airport, you have to incur the fixed cost. You have to pay your salaries. You have to incur all those expenses to upkeep your equipment. Because anytime government say ki you start the operation, maybe COVID may go. And secondly, we were operating rescue flights also for our passengers. So then cash flow was not coming because all shops were closed, airlines were not operating. And even if they were operating, they were not making payment because they were finding it difficult because they were not generating revenue. So in that case, how to maintain your cash flow, how to ensure that business is going on, and we were running a big project of Terminal 1 expansion. So I think during that period, I think chartered accountant or CFOs, they played a very key role to ensure that business continuity and business sustainability. And only CFOs were the vital, means I think main force of the organization. They played a very key role. And at that time only people realized that CFO is the one person who cannot be ignored in the organization.
very true, very true. So we have Mr. Mukherjee who is looking day in and day out on risk and this particular aspect, the internal audit, the forensic audit, the risk advisory part. So post-COVID, you also felt that the organizations are focusing more on controlling risks, including these kind of unimaginable kind of situations. And how does it work in the organizations? Like, you know, in cement industry, you are there in cement industry for a very long time. How this risk management is being done in this industry, sir?
Topic to discuss. We have seen that when we talk about risk, we talk about two categories of risks. One is the strategic and the enterprise level risks, which even if age-old process, we have not documented it, but we always managed it from the promoter's office or from the key management personnel perspective. Maybe around 5-10 years back, we started a structured approach to document them, and it helps. And then there is another set of risks, which is with respect to the daily operations, which customer you onboard, your credit risks, your operational risks, and stuff like that. So what COVID taught us is that if you are structured in your approach, you can actually tide over any kind of contingency. Yes, something like COVID was never there on anybody's risk register, I can guarantee, because before this tsunami happened, when I was in a consumer electronics company, and our supply from Thailand completely dried up. So we always knew that there will be one problem, a bushfire or a economic or a climate catastrophe in one part of the world, but somebody or the other will come and bail us out. So one product line may be impacted, one supply chain can be impacted, but we'll make out with the others. COVID taught us that you can actually halt everything. There was no logistics, there was no nothing. At that point of time, I was working with a cement major. So there was 10 days when there was nothing. The factories didn't work, the workers were not allowed to come in, the vehicles were not plying. Then I believe suddenly the government understood that it was a wonderful opportunity for them to speed up some of the infra projects which were stuck. You know, when you do infra projects like railways or road, there are multiple bridges, culverts which you need to shut down, which in normal time is very difficult because there is a huge flow of traffic. But then COVID made the flow of traffic very restricted. So government suddenly opened up and said, you can start working, but then there were multiple constraints which were given to us, like the laborers would be kept in isolated colonies, or the workers who will come inside the plant will be taken care of and they will be secluded, no other people coming and going. So we had to create a safe network through which we started working, and then slowly but surely things started happening. So we were one of those essential services which were allowed to work after the initial 10 days. So, but it was a complete new experience for us, even converting everything into a safe zone, doing regulatory filings. Moment one person gets diagnosed with COVID, then tracing their nearabouts and then isolating them. So it was a new thing, but I firmly believe that we actually learned a lot from that. And if there is a, God forbid, there is a second pandemic or epidemic, we as a country, we are much more equipped to handle it. We understood after COVID that as a country, we didn't manufacture enough sanitizers, enough hand gloves, enough PPE kits. But believe you me, in 15 days, we were surplus in all these items. We have sugar plants. So those sugar plants started making hand sanitizers. So the capacity of our country was exposed and it was explored at that point of time. How quickly we can convert from a negative supply to a positive supply, and it happened in record time. So the resilience of the country, resilience of our people, resilience of our machinery, the approach of the people. I have seen people suffering, but at the same time willing to come out and work, willing to come out and contribute. We as an auditors, we had a hard time not to go to the field and do remote audits. So that was the first time when we actually started working on two-dimensional information without actually going to the field and doing it. But I saw my own team raring to go. They were like, no, we have to go to the field, we have to find this out. And believe you me, we were quarantined on either side. So before going, you do all those tests, then you go to the plant, you get quarantined for 15 days. But people took that pain, went there, got themselves quarantined, but worked. Nobody was afraid about what was going to come, whatever was going to happen. So that resilience in handling risks, in handling completely unknown territories and unknown risk came up, and we proved as a country, as a nation, as an economy, as an industry, that come what may, we can tide over them, and the results are all there. We have been able to, whether it is the airports which are doing better than before, whether it's the airlines, whether the hospitality industry, any and every industry which were completely paralyzed during COVID, maybe for a period of 1, 2 or 3 months, are coming back like never before.
Thank you so much. So I think this is a, and when in your organization, this business continuity plan and disaster recovery plan, it's always there. We always read in the books that we need to have those kind of plans so that we can handle such kind of situation. So another interesting thing, so you have seen from aviation industry side and cement industry side. So there's another need which is coming up, which is talk of the town. Everybody is talking about it, environmental, social and governance, which is called ESG. And there is a lot of anxiety in the minds of people how this ESG reporting will be done, what exactly is required, whether it is compliance, whether it is assurance, whether it is implementation, saving on those carbon. So we have an expert, Sarika ji. Can you explain what exactly is in store for us as chartered accountants as far as ESG is concerned? What exactly is being done in ESG framework?
Sure, that chartered accountants are present everywhere and are required everywhere, beyond geography, beyond industry, sector, industry of any size or operations. So we are omnipresent. So it takes a lot, and I'm sure everybody sitting out here will second to that thought. It takes a lot to become a chartered accountant because we are grilled so much in terms of our studies, in terms of the trainings, what we do, and the process we have to go. So for chartered accountants, the bar is already raised to some level that they are the expert. And trust me, when I started my journey as an ESG professional 2.5 years back, and thanks to Sanjeev ji when he guided me to do the BRSR course, I was in the second batch of that BRSR course, which is being conducted by ICAI. I was slightly skeptical why I am investing my 3 months' time, but that was an eye-opener for me, and that really gives me a different roadmap or a different road as a chartered accountant. And as I said, I want to become a sustainable chartered accountant. So now I can say I am on the right road. So audit, compliance, assurance has been my first baby. ESG is my second baby, and a smaller one always takes a lot of attention and care. And therefore, 80% of my time is going into ESG. I'm doing a lot of projects on ESG implementation, guiding clients on their strategy building. We are the assurance agencies for out of 150 top companies, we are assuring some of them. So it's really great to invest into ESG, but that investment could have not come had I not been a chartered accountant. So the insight what I got being a chartered accountant, the eyes I look at the financial numbers from, the risk assessment, the audit strategy is helping me build up as ESG. So there are a lot of avenues for chartered accountants into ESG space as well. The first come is the ESG reporting. There are different frameworks, just like BRSR, TCFD, GRI, integrated report. I'm not saying it's one day job to read and understand all of these frameworks. It takes a lot. I have been working for 16 to 18 hours for last 2 years because of dual responsibility as a financial auditor and as a non-financial advisor to the clients, and now the non-financial auditor as well. But trust me, mark my words, every single minute is so joyful because I'm able to utilize all my capabilities and helping the client. So when I meet any CFO or the legal head, the vibes match. I understand and they also understand where I'm coming from. I understand where is their start point for ESG. What should be revolving in their mind? What should be the basic questions? And trust me, they do not even hesitate to talk to me because they know we are from the same family. So for us, there are a lot of opportunities, as I said. Starting is the ESG reporting, just like we prepare our financial statements. So just like we understand the gaps, US gap, Indian gap, UK gap, we have to understand the different frameworks which are available to the companies. So there are two possibilities. If the company chooses to or requires to prepare any sustainability report, then they have a mandate to prepare the report. So there are basic frameworks which are given in the BRSR course as well. And if anybody would like to talk to about those frameworks, I'm more than happy because one person cannot make the entire society, the entire fraternity sustainable. So my endeavor is to create a chain reaction amongst our fraternity, which is the CA fraternity, to equip my colleagues to join hands towards sustainability. And nothing beyond corporate reporting be the first step to make our industry, to make our people sustainable. The second is ESG assurance, which I said. So as most of you would know that SEBI has recently mandated top 150 companies to get their sustainability report, which is BRSR, and a part of it BRSR code to be assured. And the positive or negative point is that anybody who is into ESG or CA or CS can assure it. But being a chartered accountant, I can assure you that we are best placed to conduct ESG assurance as well, because the ESG people only know what to audit, but how to audit is only best understood and undertaken by chartered accountants. So while it is difficult for ESG people to make them understand about the audit strategy, audit planning, the risk, etc., etc., it's comparatively easier for chartered accountants to explain the concepts of ESG. As I said, when we can do CA, we can do anything and everything which is present on the earth, right? So I really request everybody sitting out here to pursue the ESG course, the BRSR course to start with, and there are multiple courses. So ESG reporting, ESG assurance, ESG strategies and roadmap creation for the clients in different industries, if we start understanding the ESG, the needs, is the third important area for chartered accountants to pursue. And the related streams may be related to CSR advisory or impact assessment or peers benchmarking or materiality assessment for the client. So there are a lot of avenues for us as a chartered accountant, and I will keep repeating that if we can do CA, we can do anything on the earth.
So there are primarily being, chartered accountants. Social, we also understand. But what about environment? Do you need engineers for that, or how do you manage that particular aspect?
Yes. So, as I said, if we have done CA, we can keep on reading other stuff, including the environmental part. But we really need support hand in terms of a specialist. So my team has chartered accountants, chartered engineers, environmental engineers, PhDs into environmental science also, because while we understand the superficial requirements of the governance part, but when it comes to advising the clients on the ground regarding water management, waste management, GHG reduction, etc., we do need experts. So we collectively have a team and guide our clients and assist our clients. But gradually, as I said, if you keep working with them, you will understand most of it. Though we will not be professionally qualified to be called as engineers, but we will sooner understand what they are advising us on.
So if I am understanding correctly, so there are opportunities like the CAs can help in putting up those requirements, helping from the company's side.
Yes.
Second is when you are doing an assessment and you are giving an assurance.
Yes.
And third is to implement whatever the game plan the company has decided.
Yeah. So just to paraphrase it, there may be three main buckets. One is ESG due diligence, and basis that creating roadmap for them, at least starting from 1 to 3 years, that is one. Second is ESG report writing, where we can assist them in different frameworks, understanding like BRSR, GRI, TCFD, CDP, etc. And the third, which is being recently mandated by SEBI, or otherwise companies also voluntarily get the assurance done of their sustainability reports. So there are multiple things in the ESG domain, because this is one of the widest subject matter on the earth. But these are the three main core streams for us as a chartered accountants to start with. Obviously with the support function, as I mentioned, and a deep studies into the ESG subject matter. And sir was not here, so I was being thankful to him when he guided me to do the BRSR course, and I was in the second batch, and that was a turning point in my life, and I always owe to him to guide me and keep guiding me always.
And Sanjeev ji was also, the front runner, the trailblazer as far as sustainability is concerned. He was chairing sustainability board of the institute and has represented India in United Nations, and under his leadership there was an award also which was received. So maybe I'll come to Sanjeev ji to throw some light on these activities of the sustainability board, how this particular aspect of ESG and how the institute is working in direction of giving opportunities to the members in this sustainability area. So if you can.
Thank you, Praveenji, and thank you. I mean, I was not here for some time. There were some press reporters and the president, vice president were also here. Just picking up from where Sarika ji left. So you're right that 4 years ago we established this Sustainability Reporting Standard Board. I was given the responsibility of being the founder chair. And you know, from nowhere to a point where we have reached that where chartered accountants are playing a major role in this ESG area. When the SEBI constituted a task force on social stock exchange, we were a member of that. And another milestone came when the SEBI mentioned the name of the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India to form the Institute of Social Auditors of India. So we formed the first ever Institute of Social Auditor of India. We formed the first ever 16 social audit standards. And I also had the opportunity of chairing the United Nations Global Sustainability Board for 2 years in a row, the first ever chartered accountant to do so among the 150 countries. What we have done is we have brought out a BRSR course the moment that report was released. It's a 7-day course now. And we have done an extensive research also into this area, due to which, you know, we have an important role to play in the standard setting. ICAI is the first professional institute in the world to come up with reasonable assurance within the standard, which is ISA, which is SSA 3000. No other body in the world had that reasonable assurance concept. So ICAI is way ahead as far as other institutions are concerned. IAASB is now coming up with 5,000 standards, but we had prelude to this standard earlier as well. So my urge to all the members here would be to have the multidisciplinary partnerships, because for this, what you will need is a multidisciplinary partnership. There's a lot of role that you can play in the preparation of BRSR and in the assurance of BRSR. Of course, both the things can't be done simultaneously, but yes, in independent capacities, it can be done. And just one more thing, the very fact that for the mutual funds, for the ESG investing also, now it is mandatory that if it's an ESG mutual fund, then, you know, at least 65% of the asset under management of that mutual fund has to be in those companies which has got a reasonable assurance of BRSR done. So India is far ahead of the world. We also made our World Congress carbon neutral.
Thank you so much. Yeah, please.
Regarding ESG, of course, as we know that governance and social responsibility is always there in all the organization. And environment is one of the area where, because of global warming, we have seen it is impacting the society, it is impacting the public at large. And almost all the large corporates are investing a lot of money on environment. This is also helpful in terms of getting funding from the international market. We have seen our GMR group, we did the first green bond prior to COVID. And we found that if you are going to issue a green bond, you certainly get some mileage in terms of coupon rate from the international investors. And there are various funds who are operating globally. They have earmarked funds for investing only in those companies which are focusing on ESG, and they are taking initiative for ESG in their organization. And most of the international rating agencies are also started reviewing the ESG initiative in the organization, and they are monitoring it on regular basis when we go for the rating or discussion with them. Of course, domestic rating also, they have started working on it. Of course, ranking is happening. They are not publishing it. But I think shortly, there will be rating for ESG also by the credit rating, which will be very helpful when we go to the market and get the funding both domestically, internationally. And once it will happen, then of course, there will be more focus on ESG. And the companies who are complying ESG, they will certainly be able to get more mileage from the market in terms of funding for their requirement.
Thank you so much. This will be really. ESG is also becoming a part of it. I mean, in the charter of the companies, We'll come to this. Before that, Sanjeev ji has to go somewhere, so I'll ask an important question from him. There's one thing which is really troubling all of us, that there are so many new requirements which are coming, and I'm speaking from heart. So there are, CARO is getting expanded and audit trail requirement is happening. So how, as practicing chartered accountants and as people who are in industry, because practicing chartered accountants, they trouble Hari Bhai and Mr. Mukherjee a lot. So how one should look at how the institute or the AASB, you are chairing AASB also. So how do you see these increasing requirement is, it's impacting the profession? Yeah.
Thank you, Praveenji. It's indeed a difficult time to be the chair of AASB. I am also a practicing chartered accountant, and I have my, empathy with the members in practice, because I think we have reached to a point of over-regulation. Because if you look at this CARO in the form of enhanced reporting, there are 50 clauses, sub-clauses, sub-sub-clauses, nowhere in the world. This audit trail requirement is also there. Of course, as members, our fraternity has always risen to the occasion and reported based on that. This audit trail requirement is also unique. Of course, there is a very noble purpose behind this, that there is no tempering of the accounts by the preparer of the books of accounts. We have really got to a point where actually these requirements are a lot. And the issue is that still, when the regulator is inspecting, he is using hindsight. That if today, if there has been a corporate failure, then what the auditor was doing at that point of time. But 3 years ago, when the audit was done, that kind of a hindsight benefit was not available. So I really see a challenge. We try to address this challenge through implementation guide, through the QRB advisories, the guidance on that, by sensitizing the regulator. Of course, ICAI itself is a regulator, but in our disciplinary mechanism, we give due regard to the publications of ICAI. We have extensive representation in AASB. You are a member of that. Anirudh is there. Viren is there in this room. So there are 80 members in Amit Mitra is there. So it's very, very widely represented. There are 9 regulators which are present in the AASB. There are 3 chambers of commerce who are present. And I just hope that this profession continues to remain attractive. And I would urge my fellow colleagues in the industry, to ensure that the auditors are paid well so that they can recruit the right people. The challenges are there, but we'll keep on addressing as and when they keep coming.
So Hari Bhai, are auditors being tough nowadays because of all these things? Are they troubling you a lot?
No, I would not agree that auditors are always tough. They are heading a portfolio where they are working in a fiduciary capacity. They are representing company before the board, they are representing company outside world, and they have a responsibility on their shoulder to give comfort to the investor, to the board members, that the accounts of the company are true and fair. True and fair word itself gives a lot of comfort to the public at large to invest in that company. Now, as far as audit trail is concerned, MCA issued a notification in 2021 that audit trail is now mandatory, and auditor has to give commentary on that while presenting the account before the audit committee. It is basically to bring more transparency, more accountability, as well as to ensure that the numbers, the financial numbers which are being presented before the audit committee and the board and are published in case of listed company are correct, accurate, there is no manipulation, and there is a transparency. So I think it is the interest of the business world as well as in the interest of the profession to ensure that audit trail is available. However, since the volume of business has increased significantly, the complex softwares are being used by various companies, various industries, and auditor is not equipped enough to handle the complexity of those softwares where audit trail is kept or it is available. And secondly, suppose you are doing an audit for the entire year of a company, to see the audit trail from end to end, capturing from the system and fetching it from the system is very difficult because volume of transactions is very high. And when you are working in an organization where there are multiple branches, multiple softwares are being used and add-on software which are working parallel to the SAP environment or ERP environment, getting audit trail is really difficult. In order to ensure that audit trail is available, the auditor has to see the internal controls are in place. Of course, IFC is there, internal financial control, where auditors on quarterly basis, they are doing the random testing for all the IFC. Built in the system for various activities, that gives them a lot of comfort. But now I think initially there was an issue in those companies where they were using software which are not equipped enough to record the audit trail or keep the audit trail. But now even small software which are available in the market for a small business, they have triggered the audit trail, they have updated their software, and an audit trail is being recorded. An auditor can see the audit trail and give comfort to the audit committee as well as to the investors that whatever numbers are being presented, they are accurate, they are not manipulated, and whatever changes or editing has been done in those numbers, that has been recorded. So fraud and can be eliminated. And it is good on the part of the board member and audit committee and independent director also. They will, when they will get a comfort from the auditor, that audit trail is available, they will rely on those numbers and they will also get comfort that there is no likelihood of any fraud or error in those financial numbers. It is good for us. I think we should support our statutory auditors who are coming for audit. We should understand their limitation. We should help them, support them, and giving them audit trails so they are comfortable and they are giving the positive commentary about the availability audit trail in the financials.
Thank you so much. So I go back to Mr. Mukherjee. So there was one question which was pending, and then there's a question which is coming out of this discussion only. There are a lot of frauds which are getting reported nowadays, despite the fact that there has been increasing requirement of the regulators to report on this particular aspect, that aspect, money laundering, title deeds, all those kind of cargo reporting, audit trails, but still frauds are happening. So how do you see this? Is it an increasing trend, or is it something which is being overhyped? Like every order of regulator goes to the news, and is it being overhyped, or it is the frauds are actually increasing? So so you have two questions. One is related to ESG and second is related to frauds.
Yeah, so one is that with respect to environment, I think in the ESG you asked about environment. So I have been I have worked a long time in an industry which is considered carbon negative or highly polluting, which is cement, which uses coal, and there are very, very strict emission norms. So Pollution Control Board norms, their reporting are, I don't know how many people know that they are actually online. They are linked to a server real time and they are monitored. And the moment your SOX, NOx parameters slip, you are supposed to shut down your plant, correct them, and then restart again. So if you see in the cement industry, they have worked significantly all through to make sure we become on the better side of the carbon footprint by using waste energy, by using lot of fly ash and steel industry slag as additives, using vehicles which are to an extent possible, which is battery operated or electric, making sure that there is a huge amount of afforestation which is done around our mines. For mines which are used up, we convert them into lakes, water bodies, and there is a huge restoration plan which is there around everything that we touch. So environmental norms have been there for a long period of time. What has been now done is that it is getting stricter and stricter, and we are actually seeing the benefits of applying those structurally in the business, and where we are not doing, we are also feeling the pain. Earlier we will think that there is some Arctic ice which has melted and it is floating away, and there is something happening which is thousands of kilometers away from us. But now, environmental disruption, bushfire, unstoppable rains, mudslides, these are order of the day. It's happening left, right and center. If you go to the hill stations, you have stayed in a place, you go back next year, that place is not there. It's just gone. So huge amount of asset, huge amount of disruption is happening on that regard. So we have just become more structured. Now coming to the point of fraud. Fraud is a very, very primitive nature of human being to gain by taking which is rightfully due to somebody else in their own kitty. So it has been there, it is there as we speak, and it will be there 10,000 years down the line. You may put any kind of regulation, you may put any kind of lock, and as they say, lock is only for the fence-sitters. People who are afraid to do or take the plunge on fraud, they will look at the lock and say, oh, this is not for me. But there are other sets of people who read law just to find out the opportunities. They are more aggressive and they will try their luck. The sad part is, it will get more highlighted because of stringent rules, regulation, online reporting, online tracking, data analytics, and as and when they will be caught, every stakeholder will like to make it an example. So even today we have not forgotten the Satyam scam. Everywhere I go, even in seminars and all, we still keep talking. But the saddest part of a fraud is that we look at numbers. I still remember the headings of newspaper with 1 followed up by 7, 8, 9 zeros in this scam, that scam, coal scam, land scam, chara scam, this scam. But that money has never come back. That money is just lost, gone. It's never happened that after you catch a fraudster, you actually get the money back. Day before yesterday, there was a news about one group whose promoter expired. And on him, there was a case of 45,000 crore of fraud. But where is the money? The money has never, you can put the person in jail, put some penalty here and there, but the money, where is that money? If really that amount of fraud has happened, where has the money gone? How it has got transferred into different asset category, moved geographies, and where it is stashed? Who is the beneficial owner of it? That is the point we have to understand ourselves. Solving cases which takes 20 years, 30 years, by putting some people in jail. That jailed person can be an auditor, can be a regulator, can be somebody or the other. But you will always see that whenever there is a catastrophe, everything has gone wrong around it. That is something which scares me. You know, there is an accident on the road. What you find? That the vehicle is not registered. Who was driving the vehicle was underaged. That he was drunk. That he had alcohol from a place which was not supposed to serve alcohol at that point of time. That hotel was unregistered. It was in a wrong piece of land wherein the hotel should not exist. So my question is, what is this entire set of people doing? Every time we see there is a bulldozer action on somebody or some place saying that it is not where it is supposed to be. So is it a total failure? Look at this study center mishap where a basement was being used as a learning center, which was not supposed to be. So what is it that what's happening? So we have all these regulators, we have inspectors, we have people who come and do these checks. Believe you me, in a factory, on a daily basis, a few people will come to check. And they will give you certificates, tons and tons of certificate and other things will be there. So what did it make that certificates being signed? Have they really checked? So the question is that always there will be a propensity to manage, always there will be a propensity to create assets by not following the rule of law. And that is where we go wrong. And because all the other stakeholders who are supposed to catch it are not doing their job. So we can make policies, we can make regulations, we can make reporting, but fraud, Praveen, I'm telling you with loud voice, it is going to stay, and you are going to see more and more of them, and we are losing trillions of dollars globally, not millions, billions, trillions of dollars globally every year due to fraud, and that money nobody can trace.
So there are some people who are raising hands. If it is okay, can we take one question? Yeah.
Sir, you were talking about the frauds. While doing the audit of one of the construction firms, we are supposed to check and verify the fixed asset also. After COVID, what happened while doing the audit, they had the fixed asset plant and machinery. And plant and machinery are lying at the various sites. So I said, let's verify the plant and machinery. And to my surprise, the entire plant and machinery was gone. They had only one authority left with the company. And we had to, so when I talked to the management of why you didn't note down all these things, that all your plant and machinery has gone. Please file an FIR. Please did not let them file the FIR also. So I said, now you have to write them on that plant and machinery. The thing is, what you were saying is, we become more cautious as the management also afraid of disclosing all those things that we have lost most of the plant and machinery.
सभी चार्टर को ऑडिट्स बैठे हुए हैं। हम कहते हैं कंपनीज का जो ऑडिटर है वो जनरल बॉडी फॉर्म करता है, जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। आप रियली ये कह रहे हो कि जनरल बॉडी अपॉइंट करिए, मैनेजमेंट अपॉइंट करिए। हमारे पास में कोई भी ऐसा मैकेनिज्म नहीं है जहाँ पे हम बोलते हैं जो बंदा हमारे को अपॉइंट करेगा, चाहे मैं आप मेरे को अपॉइंट कर रहे हो, मैं आपका लिस्ट लिख सकता हूँ। ये सब चीजें नहीं है। आप प्रैक्टिकल चीज को देखिएगा, प्रैक्टिकल चीजें जितनी मर्जी डिस्कस करने से कोई इस प्रोफेशन का बता नहीं सकता। बट मैं क्लियरली कह रहा हूँ, मैंने भी 40 साल इस प्रोफेशन में दी है और मैंने आर्टिकलशिप से ही देखा है। और मैंने 16 जुलाई 1981 को मैंने आर्टिकलशिप स्टार्ट की और मैंने बीके मैथ एंड कंपनी से की थी। वो दे वर वेरी रिगरस, हर चीज में वो हमारे से लुका के लेते थे। आप कितना टाइम लिया, कितना आज की डेट में क्या डमी आर्टिकलशिप। सर आप प्रोफेशन को डायग्नोज करना है, जज से डायग्नोज करिए।
Thank you so much.
The kind of pressure which is there on auditors, resignation is not easy these days. My health is not okay, that piece is a long travel, and I resign and I join another board, not possible anymore. So pressure is here and it is coming down on us. Ground fixed hai, aap patal mein nahi ja sakte, you can't go to hell. So you will have to withstand the pressure, and as Sanjeev ji mentioned, that whether we pay the professionals well, whether we make them empowered enough. आप empowerment का बात कर रहे हैं. You are talking about empowerment. Do we have a place where we can go and confidentially give our inputs? And whether that input will be respected or it will be pushed back into the system so that you are under threat. So these are big and larger questions, and which is there in your mind, my mind, because I also handle audits for large companies. So when I handle them, my handshake at times, I am in that same dilemma also. Right? And going forward for young professionals, there is a long runway which is there. We are at the fag end. But I can be also pulled up tomorrow for a fraud which may be unearthed in my workplace, which has happened 5 years back. So it's an ever-evolving time. When we do a normal audit, we depend on trust. When we do forensic audit, we do investigation. And we check every single thing. Har cheez ko utha ke फूक के देखेंगे. Normal audit is not like that. You will have to come from a position of trust. We believe on management representation, management letter, management disclosures. There are a lot of past events. You cannot recreate the past events. Coal आया था, जल गया. आपको believe करना पड़ेगा. You cannot recreate it, right? इस category का आया था, इस cost का आया था. There is nothing you can do. जो accounting में है वो है. अब audit trail will show you whether it has been changed, whether it has been modified, whether it has been edited, deleted, right? So there is a huge onus on all the stakeholders together. It is not only on auditor, or the management, or the directors, or the governance partners, or the government. So it's not one. If we all don't lift ourselves together, one stakeholder will completely sink. And we may choose. Government is always like the holy cow. They don't know anything, they always regulate, they always will control, right? So there is a need for us to raise our voice, write, talk. That's important.
Yeah, yeah. So we will have many panels and we will have past presidents also in those panels. So you can ask your questions. Please ask your questions at that. Right now, this time which has been...
सर
I think, I think,
सर सॉरी
I think,
एक मिनट सॉरी. तो आपका काफी क्वेश्चन है जो संजीव
Manmohan ji,
एक मिनट
it is fine. Yeah.
I really don't know. It's not in my genre or in my capability, but मैं हाथ जोड़ कर आपको ये भी बोल सकता हूँ कि when it comes to fraud and its recovery, आप और हम दिल पे हाथ रख के बोले कि what is the amount of fraud which is reported globally and what is investigated globally, and through all these processes of IBC or any other recovery process, how much percentage do we get? Do we get even double-digit recovery of the fraud which is reported? Right? You are absolutely right in.
So, Khemka ji, we will need
Being
to...
a science student, I could do chartered accountancy, and then doing CA, I could become an ESG professional. So any youngsters in any of the streams, be it from sciences, from commerce, from arts, can come into ESG, because ESG is widespread into 3 buckets, E, S, and G. And since ESG is a global language, so there are a lot of opportunities in India as well if you are learning from India and you can go abroad. And there are vice versa opportunities also if you are learning ESG or sustainability across the globe, you can come to India, most welcome, and you will be placed.
Thank you so much. And very quick, half-minute, Hari Bhai, any message for youngsters?
I would like to say that being a chartered accountant is, of course, half battle has been won. And now you have to grow in your career. I see myself, I started my career in a public sector organization when my basic was 2,250 rupees. My take-home salary was 6,000 rupees. I was not disappointed because I know I have a long way to go. Because I have seen these days, because I take interviews of fresh chartered accountant, I see their ambitions are very high. They want that once they come out from the institute, they should have a package of 15 lakhs, 18 lakhs, 20 lakhs. It is good to have those aspirations. But we should realize that in order to build your career, you have to start from maybe at a lower level also, not issue. But there is a long way to go. One has to have 30 to 35 years of working life after becoming chartered accountant. One should not get disappointed by not getting a proper job in the beginning of the career, but there is a long way to go. And with your consistent effort, your consistent in your working, in your upgradation of your skill, you can certainly reach to a level of CFO. So there is opportunities, ample opportunities are available in India, and a lot of outsourcing activities are happening from UK, Europe, Australia, and because there is a shortage of chartered accountants in those countries, and expertise is not available. They are dependent on Indian chartered accountant. They are sending their job to India. A lot of KPOs are working and supporting those firms and clients over there. All Big Four, they have started a global shared service center in India. So there are a lot of opportunities are available. One should start his career and then work towards his goal to become a CFO or maybe director or whatever it is. There is no challenge in terms of opportunity. Opportunities are available. One has to grab those opportunities as and when it comes and move forward.
Thank you so much, sir. Before we come to Sanjeev, very quick message for youngsters, Mr. Mukherjee.
Yeah, it's a very interesting time because of AI and automation really going through the roof. I think every chartered accountant now need to have competencies in programming, understanding technology. That's one of the most important aspect which is getting into the curriculum also, and we need to embrace it. Technology is now very user friendly, so we have to audit technology. Without auditing technology, we cannot get out, because most of the companies will eventually become tech companies. And so understanding technology, how it works, the logic of business is something which we as chartered accountant will have to embrace as a new area through which we will be able to go deeper into our activity, deeper into our core competencies, and help businesses scale up. So one of the important tasks which we have as governance professionals, we should not call us chartered accountants, we should call us as governance professionals, so that people can effortlessly scale up. And at the same time, we have to work as the brakes, which should be there at any point of time. If we are going overboard or if we are going down the hill, we should be able to avoid the crash.
Thank you so much. And now, I know you will be on the other panels as well, but a message for youngsters for this panel.
Yeah. Thank you, Praveenji. In fact, our profession has more youth now because the freshly qualified chartered accountants, if you look at last 5 years, we have more than 1 lakh chartered accountants who have freshly qualified. So there are lots of opportunities, as has been mentioned, in AI, in ESG, and in so many sunrise areas. So as the motto of the institute is integrity, independence, and excellence. So if we embrace these 3 words, I think sky is the limit, and India is the bright spot, and the leaders of our profession are here, the President and Vice President, and I'm sure that we will hear from them as well regarding.
So we had a person from the council, We had a person from aviation industry, cement industry, and a person who is expert in ESG. Thank you very much, everyone, for your
Enlightening
sharing.
us on the subject matter. We heard all the sides, we heard the industry, we heard the auditors, we heard the members also at large. And since we are from the AASB here hosting, so we are noting all the suggestions also, which are given by the members. So kindly assure that we'll be taking care of those suggestions also. So we have echoed the sound of that being the profession is being over-regulated, yet the members has enlightened us that we need to comply with the regulation and the laws properly as a chartered accountant, because society has entrusted us the duties of ensuring the credibility of the financial statements. So we also heard Sarika madam, who has encouraged us to join the field of ESG, which is an emerging area for us. Thank you to the panels. Now I would like to request Chair AASB to kindly greet the panelists with the mementos. CA Hari Nagrani ji, please. CA Surat Mukherjee ji. CA Sarika Gosai madam, please. So I am Megha Saxena, Secretary to Auditing and Assurance Standards Board. On behalf of the board, at the outset, I would like to welcome our Chief Guest, President ICAI, CA Ranjit Kumar Agrawal, Honorable Vice President ICAI, CA Charanjot Singh Nanda, respected Chairman AASB, CA Sanjeev Kumar Singhal, all the members of AASB who are sitting here, and the members who are present here of ICAI. May I request to kindly all the dignitaries present here for lighting of the lamp, please.
Brahmachyuta Shankara Prabhrutibhiः Devai Sada Vandita Sa Maam Paatu Saraswati Bhagavati Nisheshajadyapaha. Shuklam Brahma Vicharasara Paramam Adyam Jagat Vyapinim Veena Pustakadharinim Abhayadam Jadyandhakarapaham Haste Sphatikamalikam Vidadhatim Padmasane Samsthitam Vande Tam Parameshwarim Bhagavatim Buddhi Pradam Sharadam.
Yeah, I request to play motto song, please.
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 शो सर्वे तदूनात्यधिकश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता.
NIRC CA Gaurav Agrawal to kindly escort the dignitaries to the stage, please. I request Chair AASB to kindly greet the Honorable President ICAI, CA Ranjit Kumar Agrawal, by presenting him a plant sapling. I request Sanjeev Singhal-ji, Chairman AASB, to kindly present the sapling to Honorable Vice President ICAI. Thank you, sirs. Today we have gathered here to commemorate the first audit day, significance of which stems from the fact that it was year 1982 when this board was constituted as Auditing Practices Committee. We all know that informative, accurate, reliable and analytical audit reports are sine qua non for both financial stability and growth. Today, by celebrating this day, we rededicate ourselves and reaffirm our commitment towards the economic growth of our country by providing high-quality audits through our continuous quest for excellence. This program will involve a series of panel discussions designed to cover the contemporary topics on the subject of auditing. Thank you. So, CA Sanjeev Singhal-ji, Chairman AASB, to share some words of wisdom. Thank you, sir.
The Honorable President of the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, CA Ranjit Agrawal-ji, the Vice President, CA Charanjot Singh Nanda-ji, Treasurer, NIRC, CA Gaurav Agrawal-ji, the very distinguished panelists for all the sessions, and dear friends. I welcome you all to the first ever Audit Day program organized by AASB of the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India. And friends, the beginning of the program has been apt. We started the program in time, so much so there was an advice from the leadership that we should start the program in time, and that's why we've already done the first panel. We want to ensure that all the panelists get adequate time to share their views and the participants get the time to ask their questions. Friends, the purpose of today's event is to elevate audit quality by facilitating dissemination of knowledge to members at large and fostering discussion on the key contemporary issues that are relevant for the auditing profession today. The event provides a unique opportunity to identify and deliberate on effective strategies for addressing emerging challenges within the audit environment, ensuring that the profession remains adaptive, resilient, and responsive to the changing needs of the stakeholders and the complexities of the business world. As we all know, audit quality serves as a fundamental pillar of the financial reporting ecosystem, playing a pivotal role in ensuring reliability and transparency of the financial statements. Audit quality influences the integrity of the financial information that is presented to various stakeholders, including investors, regulators, and the public at large. High-quality audits strengthen the confidence of stakeholders who rely on the audited financial statements to make informed decisions. Let me tell you some of the important work that's been done by AASB in the areas of audit quality. The setting up of the high-quality auditing standards benchmarked with international norms, and at the same time, making a departure to suit to the Indian conditions. The technical literature to help auditors in effectively implementing auditing standards. Training programs. In fact, in the 2.5 years of my term as AASB chairman, we have done more than 300 training programs in the form of webinars and seminars, and more than 300,000 people have participated in these programs. And we have developed almost 750 new speakers and moderators for these programs. We are also providing a practical support to the auditors on facing the challenges during the course of audit. from last 3 years, we are running an expert helpline to answer to the queries relating to bank audit and also to all other statutory audit. In fact, the current helpline is also going on, and this will function up to 30th of September to address the queries that the auditor may face during the course of an audit, and there are 50 experts who provide their advice from time to time. Friends, AASB has also come out with various technical literatures such as implementation guide on several auditing standards, implementation guide on audit trail, issuance of a checklist on auditing standard, working paper templates, and we have also recently approved an audit tool which has been developed by a chartered accountant firm based out of Hyderabad, and the audit tool is being made available to all the members in practice at very, very affordable prices. This year, AASB has also issued volume 1 and 2 of the publication Guidance on the Non-Compliances Observed by QRB during the quality reviews, and the third and final publication will also be released soon. Today's event, we have 4 panel discussions. The one which has already taken place, increased role of auditor, regulatory requirement and the stakeholder expectation. Panel 2 after the inaugural and before the lunch will be on audit committees and auditors, building an effective relationship. Post-lunch, we have 2 important panels. Panel 3 is on improving audit quality, and panel 4 is an impact of technology on external audit. These panel discussions feature experts with deep practical insights, the likes of P.R. Ramesh, Sudhir Soni, Suman Chadda, Amit Mitra. They are already here, and some of the panelists you have already heard, Hari Nagrani, Praveen Kumar, Sarika, Surat Mukherjee, and then Viren, and then many other panelists will join. So I'm confident that this program will be a valuable and impactful initiative, significantly enhancing the professional skills and knowledge of all the participants. Thank you very much for taking out time and being here. And with this, may I now invite our Honorable Vice President of the Institute, CA Charanjot Singh Nandaji, for sharing his views. Thank you very much.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Most Honorable President of the Institute, CA Ranjit Agarwalji, my very esteemed colleague in the Council, Chairman AASB, Shri Sanjeev Singalji, the Treasurer Regional Council, Mr. Gaurav, all the distinguished panelists, seniors in the profession, ladies and gentlemen. I am truly honored to come here to address on today's audit day. Let us be very clear. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, which was set up by an Act of Parliament way back on 1st July 1949, when the most important document of the democracy, the Constitution, was not adopted. All of you are well aware that the Constitution to this great country was promulgated on 26 January 1950. The pertinent question that arises is, what prompted the Constituent Assembly to set up an Institute of Chartered Accountants of India when its own democratic setup was not in place? The answer is very candid, very simple, very forthcoming. They were looking for a disciplined band of soldiers to steer this country out of confusion and put it on the path of progress. And there we are, the financial soldiers to this great Republic of India. Ladies and gentlemen, when you speak on audit, one thing immediately crops up. Audit is a very serious business. And you can see the way NAFRA is now taking stock of all those things. I remember when audit reports were challenged, it comes to the disciplinary committee even now, for giving wrong information or instigating people to draw inferences on which they make investment decisions. There were certain serious issues that have cropped over so many years. And more importantly, we, since the inception of this committee and since in 2002 when this was turned into a board, AASB board, since then we have been trying to draw out issues and give guidance on that. I would like to say that Mr. Singhal in the past 6 years have done a yeoman job in ensuring that membership at large is made abreast of the latest changes. ASB has done a wonderful job. But at the same time, we need to understand that we have to align with the world's best practices, create instances where we are quoted.
when you have to draw an inference, when you have to come to a conclusion, there are various perceptions. And perceptions at times are misleading. I'll give you an example in a lighter note. A man went home late at night. When he entered, he saw his son sitting there. He said, "My boy, what are you up to?" Son said, "It is time for you to relax. What are you up to?" Son said, "Father, I am struggling to write an essay on an elephant." He said, "How much time do you have?" He said, "I have a week's time." He said, "Relax. I will ask so many people in my office. They will write the essay for you." The very next day when he assumed the office, called 3 of his trusted lieutenants, first a Japanese, second a Britisher, and third an Indian, and trusted them the job of writing the essay. The very next day when he reached office, the Japanese was ready with the essay. With all curiosity in his mind, he took up the essay. Oh my God, the name of the essay was Elephant and its economic uses. People are much concerned about the economy in Japan. 3 days hence, the Britisher came with the essay. Oh my God, the name of the essay was Elephant and its uses to the royal family. Then he gave the call to his Indian counterpart, "Where is your essay?" He said, "What is the deadline?" He said, "You have 3 days." He said, "Wait till 3 days. When the deadline was just to pass, he came with 2 fat books and placed it on the table. With all curiosity, he took up the first book. Oh my God, it was an essay on elephant. The name was Elephant Exchange and Control Act 2024. He said, "What is the other fat book?" I said, "Sir, it is a proposed set of amendments to the act which has to be promulgated." Let us not get entangled to certain such bureaucratic shackles that we are not able to effectively express ourselves. The basic premise of audit is to report. The basic premise is to bring forth people who intend to use this reporting formats and audit reports to create value. We can't make it too much stringent. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to use technology now. You see, there is so much change in the entire working of the audit profession across the globe. Technology has assumed a very glamorous preposition. We have a committee, AI and ICAI, on which President will deliver. Apart from that, we do a lot of work on blockchains. I was the chairman Digital Accounting and Assurance Board for past 2 years. We promulgated 23 forensic standards and their implementation guide. I would like to tell you how boards work. For that implementation guide of 23 standards, we made a study group comprising of 150 chartered accountants. They held more than 30 meetings. The entire reference was given to the screening committee. The screening committee went point by point and then apprised them of their shortcomings. Again, they sat down and created a document which was then taken care by the expert committee comprising of chief audit executives and forensic heads of listed companies. When the document was ready, it went through 3 legal reviews and then the document came on the table. The institute works in tandem with the best they can do. And I'm thankful to all people, because most of people I see, Mr. Shah, Viren Shah, I remember the SEBI chairman giving a call to me. She said, "Mr. Nanda, you are the chairman, Digital Accounting and Assurance Board. We want a guide on digital assurance." So DAB and AASB created a guide. You can verify everything in the balance sheet and in the profit loss account through external means except employee benefits and depreciation. Look at the way we are progressing, and in such scenario, I call upon all the members of the institute to kindly be aware of the fact that it is our competence that gives rise to the reputation of the institute. I'm reminded of a couplet which says, "Gar khairat mein milti kamyabi, to har shakhs kamyab hota. Gar khairat mein milti kamyabi, to har shakhs kamyab hota. Fir qadar na hoti kisi hunar ki, aur na hi koi lajawab hota." Today, as the member of the largest institute of the world with more than 4,30,000 chartered accountants and 10 lakh students, it becomes imperative of us to take an oath today on the audit day to ensure that we give best Our audit quality has to be supreme, and more importantly, leave no means to ensure that whatever you give, the inference done is up to the highest level. I am thankful to the board for giving me the opportunity to interact with you. We at the council, I say on the behalf of my president also, are always available at the beck and call. The council is fully resilient to ensure that we resolve all pending issues, and if you have any such issue, we have a redressal portal where the issue is resolved within 24 hours. Any issue which you feel is disturbing you can always refer to the portal, and we'll see that proper resolution is provided to you. Thank you so much.
President, sir, for sharing us, guiding the profession. Now, may I request Honorable President ICAI, C.A. Ranjit Kumar Agrawal ji, to guide us with his words of wisdom. Thank you, sir.
Very respected our Vice President, Charanjot Singh Nanda ji, Sanjeev Singhal, the Chairman of this committee, from NIRC, Abhinav Agrawal, and I can see all the very learned speakers are also here, Ramesh ji, Soni ji, Chadda ji, and Amit Mitra, and all the other speakers. First of all, my compliment to AASB, Sanjeev Singhal and Vishal Doshi. First time after this board was set up in 1982, first time in last more than 40 years, we are having a audit day celebration, because we have come a long way in our institute in last more than 40 years as far as auditing practice is concerned. So thank you, Sanjeev bhai, for conceptualizing and having this celebration of audit day. Please give me a big round. And this board is working is not this last 1982, and then it was made a board in 2002, and 2024 we are having, and more than 46 engagement and quality control standards we have. It's engagement or quality or standards, so many nomenclature is there, but the whole objective is that these 46 standards on audit of engagement and quality control, which this institute is in practice for the membership at large, and the sheer quality and the hard work this profession is imparting to the membership at large last 75 years. It's a phenomenal. It's a phenomenal in the sense, if the country has come from 10th largest economy to 5th largest economy, the clean balance sheet our auditors are imparting across the world is the credit goes to the chartered accountant also, who are working day in, day night to make the balance sheet so clean and so trusted. The quality, the credibility, and the consistency with which these professions are working last 75 years in our country, it's a big compliment to all of you as a chartered accountant for working so hard for the cause of the country and the cause of the profession. Having said that, if you see the 2016, this board has conceptualized how the standards, auditing standards, should be separate for the less complex entity. There are very large organizations, small organizations, there's a medium-sized organization. So whether these standards should be applicable in totality to all the organizations put together in one stroke, or there should be some classification. So 2016, this board has conceptualized to IFAC that whether separate standards should be there for less complex entities. And I'm very happy to tell you, now the IAASB, which has been now carved out from the IFAC, and they have made a separate body, they have come out with the standards, exposure draft on the standards for less complex entity. And 9th of the September is the last date to give the comment on those exposure draft. So this is a welcome move by the international organization. On the pretext of the ICAI initiative, they have come out with the standards for less complex entity, and very soon the India will also go through and can be applicable to in India also how the standards will be applicable. We have also recommended recently standards of auditing for LLP. Now, so far LLP does not have any auditing and accounting standards prescribed. So we have given accounting and auditing both standards for LLP, and we have recommended, hopefully the ministry will notify very soon on standards of auditing for LLP also. More so, how this quality of the auditor has to ensure. And we had in advance talk with the government and the ministry also, and we have come out with a separate course. Those auditors who want to do the audit of a listed company, whether they can have some separate set of skill set, so that a 5,000 or 10,000 turnover based company, a newly qualified, is empowered or capable to do as per act, he or she are capable. Because of the examination process, the comprehensive knowledge we are imparting, every chartered accountants are equally competent to discharge their duty as a true and fair. But over the period of time, because of the complexity in the nature of the organization and business we operate, the requirement of the listed company audit has grown manifold in last so many years. So that's why we thought a separate course on residential basis for minimum 7 days in our center of excellence or otherwise, with the various parameter of audit requirement of whether it's a LODR or auditing standards or ethical standards or a forensic standards, various case studies on NFRA or ICAI disciplinary mechanism, what worldwide the frauds are happening, how to mitigate the risk management. All these chapters we have encapsulated in this very separate course we have designed. We have sought the inputs from the ministry, and hopefully this course we are going to announce very soon. So it may not be mandatory right now, but gradually the Companies Act may say if you want to be the auditor of a listed company, you have to undergo this course to enhance your skill set and to be a competent auditor as a true and fair. So this is the one proposal from the council we have given to the ministry, and hopefully this will fall in line in the months to come. As far as our profession is concerned, let me tell you, if this country has a large economy and the kind of diversity this country has, the India has, since 1963, when we have come out with our own code of conduct for our member. And the golden line of that 1963 code of conduct, wherein there was no standards, no auditing, accounting standards were there. The institute has taken a lead. Even if something is legal, the professional accountant has to see whether it is ethical or not. And we should not resort to those kind of practice, even if it is legal and not ethical. This is the golden line given in our code of conduct when Mr. R.C. Cooper, then president of ICAI, has placed the code of conduct in the table of the council. Since 1963, we have a stringent code of conduct for our professional accountant. 75, 80s, 2006, 2015, so many standards came, it were notified. But over the period of time, the quality and the conduct of our chartered accountant, which envisaged by the ICAI, is intact. And that's why we are very proud. We are very proud, the member of this fraternity of such a large organization. And let me tell you, there are 182 accounting body in the world. 182 accounting body, and in this institute, in last 75 years, has become by 4 lakh chartered accountant and more than 10 lakh students, the world largest accounting body in last 75 years. And the best part of our number is every third chartered accountant in our country is a women chartered accountant. This is the unprecedented, the kind of interest in the finance, accounts and taxation, the women participation is unprecedented and phenomenal. And that's why we are very proud that such a large number of women are coming to this profession. As far as these 10 lakh students are concerned, without any reservation, more than 44% of the students are girl pursuing chartered accountancy in our institute. So, if you see any developed country, a country becomes developed because the participation of the women has exceeded the participation of the men. And that's why the country has become developed. I am very happy that our country is also following the same path on the participation of the women, and the empowerment of the women, and the contribution of the women in this country as well as ICAI is concerned. We have the world's largest accounting body. Most of the accounting body has aging population. India has the world's largest and tech-savvy population. The kind of digitalization has happened in our country. The GST law has come to make informal economy to formal economy. The insolvency and bankruptcy law, the genesis says, in this country, the resources are limited, but the talent is unlimited. So if you are running a factory and you are not competent to create value in the resource of the country, you have to leave the factory. Some more competent person will come and take over so that the value creation can come in the country, because our resources are limited. And that is the genesis of insolvency and bankruptcy law. If you take the RERA regulation, which you say the income tax collection, last 10 years before, the CBDT report says the total direct tax collection, 62% was coming from corporates and 38% was non-corporates. After 10 years, again the CBDT report says, before this full budget, the total direct tax collection was 16 lakh crore. In that, 50% was coming from corporates and 50% was from non-corporates, which means maybe the corporate collection has gone down because of the 22% or 15% tax slab they have proposed. But the non-corporate tax has gone up, which means in today, the total per capita income of Indians $500 per person. And this country has to be a developed country. This 2,500 has to be more than $15,000 per person. Then we can call ourselves a developed country. So my point here is, this country is not meant or developed by only corporates. This country has a huge population as far as non-corporate is concerned. So there should be a synergy between corporates and non-corporates. Only then the country can be a developed country in 2047. So in this scene, if the corporates and the non-corporates both are working hands in hand, the role of the Chartered Accountant Institute as an auditing profession or as an accounting profession to balance that, has a litmus test rest on that, how the common citizen of this country are empowered, whether they are trusting or they are relying on the reporting made by the chartered accountant. That is the litmus test. And that's why so many things are changing in our country as far as artificial intelligence is concerned, as far as new technological advancement is concerned. We can foresee the time is coming. Your audit report will be converted into the audio and video mode. A smallest of the investor residing in the remotest of the area, he may not be a literate, but through artificial intelligence, your audit report qualification can be heard and seen by the remotest investor in their local regional language through artificial intelligence. That kind of scene we can foresee in the years to come. And for that, our reporting has to be zero defect. The Prime Minister used to say zero defect and 100% efficiency. In the given situation, the kind of standards we have, where the large sample size or small sample size we are taking and making our report, the time is coming. The standards on the sampling will be redundant. 100% data validation, 100% data checking will be the order of the day in the times to come. So, our responsibility as a role as a chartered accountant auditor is a huge. Last 75 years, we are the only professional in this country who has given the mandate to certify true and fair. No other professional has given this such a huge power, huge mandate. Now in last 75 years, we have lived up to the expectation through our quality and credibility. But next 25 years, what kind of issue we want to make, what kind of profession we want to make, so that the next generation who want to join our profession can feel proud. Yes, this is the profession, this is the best decision I have taken by joining this profession. So responsibility cast on us. We all are working not for ourselves. We all are working for our next generation. Those who are looking towards us, looking with awe, looking with a great kind of confidence. Yes, these are the people who are making the profession and what kind of legacy we want to tell. I am giving you one example. We have 4 lakh members. 2019, the total membership of the ICAI was 2,90,000. Out of this 2,90,000, the practicing member was 1,50,000. 5 years down the line, we have membership of 4,25,000. And the practicing member are same 1,50,000. So 5 years before, the total membership of the practicing CA was 1,50,000. 5 years down the line, again 1,50,000. These 1,50,000 members comprise of 96,000 firms. Now 96,000 firms comprise of 75,000 proprietorship firms. Now if there is no second generation CA in the family, what is the succession planning of this 75,000 proprietorship firm? What is the valuation? How anybody going to take over this firm? That is the concern ICAI has of 75,000 firm. 21,000 firm is the partnership of 2 partners to 100 partners. How to aggregate, how to build their capacity. We have come out with the audit quality maturity model 2.0 just to enhance the quality of this partnership firm of 2 partners to 100 partners. So as an audit profession, Indian situation are different from rest of the world. Other countries have a concentration of audit profession in those countries. India is a large country. These 96,000 firms has to be equally built and standardized, and they have to empowered so that they can give their opinion without fear and without favor. And that is the role the institute has to take, we are taking, and come the government and the regulators and other parameters are there. But the role the institute is playing last 75 years, it has to be strengthened, it has to be empowered, and so that newly qualified CA who are coming to the profession, they can freely report without fear and without favor. That is the concern we have, and in that direction, the institute is working, and hopefully, the kind of economy we have, if the country want to be a developed country in 2047, rightly said by Om Birla ji in our annual function, the country will be a developed country in 2047. But the biggest contribution in the development process will be done by one professional, and that profession is the profession of chartered accountancy. That is the kind of expertise, the kind of strength, and the kind of capability we have. And that's why I used to say the tax collection, professional standards, reporting requirement, audit quality, all these roles we as a unsung hero of this profession are doing last 75 years. We have to be more cautious for next 25 years so this profession can be relevant as per the expectation of the various regulator. And I used to say this Bati and this Rosni, इसको हम we can call it like this, बाती जला के जो उजाला करते हैं, बाती जला के जो उजाला करते हैं वो दिए कहलाते हैं. लेकिन अपनी जवानी जला के देश का खजाना भरते हैं, वो सीए कहलाते हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, President, sir. And enlightening the members, covering various aspects, giving the holistic picture of the profession. You have explained us, you have told us about the IFIA also, the International Federation of Ethics and Audit. You have apprised all the members about the separate set of standards which Institute is taking up with the NFRA for LLPs. You have also apprised with regard to the separate standard for lesser and complex entities. I would like to inform the members present over here that the last day to receive the comments on this SALC draft is 9th September. So you can contact us, you can write to us giving your comments. You have also apprised us about the ASTA, the Advanced Auditing Symposium towards the High Quality Assurance, for which the ICAI is working now. So thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us the holistic pictures of the profession. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request CA Gaurav Agarwalji, Treasurer NIRC, to kindly give the vote of thanks.
Mr. President, may I see smaller and the smaller firms who are doing the audits of these home organizations that will be governed or guided or directed, or rather the major decision will be taken by the principal auditors. So your views and your stance in this regard, if it will be delivered, I will feel obliged. Thank you very much.
Let me apprise you and clarify you. Council is very clear in many occasions, in last 2 to 3 occasions. And when this Kotak committee was set up, when the MCA has formed a committee, in all these occasions, the council was very clear. SS 600 is not a carve out from ISA 600. We have adopted SS 600 on the line of ISA 600, giving a one-line disclaimer: the principal auditor will not own the responsibility of component auditor. And there was a reason for that. In our country, unlike other country, the audit profession is very large. In rest of the country, the audit profession is concentrated in the few hands. Unlike India, it's a huge country. I'm giving you one example of US. Now there are 3 major economies of the world. If we want to be the 3rd largest economy very soon, so we will be the 3rd one. First is US, second is China, and third is India. In the US, this ISA 600 has given 2 options. Principal auditor will own the responsibility or will not own the responsibility. Based on the decision, they are free to take a call. In China, China has their own Chinese accounting standards and they follow their own standards. In India, most of the standards we have adopted on the line of the international best practices with some carve-outs, like IFRS we have adopted with Ind AS with some carve-out. As far as standards on auditing is concerned, most of the standards we have adopted, wherever we felt this is not conducive to the Indian environment, we have given some carve-out. So as on today, the council is very clear. The principal auditor is a separate auditor and the component auditor is a separate auditor. You have to rely on the component auditor's report, because in our country, if there are 100 factories, 100 big organizations, so there are 1 lakh ancillary units, 1 lakh subsidiary company, 1 lakh associate enterprise, they support this 100 big company to grow and flourish. So both have their own role. The principal auditor has to rely on the component auditor, and that is why joint audit. That is the concept of joint audit also, which started in the France. And 2019 we have given our recommendation to ministry, joint audit should be made mandatory in our country. So on these fronts, the council is very clear, and we have already given our view, and wherever our views will be required in other forum, we will give our view.
Of ICAI, CA Charanjot Singh Nanda ji, respected Chairman of AASB Board, CA Sanjeev Singhal ji, respected past Secretary of NIRC, CA MK Agarwal ji, Secretary of the Committee Megha ji, and all the learned speakers, expert of the domain, and all the members. Thank you very much for supporting us on this particular day. It is a privilege to stand before you, especially on a significant occasion, Audit Day. Chartered accountants are skilled in many areas, but there is one field where they truly excel, that is auditing financials. This is a day to recognize their experience. When one qualifies as a chartered accountant, they gain not just a degree, but the power to audit financials. The power is more than just a right, it is a profound duty. The responsibility to ensure the accuracy and integrity of financial information is one of the most critical roles in the financial world. Auditing is a unique profession. While many tasks like accounting and taxation can be performed without a specific qualification, the role of auditor is reserved exclusively for chartered accountant. It's a serious business, as said by the President sir and Vice President sir, that requires specialized knowledge, rigorous training, and a deep understanding of financial statement. As auditor, we carry tremendous responsibility. People place immense trust in the significance of chartered accountant. Our signature on audited financial statement are not just our marks on paper. They are the symbol of trust and assurance. They represent the commitment to uphold the glory of this profession. So today, let's take us the pride in our profession. As a chartered accountant, we play a crucial role in maintaining the integrity of the financial statement. Let's continue to commit ourselves to the excellence in auditing, upholding the highest standard of our profession, and honoring the trust the society places in us. Thank you very much, each and everyone, for this wonderful program. I congratulate Sanjeev Singhal for organizing this event. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sirs. Now we'll quickly start with the panel 2. As we are aware that our financial ecosystem has 5 lines of defense: the management, those charged with governance, audit committee, internal auditors, and the auditors. Audit committee plays a crucial role in the process of auditing. It acts as a bridge between the management and the auditors. Over the years, the role of audit committee has increased significantly under the Companies Act also and the other laws and regulations also. Further, the standards on auditing also states require the auditor to comment on the and communicate with the TCWG and the management. So I would like to request now the panelist and the moderator for the session. The session, Audit Committee and Auditors, Building an Effective Relationship. I would like to invite moderator of the session, CA Sudhir Soni ji, on the stage, please. Head of the audit of the BSR and Company LLP. He has been the special invitee to the Accounting Standards Board of ICAI. He is a former invitee to the members of India's Implementation Committee and the Shield Panel of Excellence in the Financial Reporting of ICAI. He has worked as the statutory auditor for larger Indian and multinational companies. He has been speakers on the various accounting standards and corporate governance topics. So I would like to request now the other panelists to also come on the stage, please. We have with us CAS Madhavanji, the panelist for the session. We have CAPR Rameshji, also as a panelist for the session. I would quickly give the brief about the panelist. Mr. S. Madhavanji is a member of the ICAI and he is a PG in business management from IIM Ahmedabad. He has over 38 years of rich experience in the accountancy, economics, finance, law, IT, human resources management, risk management, and the business management and banking. Mr. Madhavan has been the president of Northern Region of Indo-American Chamber of Commerce and co-chairman for Taxation Committee of Ashok. Mr. Madhavan is an independent board member in several listed companies, include the Eicher Motors Limited, ICICI Bank Limited, Welspun Enterprises Limited, Procter & Gamble Health Limited, and Sterlite Technologies Limited, and hold position of chairman member and of the various board committees. Mr. Madhavan's past directorship include HCL Technologies Limited, Transport Corporation of India Limited, UFO, and GlaxoSmithKline Consumer Healthcare Limited. Welcome, Mr. C.S. Madhavanji. P.R. Rameshji is a former chairman of Deloitte India and a former member of Deloitte Global Board with over 40 years of experience in his profession and is a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Mr. Ramesh is a director on the board of some listed companies and unlisted companies. He's in the board of Air India Express, Cipla, Crompton Greaves, Consumer Electrical, ITC Hotel, L&T, Nestle India, NSE Investment, etc. There's a long list to go. So I would like to request the panelists and the moderator to please start the session. Thank you.
Thanks, Megha, and for an interaction on the relationship between audit committees and auditors. As Megha mentioned, that any improvement in financial reporting has to work on the entire ecosystem. We see a lot of emphasis on auditors. There's been, through the Companies Act, emphasis on managements, but there's also equally a very important role that audit committees play, particularly in listed companies. And they play a very vital role in driving both management and auditors. In fact, I remember about maybe 2 decades back, when one of my senior partners used to talk about communicating to the audit committee, he would say, Sudhir, this is the last frontier of management, you know. And since then, things have changed dramatically. Today, when you interact with audit committees, their acknowledgement of the need to be independent, the need to balance the requirements both of companies and what the auditors need, I think that I see increasing engagement of particularly active audit committees. So that they play a very vital role in that. And I'm really honored to have this esteemed panel in Mr. Madhavan and P.R. Ramesh, both with very deep experience, both on the professional side, and also, as you've heard, they're some of the largest, they sit on some of the boards of some of the largest companies in the country. So thank you, gentlemen, for making time today. And I would request a round of applause to our panelists, please. So, Mr. Madhavan, the NFRA has been examining the role of auditors and audit committees also very closely. And in one of the recent orders of the NFRA on one of the large firms, they actually mentioned, and this is something again, after years of working in a certain way, you look at things afresh. And they said, as auditors, you are required to communicate with those charged with governance. And how did you conclude that the audit committee is those charged with governance? And this is a question we haven't asked for years, where it was almost a given that if you communicate as auditors to the audit committee, then that is done. What is your take on this? And do you feel auditors should communicate beyond the audit committee? And what kind of parameters should one apply in making that decision?
Yeah. Can you hear me there at the back? Yeah. No, I think that's a very fair point to raise, Sudhir. My sense is that you can't controvert the point that the NFRA is taking, that those charged with governance extends beyond a few of the board members who comprise the audit committee. That can't even be argued. So if they were to say that those charged with governance is the entire board in a manner of speaking, I can't see we can dispute that point. Now, so therefore, how do you operationalize this intent of the NFRA? To my mind, I think the appropriate way to do this is to sort of, the audit committee to sort of, discuss this within the board and arrive at a mechanism by which the auditors perform their function as per the NFRA to apprise all those charged with governance, not just the audit committee members. So I think, to my mind, the first port of call evidently is the audit committee, but I think there is a mechanism by which, we have done this in the past. It's not as though it's not been traversed, this path. We have done several times that we have invited the auditors to come and talk to the entire board. That's always possible. So I would think that such a mechanism is probably the way out, that you evidently engage primarily with the audit committee. Evidently, they are, after all, tasked with all that the statutory auditors were to do and provide oversight. But I think if this point were to be pursued by NFRA, my sense is to operationalize that, you will probably invite the statutory auditors to perhaps on an annual basis engage with the broader board on a defined, there is a session that we can slot for the statutory auditors to come and talk to the entire board.
Yeah, at least once in a year or something like that, as you're saying.
That's right. That's
Yeah,
right.
and the other is to maybe for the audit committee in some way to report to the board of what they hear from auditors on an exception.
No, I didn't raise that point, Sudhir, because that happens regardless of whether the NFRA has a point of view or not.
Right.
Evidently the audit committee apprises the full board of what transpires in the audit committee. After all, it recommends the quarterly and the annual accounts for adoption and approval by the board. So to my mind, the answer is not so much that the audit committee apprises the entire board, because I doubt whether the NFRA is going to be satisfied with that response, because that to my mind is already something that the committee does. All of the committees that I'm familiar with will evidently apprise the board. So I think the sense that I have is, we will see how this evolves, but my sense is that you will probably want to sort of invite the statutory auditors to come and present to the full board.
Yeah, Ramesh, what do you feel?
Yeah, let me spend some time first giving you the big picture before I come to NFRA and what NFRA specifically asks. There is a general perception that auditors on the one hand and audit committee on the other do not have a common objective. And sometimes the auditor looks at the audit committee as part of the management when they walk in, when in reality they are not part of the management. Now the real big picture is, who spends the largest time inside a company? It's the auditor. Who has access to books, records, vouchers, free access? It's the auditor. It is not that the audit committee member examines every voucher, does he go and spend. He is at best at meetings of the board or the audit committee. He is also there in special meetings sometimes. He is also has the responsibility, and a very heavy responsibility, in the Companies Act, in SEBI, LODR, etc. Now, isn't it appropriate, therefore, that the audit committee should have a lot of input from the auditor, because both are working towards the same common objective of ensuring that the financial reporting is appropriate, the controls are appropriate, it's all free from error and fraud, and a whole host of things. All sign the financial statements. Auditor signs the financial statements on a certain basis. The audit committee members, or on behalf of the board, maybe the chairman of the board also signs the financial statement, but they take ownership for it. As Mr. Madhavan rightly said, they recommend the financial statements to the board, so they take ownership. So all have a common objective. The manner in discharging that common objective in terms of time and access is completely different. And therefore, it's extremely critical that the audit committee hears a lot from the auditor who has spent a lot of time. I don't get to see what's happening in the books of the company. It's not that I do a ledger scrutiny, or I look at the trial balance, or I look at it. The best source of information for me, and an independent source of information for me, is the auditor. Having said that, let's understand where NFRA is coming from. There have been a number of cases of frauds. There have been a number of cases of financial reporting being inappropriate. There have been equally number of cases of audit failure. But the questions have always been asked as to, why are you penalizing auditors alone? Isn't there this audit committee comprising of luminaries who are also experts in financial reporting, and some of these matters which have caused, shall I say, financial impropriety, whether it is diversion of funds, incorrect application of accounting standards or accounting policies, isn't the audit committee equally responsible if they are seeing this? As the Secretary MCA once said, we are not asking you to be responsible for a needle in a haystack. We are asking you to be responsible for the elephant in the room. If you are blind to the elephant in the room, then everybody is responsible, not just the auditor, the audit committee. And once you understand this, it is absolutely critical that there has, if we are both working towards a common objective, you as an auditor and I as an audit committee member, we need to communicate with each other, we need to share with each other. You have a larger responsibility as an auditor, having spent that many hundreds of hours to be able to tell me. And I have an obligation in terms of decisions which at a very high level are going through the board, which we hear from the management, to be able to share with you, so as not to hide things from you, because at the end of the day, we all ink the financial statements based on different roles we perform.
Yeah. So you've come to actually, Ramesh, my point on, and this is the other issue of two-way communication. And among these couple of observations that have been made in the practice of audit committees, one is that generally, and I know many of you sit on some very good boards, very illuminated boards, in the sense, or boards which are conscious of their responsibilities. But many companies, you have an audit committee 1 hour before the board meeting. What is the quality of interaction that an audit committee can have with an auditor 1 hour before the meeting? You are reluctant to make any changes because you are all tied by timelines of external reporting and so on. And the second point, and I'll leave both of you to respond on this, and the second point is two-way communication. Very often, the approach of audit committee is, like you said, you are the guys in the system, come and tell me, you've been here for the last 1 month, what have you seen, tell me, and you will react to what you are seeing and possibly take appropriate calls. But how often do we have, and you mentioned this in the last, but I want to ask that in practice, do you see this happen often, is that audit committees tell auditors, look, this is what I'm seeing in the board, and I feel concerned about it, and I like you to look at it, because what the two-way communication is also giving some steer to the planning of the auditors, to the risk perception of the auditors. So, which is something which I think in practice, I would love you to hear your experience, how this works.
Let me preface it by saying I've been an auditor for 45 years. Now I've been an audit committee member for 4.5 years. I'm chair of some of the largest audit committee, chair of some of the largest companies. And I see the profession from the other side of the table now. I must say that I believe there is a lot which is required to be done. And I'll tell you some of the best practices, and I'll also tell you what needs to be done in some way. The point you made about meeting the auditor 1 hour before or at the audit committee meeting is not a practice I follow. Wherever I'm even in companies where I'm not the chairman but a member of the audit committee, I have a separate meeting with the auditors a few days before the audit committee meeting. And that is what I would call as a pre-audit committee meeting, where I go through the entire auditor's presentation, because I am supposed to be an expert in this subject. Not necessarily all the audit committee members are equally experts. They are not. And somebody has to take ownership for it. And it's most appropriate that if I have had this experience, I should do it. So in that process, it's almost a rehearsal of what happens, and there is no time limit there. It is either in person, and if it's not in person, it's definitely virtual. The auditor sends his presentation, which he's proposing to make in advance. His team is there. Management may be there in that or not there. I'm not worried about it. It's as much familiarization for me ahead of it, because what happens is the day of the audit committee meeting or the board meeting, the schedule is very tight. In some companies, you also have the results the same day, the press conference. So you can't. If there is a serious matter, where is the opportunity for you to deal with the issue? And I'm very particular that audit committee meetings are held at least one day before the board meeting. So that if the financial statements need to be corrected for some reason, we have the opportunity to do so before the board meets and before the audit committee meets the board. So still, now since you asked me, is it adequate, not adequate? I feel that's not adequate, because still that is largely a one-way communication which is periodic. And when you talk of two-way communication, it has to be need-based also, meaning whenever some issue is there. And that is one issue which I have, where auditors don't reach out to the audit committee member or the chairman when they have an issue. They wait for the audit committee and then they present it as an issue, or 2, 3, 4 days, as I said, when I have a pre-audit committee, they present it. That's also too late.
You would encourage auditors
I would
to connect
encourage,
with you?
because we are working towards a common objective. I know the auditor thinks that management will think I am the spy, I am the guy who's carrying tails to the... Why should you? You are an independent auditor. You are independent. You are not to be here to please the management. You are here to do the right thing. And if you come and tell me, I'm sure you would have already told the management, but you're coming and telling me. I don't want to be acting as an arbitrator, but I also want to be able to understand where the management is coming from, where the auditor, what are the issues, is he getting the information? Because I have been an auditor, I know what it means.
Yeah.
And we have to facilitate the auditor doing a good job. Otherwise, why do we need to have an auditor?
So, Mr.
If it's a tick in the box.
Yeah. Mr. Madhavan, what do you think?
But I'll add one or two more.
Yeah.
All I want to say is, I see significant inconsistencies in the interaction. The auditor's content is not the same across. The auditor spends so much time on saying, I have complied with my standards. Who has designed the standards? The auditor, auditing profession. Who understands the standards? The auditing profession. And if he spends a lot of time telling me he has complied with the standard, that doesn't give me comfort. I want to understand what has he done in the audit. Please tell me what you... And then I have an auditor who comes and tells me, I am happy with what I saw. I said, that doesn't make me happy. I also need to know what you didn't see. Because the financial statements are a total. Please tell me you're happy with the financial statements, not happy with what you saw.
Right.
I mean, these are things where I see the profession needs to move a lot more. Maybe the time has come for us to be prescriptive. If you read the auditing standard, you'll find a lot of words begin with may, meaning you have a choice. There is one paragraph where strangely it says an auditor should be I'm using different words here, but it conveys that the fact that an auditor should be careful before he conveys an audit plan, because conveying of an audit plan can become too predictive. So what? As if because the auditor is going to come, I'm going to hide something. I can't. Why is it in your standard?
Yeah.
If you're talking of two-way communication, I should know what you're planning to do, what you're doing, and I should be satisfied as an audit committee. I have the same responsibility. Mr. Madhavan. Sorry.
No, not at all. No, Sudhir, I have to inevitably echo very much of what Mr. Ramesh has said. All of this is something that we have experienced in all these years as audit committee members and as board members and interacting with the auditing profession. I agree. Let me make several responses merely to emphasize and reiterate what Mr. Ramesh has said. I think there are a variety of practices in India today as to how the audit committees interact with the auditors. You know, as the saying says, it takes two to tango. So it's up to the statutory auditors and up to the audit committee to ensure that there is an agreement of how they will engage periodically. And it's an opening conversation. As and when I join an audit committee, either as the chairman or as a member of the audit committee, if it is not already done, I ensure that the terms of engagement are understood. And therefore, there is nothing left to chance here. And obviously, as a consequence of what I'm saying to you, Sudhir, there is no question of the audit committee meeting the statutory auditors an hour before the results are announced. It simply will not work. That model doesn't exist in my experience at all. If it had existed, it's long gone. So I think, let's be clear. As Mr. Ramesh says, the very least is you will meet a day before the board meeting. But I have some nuances there. As the companies grow in size and complexity, you will need to inevitably schedule more and more time for the audit committee, whose mandate is only getting more and more onerous as the days go by with NFRA and all of that, all of which is a force for the good. Let me make it very clear what my views are. And therefore, inevitably, audit committee meetings will need to be extended far more than what they currently are, to do justice to the vast mandate that the committee has. So not just the one day before the board meeting, it's several weeks before the board meeting is how we typically schedule our audit committee meetings including the engagement with the statutory auditors prior to the independent session that we would have on the quarterly results and the accounts. So I think the broader point, Sudhir, I wish to make to the today is audit committee meetings can be helpfully distinguished in two ways. One is take all the non-financial, non-accounting matters away and engage with, and the auditors engage with the audit committee and whatever they have to say with regard to all of those. I am cognizant that their primary responsibility is with regard to the financials and the accounts, but that's an area that is very legitimately discussed between the committee and the statutory auditors. So I think that's how I believe that the engagement should proceed. I think there is also, and let me be somewhat direct here, I think auditors need to learn how to engage with the audit committee. Let me make that point also very clear. They stick to the accounts and the financials, which is all fine. I have no quarrel with that. But you would wish the auditors to engage beyond the financials and talk about risks in a broad way. I submit to you that risks as a discussion is still in its infancy in India. What are the parameters of risk attending the business? What are the parameters of risk attending how the business goes about its operations? Is a legitimate area of concern for the statutory auditors, may I say. And therefore, they will very legitimately engage with the audit committee on what their views on the risks attending to the business are, including reputational risks and all of that. So I think that's the second point. I think they must go beyond the immediate financial and accounting related engagements. The third point very quickly is that the presentation by the statutory auditors will be socialized with the audit committee chairman, if not the full audit committee, before they present it at the formal audit committee. That, to my mind, is again an essential requirement. And I personally, as an audit committee chairman or a member, am completely engaged. I'm a very conscientious audit committee member, shall I say. So I think Mr. Ramesh alluded to the point that it's also the persona of the person who is the chairperson of the audit committee, which also determines how these outcomes play out. I think it's important to recognize that the entire board is not comprised of people with accounting and financial experience. And the audit committee, primarily the chairperson, is tasked with ensuring that from a functional standpoint, he or she is able to engage meaningfully with the audit committee, with the statutory auditors. That role, if you were to perform well, then a lot of these elements that you talk about as to how the relationship between the committee and the statutory auditors will work out, will come out well, and I believe. And there are excellent governance practices that you can institute within the audit committee and the entire board.
Yeah. Ramesh, what do you...
Yeah, I just want to say, I don't want to audience here or participants here to get the impression that everything is fine, there are great practices, the audit committees are performing their roles very well. Having been an auditor, the spectrum it's like a kaleidoscope, different colors are there. You have audit committees which give 5 minutes time to the auditor. You have audit committees which barely ask any question of the auditor, they all look at you. There are audit committees where when you walk in as an auditor, you find that you have management and audit committee on one side and you on the other side. So you are saying, is really this audit committee independent in a way? Am I battling two different sets of individuals? So the spectrum is wide. And there is an obligation on the audit committee also to ensure that they reach out to the auditor, they engage with the auditor, they ask probing questions, they make the auditor speak out. Equally, it is important for the auditor to say, I have not been given an opportunity. I would feel bad if I've done great work. Why aren't you asking me? I'll tell you about the great work. If you're not even asking me, you just walk in and then fine. Then the third point is the communication. Today what's happening is the presentation forms the communication. And sometimes the presentation are with bullets. Bullets in a PowerPoint is a PowerPoint presentation. It is not a communication with those charged with governance. It has to be a speaking document. We used to have what is called a management letter running into pages about all what is observed in the course of audit, which used to be a document which is furnished not just to management but also to members of the audit committee. Where is that management letter? That concept seems to have disappeared. So we must look into what is the manner in which the communication is also done, if I may say, And that is something which is very serious, because that determines the effectiveness of the communication, the content, and quite often, if you, okay, I'll leave time for questions so that you can, I'll respond. There are some other good
But
practices.
I have one, and this you can treat as an administrative question, but I think very important for both of you. Both of you made very important points on engagement with auditors. You said you should have a direct line, you meet them before the meeting and all. But one important, I think, factor now arising everything is need for evidence that all this has happened. You see, it's the formal meetings get recorded. In fact, I have two questions there. One is this: outside the formal meetings, the interactions that you have, how do those get documented as evidence of diligence that you deployed? And second thing, Ramesh, you also said about the spectrum of committees. The same thing applies to the quality of the minutes of meetings. I have seen companies where the minutes of the meeting will say, for the audit committee, auditor's communication, attached is the presentation made by the auditor. And that's it. They will not suggest that there was a debate. Sometimes, and I think important questions like, is an accounting policy merely acceptable or is it appropriate? At range of conversation, the minutes don't capture. So what's your take on that, Ramesh, in terms of minuting?
Before minuting, I think the most important thing is the conduct and the execution. In a way, for instance, don't you want the audit to be done properly? And second, is the evidence of the audit having been done properly? So for me, even before the minutes, how have I interacted? How have I been able to satisfy them? That prevention is more important for me than the manner in which the minutes are written. Sure. Minutes is an evidence of what has happened. I know absence of, and I do realize, and we have to also realize, that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So you have to realize that minutes are not the only thing that is exactly.
That's not how the regulator sees it.
I know that, and that is why the problem is the more the regulator pushes you for documentation, you move away from what I was always calling from a thinking audit to an inking audit. You start documenting first because you will say the minutes have to be read. So I will spend more time in writing the minutes than in conducting myself. And that is why the conduct is important. I did speak about a management letter.
Yeah.
That is one. That's why I'm saying we need to be more prescriptive in terms of what should be the presentation content. All sorts of presentations which come in. Some are very high quality, some are not so. And then let me add another point I made at the NFRA conference. I'm sorry to say this, when an audit partner comes with one or two other people to the audit committee, we are all senior audit committee members. The audit partner doesn't speak. Some junior person stands up and makes the presentation. I've said I want to hear from the horse's mouth, not from the pony's mouth. And then when I ask a question, the audit partner looks at his director looks at the manager looks at somebody, and then, because that means what does it, it doesn't inspire me. The person who's signing the financial statements doesn't have a grip on the financial statements which he's signing because he operates through teams, no doubt. But if he doesn't inspire confidence, and I, as an audit committee chairman, or the audit committee is supposed to evaluate the performance of the auditor, how do I get inspired with this performance? So we must be mindful of the fact that if I'm signing the financial statements, I should stand up and be able to present that financial statements and answer questions. That's the level of preparation I want the audit partner also to do, not just.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. And therefore, would both of you be kind of evaluating when you have an audit partner is how much time do you think he's spending on the engagement? Do you try to get a sense of that?
Sudhir, my response to that is we engage with the statutory auditor continuously over the year, not just the quarterlies, but even beyond. And that's practice that I have personally instituted. I think it works well. That concludes with a yearly assessment of how the audit committee believes that the statutory auditors have gone about performing their function. We do an assessment in the audit committee every year. Again, practices vary across this country, I'm aware. But the good boards that I'm familiar with, we institutionalize this as a practice. We will have a yearly evaluation of what we think collectively as the statutory auditors. Have they performed well? Have they exercised their independence? Have they brought points of worthy of the audit committee's deliberations? I mean, those are things that we have. And in fact, the financial services sector is very advanced in this regard. As you might all know, the RBI actually has a questionnaire on how you go about evaluating the statutory auditors on an annual basis. And so those are very rigorous formats, and therefore I think that's very salutary. The other point is with regard to the documentation piece. While I respect what Mr. Ramesh has to say, increasingly and inevitably, all evidence is based on documentation. It is not something desirable, but inevitably as things go, where is the evidence that the audit committee performed due diligence? Where is the evidence that the chairman engaged with the statutory auditors in a meaningful manner and so on? Now, today, Sudhir, there is no right way, there is no easy answer to how, let's say as an audit committee member or as a chairman, I engage with the statutory auditors ahead of the quarterly meetings. There is no evidence to that, but we do it. It is, the evidence is that there is an email trail saying that there is such a meeting fixed up between the statutory auditors and the audit committee chair or the committee members. That much exists. But what transpired in that meeting is not yet documented. Who knows, we will come to a situation even that requires to be documented. It's happened already in the financial services sector, if I can bring that up. But the other point is with regard to the fact that if the committee meetings are all virtual, then necessarily you need to record it. And that recording is good evidence, I would argue, in terms of what transpired in the meeting. Did the audit committee exercise due diligence and so on and so forth. But to my mind, and the last point is, I actually also believe that the quality of minutes is material.
Yeah.
I personally spend an inordinate amount of time, and unfortunately what happens as a result, Sudhir, is the board and the committee members say, Mr. Madhavan will look at it. So that's how they deflect it to me, and I'm performing the role of an English school teacher in many, many ways, unfortunately. The standard of written English is very poor in India, as we all know. So the communications are very, very rudimentary and basic. So you need to raise the bar on written communications as a skill in India, not just from the statutory auditor's point of view, but even from within the company. So I think there is no gainsaying the fact that you do need to spend time on the quality of the written communications via the minutes.
Yeah, you know, and this is not a question to both of you, but a comment. And it's very commonly known that audit committee chairs actually share a disproportionate burden of the work of an audit committee. You know, it's virtually other members are almost relying on the audit committee chair to both drive it, see the documents, drive the process. I think that's there. I have one question again to both of you is on the private meetings. You know, it's now increasingly becoming common. Also, the standards recommend that you should have a private meeting with the auditor. Tell me, what kind of topics would you like to hear, and are you happy with the kind of engagement even in the private meetings?
You go
first. First of all, I'm happy that this private meeting happens. It doesn't happen just with the statutory auditor, it happens with the internal auditor also. And it is without the management. That is happiness with the fact that the meeting is happening. But am I happy with the manner in which the outcome of the meeting? The answer is no. Because I still feel that the auditor is holding back, some fear is there. He's holding, maybe it's natural, but he's holding back from the fact that if it's almost, it'll be seen as if it's a complaint if he's telling me something as an audit committee member, and it may not be liked by the management, and therefore he will have more trouble, whatever it may be. But the fact of the matter is, therefore, what we have to do, and we do in many cases, is when we hear them out, it's not that we minute everything and then circulate the minutes of that. We hear them out, and we will deal with the management in our own manner without saying this is what the auditor said. We will ask questions of the management to bring out that same fact, and much later, of course, not immediately. If it is so urgent, it will be done. But these in-camera meetings are always held after the end of the audit committee meeting, when you send off everybody and then you spend time. There are a lot of qualitative feedback which we take in terms of competence of the people, in terms of transparency of the management, in terms of the timeliness of providing information, the consultation which the management constantly happens. So is the auditor comfortable that here is a culture of everybody wanting to do the right thing, the quality of the control mechanisms, the quality of the financial statements, the accounting policies, whole host of opportune questions are asked. And in fact, I asked a question saying, if you were to prepare these financial statements, would you do it differently? Just tell me your own feeling. So that's a
good question.
A wide question, he has to say.
Yeah.
And I would say, you have gone through the financial statements. What is it I should be concerned about if I'm not an audit committee member? I am a person reading the financial statements, a user of the financial statements. Is there something which I should be concerned about? It asks a qualitative question of the auditor, who's the expert. So we need, these private sessions are also to draw out where an auditor may be reticent, because there are so many people seated in the room, he may not speak out. But when there are few people, human nature is such, lesser the number of people, the more easier they communicate.
And this one will be typically off record, so it's a bit more
Everything is switched off.
less formal.
No recording.
Yeah, it's less formal.
Less formal. But the auditor must realize that it's a great opportunity for him. And that, of course, depends on the quality of the audit committee. As I said, there are audit committees where it's almost like they are part of the management. So I may not be comfortable. I know what I say will not be necessarily acted upon, because each time I find that they are defending the management as opposed to listening to me.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
There are a lot of questions.
Okay, fine. I think we will take questions to make it more interactive. Yeah, I'll come to all of you. First, Sarika.
You want a mic? Or we'll give you a mic.
A mandate from the regulator of BRSR and the assurance thereof. How do you see the changing role of audit committees while it comes to review of financial as well as non-financial reporting, especially when there is an interaction and interplay of data between financial and non-financial data? So, and given the fact currently the level of maturity for everybody, including the audit committee members, has to come in terms of understanding of those indicators or how these information are interconnected and one might impact the other if something goes wrong.
Your question is around KPIs, typically on ESG.
So
which,
the question is specifically around changing roles and responsibilities of audit committee regarding this interconnection of financial versus non-financial data.
Yeah, sure. No, that's an excellent question. It goes. There are several new areas where audit committees and the full board, by the way, needs to come up to speed. ESG obviously is one, but Gen AI is evidently the other elephant in the room, to use Mr. Ramesh's expression. So there are many, many areas where we all have the need to understand and comprehend what is going on in this world outside. But let me respond to the ESG piece. Surely, now maybe I'll step back a moment, and Sudhir, I'll just take a moment to answer this. It is not always and necessarily the case that ESG is a part of the audit committee mandate. Let me begin there. There are evidently boards where you have specialized ESG committees as opposed to the CSR committees, which is mandatory under law. So you have many variety of practices there. But let's assume for a moment that the audit committee has legitimate oversight over ESG. Let us assume that for a moment, especially if you enhance or expand the understanding of the audit committee as an audit and risk committee, which again is a practice prevalent across many, many companies in India, not necessarily that the audit and the risk committees are separate, and these are all discussions by themselves. Assuming that the audit and the risk committee, there is a harmonious interpretation of what the audit committee mandate is all about, risk comes in as, and I've alluded to this even earlier. To my mind, the discussions around ESG as germane and relevant for an audit committee is from a risk standpoint. That's the primacy of how the audit committee assumes oversight over ESG. That is my understanding. And therefore, audit committees necessarily must go beyond the financials to understand non-financial metrics and parameters which underpin the ESG. You are aware that it's still early days, there are rating agencies which are now going to be empaneled by the SEBI and so on. The metrics themselves are a source of debate. You don't necessarily agree with several of those metrics, but they are there. And there are several rating agencies. They do their assessment of the ESG compliance in a variety of ways. One agency is focusing on sustainability. The other agency is focusing on climate change, and so on and so forth. Greenhouse emissions might be one rating agency's focus. So the E, S, and G are not equally weighted. They are differently weighted by the rating agencies, and therefore they are accorded different degrees of prominence in how they go about assessing corporates. I think the audit committee and I am currently engaged with the ESG programs across dozens of corporates and work with several rating agencies. And therefore, I think audit committee members must necessarily be aware and knowledgeable about these matters. The one good way is for boards to conduct ESG sessions for all board members, not just audit committee members. But there are a variety of conferences and means by which you can come up to speed. So the concluding point I want to make is, there is really no question that the audit committee is now mandated and required to go way beyond the numbers and the financials. Those days are all long gone. And if you're not up to speed on what the company's business is, how it impacts a whole range of macroeconomic, societal factors, which to my mind come back to risk and governance and controls and all of that, and therefore comes back to the audit committee, I don't think the audit committee is performing its role. So I think that's really the answer.
Yeah, we'll take your question. Yeah, after. Yeah, up.
I would like to know if you can jump us without putting the names, in how many cases where audit failure, fraud, or financial irregularities, serious irregularities have been detected. What was the role of audit committees in those instances? Whether in those cases there was any hint given in, because the minutes of the audit committees are always minted especially, whether there was any hint given prior to that, or the objective of audit committee was achieved in those cases, your comments please.
But Sudhir, may I interrupt to say that if you have a set of questions to complete, you go about it and then we'll respond to the
No, I'm happy. I think we can take some.
Okay?
And yeah, I'm okay. We can take some of the questions. Ramesh, you want to take this one? Yeah, Ramesh. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I don't have a number to say how many cases. Okay. But all I can say is there are a number of cases where audit committees should have been able to spot the failures. A lot of it has to do, it's a huge subject. I think we can have a whole day discussion on that. A lot of it, if you see, starts with diversions, which is the term used, which is lending to related party transactions, which is lending in the guise of investment, and related party transactions is one big area, and there are huge issues there. Those have gone through the audit committees. They have gone through the boards. That is one part of it. The other part of it is, if there is a book actually called The Signs Were There. It was written by, I think, Tim Green. The title of the book itself is The Signs Were There. So it takes the corporate failures in United Kingdom and says, these were visible signs. So it goes beyond. The signs were there not just for the audit committee or the auditor. It's the signs were there for everybody to see. So you can't now express surprise saying, "Arey, this entity collapsed, how this whole fraud." It is evident for anybody reading the financial statements. So to answer your question, audit committee is also supposed to read the financial statements. Don't they look at, isn't management presenting to them all the various, so these are what an audit committee does not know is if little drops of water make a mighty ocean, as they say, there are too many smaller transactions which doesn't come necessarily to the audit committee, or some things which have not come to the audit committee at all. Otherwise, a large number of cases, it is highly possible for an audit committee to spot. I admit that.
Sorry to say, my question is a different one, sir.
Yeah.
My question is that in how many cases the audit committee has played the role of the objective in giving some hint or impression where the fraud or financial big irregularities has been emerged out? In how many such cases?
Meaning, has an audit committee spoken out, or?
The purpose of audit committee is that they should play this role. come out, there what was the role of the audit committee played?
That's exactly what I answered. I answered to say, there have been a number of cases where the audit committees have also failed in their duty. Those were evident signs where an audit committee should have objected and come out with their views. But I'm accepting that situation.
But let me add on to that gentleman's question, Sudhir. I don't think there is any mechanism whereby information is available in the public domain as to the various instances of fraud in India, and what did the audit committee do and not do is not in the public domain.
I think,
so let me answer that question to say, it is entirely possible that the fraud was committed where the audit committee had triggered this and raised the flag to management. But there is no evidence that you will be aware of. There is evidence within the audit committee's deliberations and so on, internal to the company. And equally, there are situations evidently where the fraud has taken even the even the audit committee by surprise.
But I'm sorry to say, sir, by going through the various investigation reports in such big frauds, etc., I have hardly heard or read any such sentences which they have gone through in detail in investigation when the fraud takes place. जब कोई fraud इस तरह का होता है सर, तो investigation agencies के पास सारी अथॉरिटीज होती हैं, सब तरह की मिनट्स वो देखती हैं, परंतु कहीं भी इस तरह की ऑब्जर्वेशन मेरे को देखने को नहीं पड़ पाया। मैं जब भी मैंने देखा कि ऑडिट कमेटी ने ऐसा कुछ किया था और उसको इग्नोर करने के बाद ये हुआ, और जब ऐसा होता है तो खाली फिर ऑडिटर को क्यों जिम्मेदार ठहराया जाता है? पूरी तरह से सिर्फ ऑडिटर। Why not the entire audit committee?
I think, sir, I think you are making a fair point. And as I started off also in the opening comments, and I think as Megha also mentioned, that reform, financial reporting, we have had issues in the country. There is no doubt about that. There are enormous number of corporate failures, frauds that have happened. So we are not denying that. And therefore, the financial reporting's ecosystem has to be strengthened. And one element of that is the audit committee, which is what we are discussing. We are seeing increasingly, and in fact, even on this matter, the National Financial Reporting Authority has made statements of the fact, in fact, there's a public statement of the chairman on record to say that audit committees cannot hide behind auditors in cases of material instances of fraud. So I think a regulatory attention on audit committees is also developing in the country, and I think your question is fair, but there is possibly no collection of evidence yet, and maybe that can be a subject of a study as well to pick these up, but that is there. I'll come here first, the gentleman behind you, and then I'll come to you.
SEBI has acknowledged the role played by Kamlesh Mukerjee and other two independent directors who reside in context of a company. This is
Financial Services.
PTC Financial Services.
Correct.
Where the independent directors resigned.
They took a position on that one.
So there are instances coming up.
No, his point was where there is a failure.
He's talking about a failure.
And where the investigation reports don't...
No, that's right. But I was just trying to point out a case
correct.
where the audit committee itself played a proactive role.
Sure, the gentleman.
There is no, as far as I know, there is no standard operating procedure or roles and responsibilities of the audit committees are defined. The committees are formed by the management, and most of the times they are getting papers before the start of the meeting or one day before the start of the meeting, and have no time to go into or look into the merits or demerits of the thing. And in none of the balance sheets, only information is given is that so many audit committee meetings were held. But what were the findings or observations of the audit committees which could have impacted on the fairness of the accounts are not mentioned. So there is high time that a standard operating procedure and roles and responsibilities of the audit committees are formulated to ensure that they are able to carry out their obligation to the best of their abilities.
I think I'll just add to that question, in fact, and you may want to take this. In the UK also, post and introspection into the corporate failures that took place, there was some discussion on putting in place some more protocols around how do you evaluate performance of an audit committee and how you should do that. Any?
There is in India too, apart from board self-evaluation, there are committee self-evaluation. That is not the point what he's trying to drive home. Let me highlight to you one challenge. And the single biggest challenge today is insider trading. And because of the fear of or rather obsession for confidentiality and the fear of results leaking out. Even SEBI had at one point of time conducted an investigation for a number of blue chip companies where the results which were available in the market ahead of the results becoming public were almost identical to the results which became public after it is. And many audit firms were also asked to look at it, corporates looked at it, and across India, mind you. They zeroed in on one or two individuals too. So as a result of that, what has happened is, corporates are very wary about sharing financial results with, whether it's the audit committee or the board, well in advance. He is right in the fact that if I were given a 300-page financial statements and all of the other documents, another 200 pages of board report, etc., on the day of the meeting or a day before the meeting, even the most brilliant chartered accountant would not have the ability to go through all of it and do it. His question is, how do we? And we need to find a balance for that in terms of even secretarial standards today. Secretarial standards, the company secretary takes a waiver from the board saying that certain matters will be placed on the table of the meeting and not 7 days before. And in many cases, the agenda will have the list of items but not the supportings, because you have to comply with the secretarial standards of sending out the agenda so many days in advance. That's a manner of compliance. So confidentiality is the challenge, to balance that. And that's why there are many times I have stayed up whole nights to read financial statement because it's given to me the previous night.
Yeah.
And the next day. That is why I'm trying to drive home the point is who spends more time in the company, the auditor. He is dealing with every item of the financial statements. He has more. I need to listen to him more. He is more qualified in many situations than I am.
Sure. And in fact, the audit standard on communication with those charged with governance acknowledges that its primary direction is one-sided, which is auditor to audit committee, that it also acknowledges. Sir, yeah.
Sir, my point is, we as a company, we are overstressing the importance of audit committee. We are not looking into the auditors of the financial institution who are lending money to those companies. Those companies, they must be having their own auditors. They must be checking up the accounts of those people who are borrowing the money. I've seen this thing in banks and other financial institutions. When the auditor check up and then they raise the issue, the primary motive of those institutions is to hide the matter under the carpet. Things are going on as well. Why you're trying to create problem for our companies? They don't want to discuss those things in the public. They just want to let the things go on like that. Once you know that there is a problem there, there is a potential problem there which can later on blast off everything. But they don't want to take up with the things in the very beginning.
No, to be fair to the audit profession, I think, I'm telling you, to be fair to the audit profession, the auditor also is not to put himself into the shoes of the management and how to run the business. Now, I can get into debates with companies to say, why are you spending so much money on a certain thing? All my responsibilities are at least twofold minimum. There could be many more. One is, are all transactions properly reflected in the financial statements? A. B, whether transactions are prejudicial to the interests of the company and its members. To that extent, there is a proprietary issue. Now, if I am an auditor of a bank and the bank is lending money to a corporate entity, I am not somebody to sit in judgment on whether that individual is a tainted individual, as much as I go by documents, I go by the fact that the account is performing, I go by the fact. Now, I can take a moral stand and say, don't lend to a tobacco manufacturing company, don't lend to an alcohol manufacturing company. Who am I?
Dr. Ajay, may I ask you?
I didn't say only documents. I didn't say only documents. All I'm saying is, I can't pick up a newspaper report or something else and say, I don't like the face of this individual, and therefore I object. I come after the transaction as an auditor most of the time.
Those people who are borrowing money, main reason why those big companies fail is they want to hide the things.
No, sir, that's not true. Not true. All these
Okay,
statements
I think we'll just let Mr. Madhavan respond. Yeah.
It's your view. I don't agree. Not all businesses fail because of fraud. That's not true. They fail because of genuine business reasons also. I'm a director in the bank. I can speak with authority on these matters. So let us have perspective when we engage.
But how come the Reliance Group to 99%,
No, please, no names.
95% of the assets have eroded?
Yeah.
Assets.
Yeah.
50,000 crore rupees with Reliance company, 50,000
Yeah.
crore rupees of loan, and the company got only 500 crore rupees.
Yeah.
99%. You say means everything was all right.
No, I don't think, I don't think any panelists.
No,
will
sir.
respond.
Let me answer you properly.
Yeah.
As I said, if you look at the spectrum, not only in India, across the world, frauds have happened across the world. The largest, and if you see some of the largest fraud, whether it's Bernie Madoff, $65 billion, you can look at Carillion in UK, you can look at the Wirecard. There are many names I can talk about across the world. They have happened. There are large amounts. Now you can't use that to say, generalize to say all over the world things are bad. There are instances in India too, they have happened. But what we are trying to say is, you can pick an isolated case, or you can say, train travel is not safe because there are rail accidents have happened. Air travel is not safe because air accidents have happened. The fact is there are aberrations. The question is, are we acting on the aberrations? Are we holding those responsible for it in case there is a non-compliance with the law? As Madhavan rightly said, every corporate failure is not an audit failure. Every corporate failure is not a financial reporting failure. Every corporate failure is not a governance failure. Businesses do die. Businesses have their ups and downs. So let us not generalize anything or pick one and sensationalize. It's almost like taking an incident which happens in the country and then sensationalizing. Those incidents happen, I'm not trivializing it. But I'm saying those have to be acted upon in those situations. That's all.
Okay, I'm going to pick another touchy topic, possibly, since...
Yes? No, I am also sorry to say that. I acknowledge that.
I think
we
interrupted for
auditor,
Q&A
unfortunately, is the last person. I have been an auditor. So I am saying, yes, the person should be responsible, including the preparers.
Yeah.
Audit committee comes even thereafter. He's just as blind in some situations as the auditor is.
Yeah.
He's also a victim of the fraud. Go ahead.
I'll come back for questions if we have some time. I think we already took a break in between, but I will cover a topic I think which will be of interest to all of you. And I'm not asking for a comment on ISA 600, but I'm asking for a comment on subsidiary oversight as audit committee, because this is, I think, another important area as structures in the country have become complex. So how do you as audit committee, and we have sometimes, subsidiaries which are wholly owned where it's easier, where almost it's, the management would report into you or the board would possibly report in, but there can be joint ventures, there can be minority, there can be another listed company below. So what are the practices you follow? Because a lot of value in the company on top is often sitting in subsidiaries. So again, would love to hear your experience on how do you ensure high quality audit is done over there?
No, it's a very topical question. It was addressed earlier in today's deliberations as well. I think let me start from an audit committee standpoint and come to the statutory auditors in a moment. If you have a large conglomerate comprising of the holdco, which is also possibly also the operating company in many ways, and there are subsidiaries, and there are associate companies. I have not come across, of course, a subsidiary being listed on its own. That experience I don't have. Yeah, okay. So the subsidiary itself may not be listed. I don't particularly have that experience because then there is a process there. There is an audit committee there, there are auditors there. But assuming for a moment that for ease of understanding and discussion, that the affiliates or the subsidiaries or name it what you will are primarily unlisted, then we in the audit committee, what do we do to ensure there is quality in those component audits, to use that expression? I think we look at the kind of firms that we engage there. There is evidently a completely rigorous process of how you appoint and ensure that the statutory auditor of the whole core, again to use an expression, or the main company, is performing the role. That's all done, and there is rigor in that process. But how do you sort of transfer that rigor even to the choice and the performance appraisal of the statutory auditors of the components? That, to my mind, is a legitimate conversation in the audit committee of the whole core. That is how we try and do that. And we have a range of interactions with the statutory auditors every time that they present as to how did they rely on the component auditors' outcomes and what was the manner of engagement and what outcomes were they relying on when they say that we've relied on the component auditors' outcomes. In any case, I would argue that the percentage as per the LODR that the statutory auditors are required to look at from a revenue standpoint, from a profit standpoint, is a good check with regard to the fact that the primary responsibility is evidently with the statutory auditor, which is what I think the NFRA's initiative is all about. So I don't think necessarily the challenge is with regard to ensuring the outcomes of, the independence of the component auditors. I don't think that's the concerns are. The NFRA's concerns are, as a process, can you please inform us and guide us as to how did you ensure, as statutory auditors, that you fulfilled your obligations to sign off on the whole course accounts where it is consolidated, where the component elements are all consolidated. That, to my mind, is a very fair ask, actually. And I believe the audit committees, therefore, also have a responsibility to ensure that ahead of whatever the NFRA might require us to do, you in the audit committee will ask those questions. This is how I would respond.
Sure.
Yeah.
Ramesh?
ISA 600 aside, I'm not even
Yeah,
on
I'm
that
not on
subject.
600, yeah.
I am on the subject of consolidated financials, and you are an audit committee member or the chair of the group,
correct,
the parent.
Right.
I believe you have a responsibility for the group, and therefore it is your duty to ensure that transactions across the group, financial reporting across the group are appropriate, and it is not just your parent standalone financials or parent standalone processes. So the practices which I have seen, both including cases where there are listed subsidiaries or unlisted subsidiaries, both types of groups. Practices which I have seen is where at the parent audit committee meeting, periodically, if not every audit committee, a subsidiary or more than one subsidiary is reviewed in detail with the subsidiary's management, with the subsidiary auditor also being present. So that it's almost like you are doing a review of your parent's financials. You go through the entire business of the subsidiary, the financial reporting of the subsidiary, understanding the significant transactions in the subsidiary, the risks in the subsidiary, the auditor's observations in the subsidiary, have a dialogue with the auditor.
Sure, a direct interaction with the subsidiaries,
yes,
auditor and
yes,
management.
Yeah, absolutely. When the subsidiary management is presenting, the auditor also accompanies and he is in the room.
Yeah.
So you have the opportunity. So you have, through your governance process, discharged that responsibility of an oversight. You're not necessarily supplanting yourself, but supplementing the work already done.
Providing an oversight.
Yes, and that is documented also.
Okay.
And those subsidiaries are taken by turn.
Yeah.
If the subsidiary is listed, it eases your burden because it itself goes through a rigorous process.
Yeah.
But still, it does not absolve the parent from having oversight on that subsidiary.
Yeah.
It is true that the minutes are in any case of the subsidiaries are circulated to the parent company auditors and the financials too.
Great. Another important topic on audit quality, and whether it is on perception or reality, is this issue around conflict of interest and auditors providing other services to the company. I think, again, NFRA has very clear views on virtually saying nothing can be done. And then we have the code of section 144. When you sit in audit committees, what is your lens with which you look at let's say, services which a firm or its network provides to the client. Ramesh, you want to take this first?
Quite frankly, I have always held the view that independence in a way is a state of mind. It's not that an auditor suddenly is not independent because some other services he provides. You know, we have all these norms of equal to the audit fee, percentage of the audit fee. There is a self-review threat. I am aware of all those risks. But if you analyze corporate failures or audit failures, it's not only because of that. So, but there is a Zulu proverb which says a dog with a bone in its mouth cannot bark. So essentially saying that if you are receiving income, you can't bark. And so perception, it's like Caesar's wife, she should be seen to be clean. And therefore, as a general rule, any attest services is okay. Non-attest services, I ask the fundamental question, is this the only firm which is capable of providing this, or do we have other options? Because optics is also important. And therefore, increasingly, we're veering around to the fact that non-attest services should not be given to the auditor unless that auditor is the only firm or perhaps the best by miles.
Good, I'm conscious we've kept you on stage for long with lots of tough questions. Any last, I could possibly take one more question from the audience, if there's anyone. Yes, the gentleman.
Today we are in the era of forensic audit, and statutory audit is become redundant and repetitive like of things. But how can we incorporate this forensic in our statutory audit so that we can be safe and give a proper report in our audit?
First, let me correct you. Statutory audit has not become redundant. Statutory audit, please let's not have that mindset. Expectations have changed, and we have to move with the expectations. Equally, we need, please sit down, we need to have a sense of smell. You heard the President also in today that the audit sampling standard may not be as important as the fact that you have the ability today with technology to be able to look at all transactions and filter what you think is appropriate for looking at. That technology has enabled. But the reality is, increasingly you will find that the statutory auditors need to be trained in forensic, and in some situations the audit team should be comprised of forensic specialists to be able to red flag for you matters of concern and use tools which you may not have been trained for as a statutory auditor. So we are seeing the trend of that blending, a forensic blend into a statutory audit, and that's good for statutory auditor also.
Yeah, Mr. Madhavan, your comment on that? Yeah. May just I'll request
Yes,
Mr. Madhavan
supplementary.
to.
You want to add the supplementary?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
World largest accounting institute we can discuss with them so that these small practitioner firms will have the access of these softwares.
Yeah, I think Mr. Singhal is there. He will take note of that. It's already something on his agenda.
Essentially, in a way, sometimes you are saying, if I use the medical profession as an example,
right.
I have a clinic, I'm a small-time medical practitioner. Can I treat a very complicated medical case? I don't have the equipment, nor do I have the expertise, which maybe corporate hospitals have. How do I deal with it? In a way. Sanjeev,
And,
you're answering the question, then you've solved our problem.
No, basically, we have
Not that
already
it's a
introduced this audit tool by the name Any Audit. And it incorporates data analytics as well as the working paper. We also given a practice management software. This audit tool, of course, you have to buy, but it's a very, very concessional price that we've agreed on. And there are about 25 types of softwares that Institute has done an arrangement. So you may kindly have a look and see if it. I think.
Yeah. The audience, and as I said, for me, it's been an absolute joy to have both of you here, and I'll pass it back to Megha.
An interactive session. So we discussed both the voices, the audit committee, the auditors. So we discussed the whole financial ecosystem here also. We also discussed the thinking audit and the inking audit. We also briefly touched upon the SA 300 and SA 230 audit documentation and audit planning. So it was a very beautiful and enlightening session. So now I would like to request CA Abhinav Agrawalji, Chairman NIRC, to please come on the stage and facilitate the panel members. CAPR Ramesh ji. CAS Madhav. Countries from Asia and Pacific region. Presently, he is independent director on the board of Federal Bank and serves as a chairman of Audit Committee. He is also on the board of non-listed companies. He is been nominated by MCA, Government of India, as director on the board of 2 companies during the year 2009 and 2012. He was a non-executive chairman of MP Stock of Exchange from 2012 to 2014. He has presented more than 1,000 technical papers in seminars and conferences within the India and internationally. We welcome you, sir, on the panel. I invite the CA Amit Mitra ji, the panelist for this panel. CA Amit Mitra ji is a senior partner of MSKA and Associate. He has over 24 years of rich experience in the audit and accounting services to domestic as well as the international clients. An adherent speaker on various forums, he possesses a rich exposure of IFRS and a lead partner on several listed and large multinational engagements. We welcome you, sir. We have CA Suman Chadda ji also as a panelist. CA Suman Chadda ji is a senior partner of TR Chadda and Company LLP. With the extensive experience across multiple industries and service lines, he is a distinguished figure of professional advisory services and has held many important positions in the finance and accounting. He is on the various committees of ICAI. He has also served as a special invitee to NACAS. He was a chair of Corporate Affairs Committee of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and serving as the Management Committee. He is also the past president for the Institute of Internal Auditors. We welcome you, sir. I would like to request CA Anil Sharma ji, who is also the panelist for this panel. CA Anil Sharma ji is a practicing chartered accountant for 44 years. He is an adjunct faculty with the Institute of Corporate Affairs set up by MCA. He is a member of National Financial Reporting Authority nominated by the MCA during the year 2020 to 2023. He is a special invitee to NACAS. He is actively associated with various NGOs. He has attended the 3 ministerial conference of WTO as a civil society representative and has presented 3 position papers there. We welcome you, sir. I would request now moderator, sir, to please start the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairman AASB, Dr. Sanjeev Singhal and very distinguished panelists with me, Mr. Suman Chadda, Mr. Mitra, and Mr. Anil Sharma. And good afternoon to all the members who are present here. a post-lunch session is always difficult. So it's not unusual that the attendance would come down. But those who are here, we should make the best use of the topic that we have and the talented panelists who are here to discuss the subject. Very interesting discussions took place in the earlier sessions, although I missed out the inaugural address of the President and other dignitaries. This session is a discussion on improving the audit quality, learning from inspections and recent matters, group audits, addressing the talent issue. Very relevant topics from the point of view of all kinds of audit firms, be they large firms or smaller firms. Size of the firm actually does not reflect the type of or the quality of the firm. Quality of audit is really as a professional, what is the depth of knowledge, skills and experience which one brings to the audit. But in an audit, size also matters. As just to quote what example was cited in the preceding session, if I am a medical practitioner with limited resources, I would not be in a position to undertake complex surgeries. And taking that clue, more in context of audits, if larger public interest audits are to be carried out, then yes, you need resources, you need a larger organizational setup. So we need to look at the scalability of the auditing standards from the point of view of the kind of auditees to whom we are serving. And this session with the distinguished panelists also talks about a very burning topic on group audits. Some comments were also made in the previous session on group audits. We have SA 600 on this topic. The international standard which was made applicable, the revised ISA 600, which makes it mandatory from December 2023, 15th December 2023 onwards. So for year ending 31st December onwards, that standard which is applicable. It talks about group auditors' responsibilities, including direction, supervision, and review of the work of engagement team members, including component auditors, and evaluation of whether sufficient appropriate audit evidence has been obtained by the component auditors to provide a basis for forming an opinion on the group financial statements. So, Bani Baat Sahab, as an auditor of a subsidiary company, if say Suman Bhai comes in as the group auditor and starts directing, supervising the work done by me, I will be up in arms. It doesn't gel our normal Indian situations that why should some other chartered accountant and auditor look at my audit working papers. You ask for whatever information, I'll provide you. But if you start directing, supervising my work, I will resist it. That is one side of the picture. Second is, when we come to this, I would also request the panelists to consider this in a broader perspective of the provisions now contained in the Companies Act 2013. SA 600 is of 2007. Companies Act 2013 mandates consolidation. Powers have been given to the statutory auditors to look into the accounts, not of just of the subsidiaries, but also the associate companies. So these are a lot of burning issues. Regulators have their own perspectives. Practitioners have their own challenges. But between the two, we need to strike a golden balance. And I think that is the objective of this session, that we deliberate on these topics. So something good comes up, not just only for the audit profession, but for the society as a whole. So to kickstart this discussion, I would first request Mr. Amit Mitra to give his comments and his views on this subject. I would be requesting all the panelists if you could make your presentations in say 12 to 15 minutes. And then we have say around half an hour, 45 minutes for group discussion and look at questions coming from the floor. So over to you, Mr. Mitra.
Thank you, Manojji. Thank you. And good afternoon to all my friends. Yeah, I think from the topics perspective, I think all the three topics, which is the group audit and the learnings from the inspection, and then the question on the talent, whether this is true or it is just inhibition. I think these topics are extremely relevant from our perspective, from the perspective of the CEO community, from the perspective of the community who's into practice. Now, on the group audits, or as we call it, the principal auditor and the component auditor, and as Manojji said, I mean, there is this standards on auditing SA 600, which clearly demarcates the responsibility of the principal auditor and then the component auditors, and then in a situation where the principal auditor has relied on the work of the component auditor, what does the principal auditor write in the auditor's report? But unfortunately, is this something which is acceptable to the stakeholders? And one of the stakeholders for us is our regulators. Now, regulators in their recent orders, they have come very, very hard. And when I say regulators, I also include SEBI in that. And this, because of being part of AASB, I think this has been a matter of serious discussion in terms of expectation alignment, especially because of the fact that this is not same in the Western world. Now, if you're picking up certain things from the Western world, then why is this particular aspect not picked up from the Western? I will not go into that, but I will just probably restrict myself into what is the expectation of the regulators, and what is actually happening on the ground, and what is the position in the statute. As Manojji said, there are 3 or 4 sections. One is, of course, SA 600. The other is the section 143, subsection 1 he talked about, which basically, let's say, mandates the principal auditor in certain situations to reach out to, basically it casts responsibility on the principal auditor to reach out to the component auditors of the subsidiary company or the associate company and to get the comfort. Now, so that comfort needs to be demonstrated, that comfort needs to be actual and not virtual. And when we say actual, how does it translate? How does it translate into something which is more demonstrable, you know, to first to us and then to the stakeholders? So the way I would see this is that in the risk assessment part, because there are certain sections which cast responsibility, section 143(1), it casts responsibility onto the principal auditor, and because the principal auditor will have to consolidate as per another 129 subsection 3, it casts responsibility to that there will be consolidated financial statement which will be done by the principal auditor. And then the paragraphs in standards in SA 600. So SA 600 paragraph 10 particularly, it talks about the responsibility of the principal auditor, and it says that you assess your own risk. You means the principal auditor has to assess its own risk basis what he is getting from the component auditor. Now this is very tricky. So I have to assess, so which means the entire responsibility is indirectly onto me only. I have to assess whether I am comfortable with whatever I am getting from the component auditor or no. Now in doing that, how do I do that? The best thing to do that, of course, is to communicate and coordinate with them. And when we say communicate, as a principal auditor, the standards would suggest that you have an assessment of their materiality, you have an assessment of how the risk of material misstatement has been derived at, and how the work has been performed on that. And all those questions have, have to be answered by the component auditor, and we as principal auditors have to be comfortable, you know, on what has been offered to us, basis which we have to opine upon. So there is this responsibility, and then, you know, there could be, I mean, we can't shy away today by saying that the related party is his area and it is material for him but not material for him. I mean, those gone are the days. I mean, today, what is professional skepticism? Professional skepticism is this only, that you are able to see in the component auditor's financial statement what is eventually material from a consolidated financial statement perspective. And of course, there are 2 or 3 things which is clearly coming out of the regulator's orders. One is the related party transaction, because if we see the gateway of money moving out of the system is related parties. So of course, any regulator would want to ensure that the auditors have done sufficient work there. And other is on the consolidated statements, you know, which also basis some analytical procedures or basis some inquiry and observation. It should throw out questions which may be suspicious. Let's say, for example, the interest income in a current year is, in a consolidated financial statement, the current year is 10 times higher than the previous year. Now, as a consolidating auditor, I can't shy away from my responsibilities that I did not do that. This was part of the component auditor, hence don't ask me this question. This is not acceptable, because here we are not being professionally skeptical. So there are things like that where which needs to be taken care of. So what I'm trying to, the point that I'm trying to drive is that gone are the days where we used to just put the paragraph in the other matters statement that we did not audit the consolidated financial statement. We did not audit the component auditor. Those days are gone. So we need to do more. We need to do more. That's all from me.
So, group audits are going to be challenging, and as Mr. Mitra mentioned, the group auditor is going to be more skeptical when accepting what is coming in from the subsidiary auditors. Having said that, as things stand today, and given what is in SA 600 being what it is, and of course this is what we will debate even further, as to what extent should the auditor be going into. As a consolidating auditor, we'll come back to that later on. But the point is well taken. Today, consolidated financial statements are very important from the ultimate investor's point of view. The entire movement of the stocks is happening not just on the basis of standalone financial statements, but on the basis of consolidated financial statements. So if there are numbers, the numbers, somebody will have to take responsibility for those numbers. Of course, the first responsibility is on the management, the group CFO and the managing director. But as auditors, we also are in the firing line. And in that context, we need to look into these subjects in a more holistic manner. So let's also look at what kind of inspections are happening in the audit firms. Inspections being undertaken by the institute in terms of starting with the peer review, then we have quality review, and now we have inspections being carried out by NFRA. And those amongst us who are auditing some of the subsidiaries of foreign listed companies are also subjected to foreign inspections. So that is where I would like to bring in Mr. Sumant Chadda, who has a rich experience handling all these kinds of matters. So if you could throw some light on inspections happening and how would you expect the auditors to be dealing with these matters in terms of improving the audit quality? What could be your suggestions from your practical experience, having handled inspections locally and also from foreign regulators?
Thank you, Manojji. So, good afternoon, friends. Siesta time. We need all coffee, a shot of caffeine. The lovely sumptuous lunch. So,
auditing profession, like any other thing, life is evolving. I was just ruminating and over the lunch table talking about, I have very fond memories of Ashoka Hotel. It's the first, when I qualified 4 decades ago in 84 actually, July 84, this was my first balance sheet, Ashoka Hotel. And we used to come to audit here and there were some issues I talked about. But more than that, the auditing was a very different kettle of fish, if I may use that phrase. One of us, when I started, I did my first articles also doing this audit. So the whole 3 months, because there were no computers, hardly no calculators also, virtually only those counting machines. So I was checking gratuity. So 15 by 26 of the last pay of all the employees of Ashoka Hotel, and then, you know, the DA and other aspects and whatever advance they've taken. And this was one of my major tasks for the entire audit period. It took months to complete that as well. Probably the efficiency was low at that point of time, I can't say, but that's how auditing is being done. Today we are talking about ISA 600. 5 years down the line, we will be talking about something else. Let's talk 1 minute to close that piece of conversation, that why it is very important to have a very holistic picture, because the corporate structures today are very complex, very nebulous and not at all transparent. That's how they probably want to create value or hide things, or that's how the consultants are able to get higher fees because they feel it's fashionable to have these structures, and a combination of any or all of these. So as an auditor, I would have had to, if I'm signing the consolidated balance sheet, I have to have a good grip on what's happening in the other rooms. I can't be responsible for the whole house and be confined to one room. I'll have to go right up to the backyard as well as the servant quarters or the children's room. I cannot take responsibility of only some part of the house. That's a given. It has implications. Somebody else is looking after that house, that part of the house. How do I get inroads into that? So quickly, we did a PCOB audit of a listed company, NASDAQ. We were eligible to do that. And we have to go through the working papers of all the subsidiaries in probably 4 to 5 continents. And on TeamView, we did that exercise. It went off pretty smooth. Some were big six who were reporting to us. It was challenging, but very important for us to get that experience. The audit process in the US is very different in terms of certain aspects. If I accept an audit, I'll have to see the working paper of the previous auditor. He has compulsorily to show me all the working papers which I want to satisfy how he confirmed that it was true and fair view and how the audit was conducted. That's also a very new thing. Moreover, there is no qualification. There cannot be a qualification in a US listed company, PCOB governed company. Anything and everything has to be adjusted. Otherwise, I cannot sign the accounts. That's a big thing. Otherwise, I'll have to resign and give big reasons. Thirdly, yes. There's no qualification possible in the US GAAP. SEC does not allow. They have to adjust the accounts. Adjust the accounts.
So this is what SEBI started few years back with respect to having a committee consisting of institute and FRRB of the institute and SEBI. So where qualifications were looked in, and thereafter even they had to be restated. For SEBI for the listed companies, the quantum of qualifications is also separately reported in the quarterly results. Whether there's an emphasis of matter, there's a qualification and the quantum, which is same what he is mentioning. But that is more onerous, I suppose.
There's no qualification allowed. So you cannot either, you see, if I am the management, how will I prepare the accounts without qualification? If there are certain, we have to take judgments, I'll have to take estimates, but I'll have to make those adjustments in the balance sheet. Secondly, if there is a prior period adjustment, I cannot do it on my own. I'll have to ask the last auditor to do it for me. I have no control on that. He has to give consent to agree to allow and change the balance sheet for last year. I cannot change the previous year or put it below the line or extraordinary item, that we have changed the accounting for this year and there is some implication for last year which also I will adjust in my this year's account. No, that's not possible. I'll have to go back, request the earlier auditor that please recast your balance sheet, because I have found this and I feel that I'll have to, it's a fit case for prior period adjustments. Similarly, there are many other aspects.
Recasting also has consequences for the previous auditor?
That is exactly what I'm saying, sir. He has to. So if it is, it could be, it may not be. If today the circumstances are such that that information is not available because of a flux of time, some events have happened now which requires adjustments, or is it because of any negligence or oversight, that will determine whether consequences could be there or not. Similarly, Manojji talked about the inspection process. Inspection process is very different from what it is here. They handhold. They come to you virtually or physically, they've come both, and they want us to understand what are the problems we have faced, why we were not able to do these many things, how we can improve. They will do training sessions with us. They will give us 1 year for remediation. They said, please rectify, go back to your team, train your people, give evidence of training, tell us how you have changed your SQC manuals, how you have improved in the current year, so that we understand that in future these mistakes will not happen. They get into detailed hand-holding. So if the observations are more of suggestions, they would want that these suggestions are implemented in toto, so that in future at least those aspects are not covered. That is a very different process which we have to follow from what our regulators do. Similarly, they are talking about many aspects, but the most important and the interesting thing is training. Training is something we have to, we cannot overemphasize. Right the day the article or any semi-qualified or chartered accountants join an organization, the training has to start running parallelly. It is not only a perfunctory exercise for only CPERs or for just, you know, I am fond of training, so I'll get trained. Other people are not training. A lot of the KRAs for employment is based on effective training. Tomorrow, most of the people who are getting trained are supposed to train so that they know that what they have learned is going to be meaningful and they remember it. So they will pick up a system where if tomorrow I've trained 50 people, next 50 weeks, those 50 trainers will train the new batches. So they get totally involved and to make the training very, very effective. It's not only a formality. That's very important for even a small firm or a large firm, that we have to invest, whether we get outside speakers, do online training, but an agenda that every week or every fortnight or once a month, we ensure that topics which are important for all of us, practical topics, technical topics, and topics relating to understanding the psychology of the auditor, the auditee, the environment, how to get information, how to be able to ensure skepticism, what is the philosophy of carrying out a good audit, not only the standards. All that is very much which we hear from them is a part and parcel of their day-to-day work. So that was also a very interesting aspect.
I mean, good to hear about these different types of processes being followed. And many of these things may today or tomorrow creep in some form or the other in the Indian regulations. We are also fortunate to have the immediate past chairman of AASB, Mr. G. Sekar, and who has done a lot of work on group audits and SA 600, and I'm sure later in this session he will share his thought process on this topic. Moving forward, I mean, having heard you, Mr. Sumant, on your experiences, and very interesting to hear that the previous auditor's working papers are to be seen, one, and second, he needs to be consulted for a prior period adjustments. So, given the dynamics of what we have of restatements being brought in Companies Act 2013, somewhere it may be helpful I don't know, in many cases it could be problematic also. Companies Act, and Mr. Anil Sharma is an expert not just in the audit but in the company law field. Can I request Mr. Anil Sharma for his views on this topic?
Yeah, thank you, Manojji, and very good afternoon to all of those who are present here. You see, looking at the topic which we are discussing today is the improving the audit quality. I would say that the general comment I would like to make at the beginning is that our institute as well as regulators, all the regulators, have done a good job. For the last, I would say, 5 to 6 years, a lot of efforts has been made towards improving the quality of audit. And I always take various reports or inspection reports or investigation reports which are being published by either by, let's say, NAFRA or QRB, or even publications by our institute. You would see that all those observations are actually a roadmap for us. Those are the learning points for us, what should be done, how we should be realigning our audit process. In that line, I would like to just highlight few of the observations or comments which has come out of NAFRA various investigation reports. As you could see that NAFRA issues 2 types of observations. One is their investigation reports, and the second one are the inspection reports. Investigation reports result into the adjudication part, and whereas inspection, they are issuing advisories to improve upon. And both the examples are there. You see, if you just sum up some of the AQRs, the audit quality review reports, which are investigation reports, you will see a very similar kind of observations in very large number of reports. The very first example I would say that which has been mentioned is that widespread use of emphasis on matter by the auditors. See, it has been seen that, I remember almost 15 years back, when we used to go for a seminar on auditing, and the question used to come to us that, we have already put some kind of explanation in the notes on accounts, and so therefore we are covered with that. We kept on telling them that these notes are not from the auditor's side, that is by the management. You only thing you have is the auditor's report. So we have started now reporting in, important points in our report. But now the trend which is being seen is that most of the auditors again try to, I don't know what is that attitude, why they try to do it. They feel that giving some observation in emphasis of matter would save my client and would also take care of my responsibility. But actually that is not a good approach, and NAFRA orders are actually mentioning that. Second general observation from the NAFRA reports, which are learning for us, is about the investments made in subsidiaries, associates, and joint ventures. In some of the companies, huge investment has been made in these investment in subsidiaries, associates, and joint ventures. Their auditors have been not doing very good work with regard to the verification and valuation part of it. So that's another observation where I think we should be doing some part of it. Third important point I would like to take up is the related party transactions. See, again, if you look at various NCLT cases which has recently been judged or which are being examined, you could see that most of the siphoning of funds, most of the diversion of funds has happened through related party transactions. So our role as an auditor towards related party transaction has to be, we have to really enhance our checking or whatever rubber, but we do relating to those. Even sometime one of the observations, very interesting observation in NAFRA EQR is that it mentioned that the auditor has not done the duty with regard to verification of related party transaction. And the auditor was saying that he has verified all the transactions which are in line with the company's policy. But the point which he missed was that policy itself was contravention to the law. So these are the points, I think another very important point. And then of course, we are talking about the group auditors. Some of the observations which came up there is that branch auditors, their appointment, how they are being appointed. In very large, in one of the cases, which is very, I don't want to name that particular case, very large number of branch auditors were prosecuted or they have been penalized just because they accepted the assignment in spite of the fact their appointment was not approved by the general meeting. So that's another point. Now, these are some of the points which are relating to, let's say, NAFRA reporting. Another point, if you look at QRB report, that is for the year 2022-23, one very interesting report has come up, where they have, reviewed around 64 private limited companies. And they have analyzed, and they have covered almost 16 sectors in which those companies were operating, or almost 87 auditors were involved in that particular report. And if you look at some of the results which has come out of that particular report, I would just like to highlight one or two of them. In most of the cases, they have found that the firms have not done the proper job with regard to documentation, audit documentation. That is, and then of course EQCR, that engagement quality control review, that process is missing in most of the cases. Then communication with those who are charged with governance, communicating with some audit committee or with the management, those were also, they may have done it, but on the audit files, those communications were not there. So these were some of the major observations which you could see. And these are some, I would say that these are the learning points. I think if we start addressing to them, to these issues, we would be able to really improve upon the audit quality. And I'll just like to add one more point here. In my office, and then of course with all the colleagues who are associated with, I've been telling them that if you just do two things. One is look at the questionnaire of peer review process. There is a very detailed questionnaire. And the second is AQMM, this audit quality maturity module. If you look at these two documents, and if you can implement these two documents at the firm level as well as the engagement level, you are definitely going to improve quality of your audits. So Manojji, I would just stop here.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. And that reference to AQMM and peer review board questionnaire is very useful. As you rightly observed, that the regulators are doing a lot of things in terms of improving the quality. I think the biggest work is being done by the institute. The kind of implementation guide which the AASB has issued this year for audit quality, audit trail is so very useful, and it is being followed. It gives the guidance as to how to carry out and how to report in those matters. And earlier during the COVID period, when suddenly it became remote audits and there were so many challenges, I remember a lot of good FAQs which were brought out, Sekar, under your chairmanship under the COVID period, were very useful in terms of standardization in the audit procedures and following the best practices. You rightly observed that so many comments are there in the NFRA reports. But just one question to you on that. There has been a lot of media hype on some reports saying that so-and-so company and so-and-so audit firm has not done so-and-so things, and therefore the auditors today are trying to take shelter under so-and-so. Media says accounting standard, we know it is auditing standards. But the point that I'm coming to is, NFRA as a regulator is looking at many of the fraud cases. And in a fraud, there is a fraud. So whatever standards you have, there is bound to be, if there is a fraud, fraud will take place. So is the response more in the light of fraud cases and not in terms of the larger good quality audits which are being done? Let's not overlook the fact that larger number of audits which are clean audit reports are because everything has been complied with and followed. So merely because in some of the fraud cases, some of the deviations have happened, should not tarnish the relevance and importance of those standards which are in place. How would you look at it? And also given the fact that you have been also at some point of time a non-executive member, part-time member as they call of NFRA.
Yeah, so first of all, I think I very clearly mentioned that NAFRA is doing two types of regulatory exercises. One is this investigation. And this investigation is most of the time is the one which is referred to them by either by the central government or SEBI or any other regulatory authority, maybe income tax department, maybe ED or something. So there, the issue is already in the, in a particular mode where you are subject to larger scrutiny or even scrutiny by, I would say, public scrutiny. After all, these are all listed companies, which has happened. I think that aspect we have to take into stride, that we have to bear with that kind of criticism because the matters are already, and stakes are very high. I mean, if you look at some of the reports, you could see that the amount involved, where the bank finances were involved, are in the tune of 5,000 to 10,000 crores of rupees. So I personally feel, I mean, I'm not, there is another aspect to it, but so far as the making these reports public is concerned, I don't feel any, unjustified.
Quite right.
Yeah.
I mean, in those
and the second part,
cases,
so let me complete, sir. Second part is important. You must have seen recently they have started inspections. They have just completed, I think, inspection of Big Four as well as another 5-6 second rung CA firms. And if you look at those observations also, what they have done, issued the advisories. They are saying you take care of these aspects, and those are their communication. Of course, those documents are also public documents, but they are not comment with respect to any specific company. They are only giving them on a firm level, or even if there is on engagement level, they have not given the names of those, which case they found. So from that point of view, they are, I personally feel they are conscious about this aspect, where what is inspection and what is investigation.
Quite. I mean, that's a good point that there are advisories being issued, and any audit, any process, there is always scope for improvement. So it's good to have those advisories so the firm can go to the next level. But in terms of inspections, investigations, because the investigations are in those cases where there is already a fraud committed, there has been a business failure, or there could have been an audit failure also. Every business failure need not mean an audit failure. Well, businesses will fail because of the dynamics of business. But a business failure should not be associated with an audit failure. That is where the concern for all of us is there as a profession and also for the regulators.
Manoj, I would just like to reply on this. Yeah. Very recently, if you must have noticed that NAFRA has given a statement that they would be now approaching the audit committees. So we were actually raising, the auditors were raising these points that why us, who has done the first, you should be going to them also. After all, financial statements are initially the responsibility of the management, and they have been reviewed and approved by the audit committee and the board. So now they are going to that side of, and then they would come to us. So that's a very good development if they start doing that also.
No, good. And in terms of having more and more interactions between audit committee and auditors is always welcome. I'll just come back to you, sir. Moving ahead from this topic, from inspections, I wanted to ask Mr. Mitra, where would you think of drawing a line? We were discussing about group audits. As to what extent should the principal auditor get involved in the component audit? I mean, we have a position in SA 600, which is a document today. And what we need to do today is as per SA 600 and not what could be there in ISA 600. So if I have to be in compliance with SA 600, and of course I need to be professionally skeptical, the question today which is there in the minds is, to what extent should the group auditor get involved in the audit of subsidiaries?
Very pertinent question, Manojji, in today's day and age, of course. So as I said, in the old world, I mean, we used to just put that paragraph in the other matters stating that we have not done anything. But if you go through the literature which is available right now, which is SA 600 and section 143 subsection 1, and then the expectation as per section 129 subsection 3, which is on consolidation. I think as part of the risk assessment, everything starts there. As part of the risk assessment, the principal auditor will first have to assess as to how comfortable Thank you. So how comfortable he will be in terms of whatever he gets from the component auditor, what is the competency of the component auditor. I do agree and I do understand we have this SA 600 which treats all the chartered accountants at par. But basis the risk assessment, and risk assessment will also include materiality. Let's say if the principal auditor on a consolidated basis is giving comfort only on 20% or 15% of the financial statements, which is 15% of revenue, 15% of net assets, or 15% of profit and all, then he has clearly missed it. He has clearly missed it. So he needs to be comfortable. I mean, he can't leave 85% or 90% to the component auditor. So these kinds of risk assessment he has to do. And second thing where the regulators want to link this, irrespective of ISA or SA, link this is, was the auditor professionally skeptical? And to demonstrate that, he can't keep a blind eye just by having some signed financial statements from the component auditor and not doing even the basic things like analytical procedures, for that matter, your basic comparison with the previous year or the current year. So if these things have to be there, and the regulator also said that had the auditor done these things, then they would have actually caught whatever is wrongdoing happening in the component thing. So it's a very
evolving subject.
Yes,
and
sure. There is no
could
right or
be
wrong
different
answer,
views.
but this is the expectation.
Yes, sir.
Recently, I came to know that in some cases, the companies whose turnover was more than 1,000 crore rupees, they were not sending their balance sheet and notices to the shareholders. It means for the past 20 years, balance sheet financial statements were not being sent to the shareholders. It means no proper AGM was being held. It means no proper auditors were appointed. It means that for the past 20 years, all the auditors were illegally appointed. If the AGM was not held, how the auditors were appointed?
No, I'm sure.
This is happening, sir, in the real cases.
No,
Like
but
company with a 1,000 crore turnover,
Well,
unlisted company.
unlisted companies, I mean, it could be some family-owned companies and closely held companies where
Sir, it's a 1,000 crore company, and 80% shareholders it was a listed company, but later on it was delisted, and then what happened? 80% shareholding is held by the promoters, 20% is by the public.
no, but these are individual instances. I mean, it could not be. No, quite serious. I mean, I don't deny the seriousness of the issue, but this could be in a particular case where, say, the shareholders' meetings are not being held, the auditors have not been properly appointed. Could be an individual cases, but in general, if you look at there is a shareholders' resolution, there is annual return being filed with the company, with the ROC, and the other compliances taking place. So, I mean, coming back to the topic that we had, Subhanji, I would like to ask you on one of the aspects which you touched upon, and again from your experiences, the engagement quality control reviewer is a concept which is of, say, more recent origin under the Indian standards on auditing. So how would you suggest that the roles and responsibilities, can they be standardized? What should the auditors be doing in this context?
So that's very important because the role of the quality reviewer is so important, and in practical sense it's not being given its importance. The standards require a lot of rigor and a lot of effort on the part of the reviewer to ensure that if anything got missed, has been caught by him or by the system of review, so that it doesn't need to have an external reviewer to point that mistakes. If that aspect was taken care of, then the chances of any misstatement creeping into the balance sheet or the accounts or some misstep in the audit process should have been pointed out in the normal sense. The requirement of the EQCR is so rigorous globally as well as in India now, where you need to be involved parallelly with the engagement team, with the engagement partner. I as a EQCR would have to ensure that whoever is selected as the engagement team is fully competent, they are independent, they have integrity, they are following the ethical standards of objectivity, etc. So that documentation is very important. How I selected the audit, what were the risks I identified, how I scoped my audit plan to mitigate those risks and handle those risks. The documentation is again critical for that aspect, right? Not at the end that I come and see the file and do a perfunctory exercise of ticking the balances with some schedule and ensuring that the accuracy is there, or whatever qualifications are there, or EOM is there, the English language is there, etc. So that's what practically many cases you may come to see. I as the EQCR also have to be independent, also have to ensure my integrity ethics is there's no conflict of interest. I have more knowledge, I have experience, I'm senior to the engagement partner, I have no relationship with the client, I'm not involved in their audit. That all aspects have to be there. More important, My process should ensure that whatever was checked, whatever assertions, whatever exercises were carried out are in line with what I'm reporting, and also it's properly documented. If I found certain controls, say, weak during my audit process, my risk increased in that assignment. So how I documented, for example, that I am going to do more checking, more substantive checking, or more thorough investigation, so that the controls which are now required, which have not been there, and my risk of that audit of a particular area has gone up, how I have tackled that. That is some of the areas, simple areas I have to see. Ultimately, what is my report? Am my report reflecting all the aspects which I have verified? Am I comfortable with the documentation right from A to Z? It's tremendous responsibility. It's not going to be easy for the EQC. The problem is they don't have adequate time. They think just an add-on. They have dozens of assignments on their own, and practically then they are asked at the last minute that please come and do the review. That's not what is expected, sir. That's a major problem.
That is the problem. And just for the benefit of all of us, in case of proprietary firms, because this applies to all audits, and therefore in case of proprietary firms, the institute has permitted that EQCR can be outside the firm. Of course, complying with all those independence requirements which you just mentioned. And EQCR has become a very important in terms of ensuring the completeness and ensuring the quality of that audit. So I think this is going to become more and more important and relevant as we move forward. Anilji, you mentioned about the NFRA reports, and you dealt upon that large number of cases where emphasis of matter is given. So where would you suggest to draw a line, and where maybe an emphasis of matter would not be required? Any practical instances, if you could share on that?
See, my take on that is that if you look at our standard SA 706, it is absolutely clear where we have to give the, what are those matters which should be fall into this category of emphasis of matter. See, if you start diluting your qualification and try to present that as emphasis of matter, this is going to definitely have a very bad impact on your quality. And another, it has got both angles, both quantitative as well as qualitative angles. It has been seen some of the these emphasis of matters, whatever points which has been given, if we consider them as qualification, the impact of them is so much on the state of affairs as well as on the results of the entity for a particular year, that position gets diametrically opposite. From losses, from profits it becomes losses. So sometimes it looks like that these are, auditor is in dilemma. I mean, he's in little situation where he's not very confident. Should I give the qualification, and he doesn't want to leave also. So therefore he feels that, so that approach there, I think from maybe institute side also, we have to have some more learnings, some more exercises to be explained to the members that
right.
Emphasis of matter is not that simply
quite right, quite
escape route.
Yes, but generally the feeling is kuch to de do.
वहीं फंसते हैं सर.
But that is the learning is that feeling will not be enough, and the auditor cannot escape his responsibility by just putting in an emphasis of matter. Where a qualification is required, a qualification.
And in fact, same experiment is being now viewed with respect to key audit matters.
Key audit matters, right? Quite right. So earlier, if you recall, there used to be a statement on qualification in auditor's report long ago before the essays came in. Many of the senior members would recall that statement as we used to have. And there was a position that if the sum total of qualification results from a profit to a loss or a loss to a profit, then you cannot just say qualification, you start giving disclaimers or a negative report. But of course, with the standards on auditing having been introduced, that statement was withdrawn, and now it is basis what is the materiality, what is your, at what level do you decide, and what is the materiality as a whole, or a performance materiality as we look into. And basis that, we need to decide what is the impact of the qualifications or such observations. But yes, an emphasis of matter cannot substitute where a qualification is required, and to consider whether to give an emphasis in all cases may also not be the right thing. We have Mr. G. Sekhar, former chairman of AASB. Would you like to say something on SA 600? And if we could have our current chairman AASB would like to say something on SA 600. Because that is one of the topics for discussion is the group audits.
Yellow.
Sir, this discussion started during my period in 1920, all these things. But considering the size of the nation, distribution of work, population, and nature of the business activities, and the distribution of the profession also. See, when in the institute, when we analyze the distribution of the profession, I have a very strong opinion personally, not as a former audit committee chairman. The quality depends on the person, not on the firm. Even if it is a larger size firm, partner to partner, the quality differs. Even the CAG, giving the marks on the basis of number of partners. I have a strong opinion because just because I have an experience of 25 years, you are giving a mark and evaluating the firm. What is the 25 years experience gave him? Some people will have the experience in 5 years. So keeping all this point in mind, distribution of work and other thing, when SA 600, when we brought these group auditors, consolidation auditor is responsible for that. And government can answer in different manner because you yourself know, I myself know also that certain banks are audited by big banks are audited by a single firm. Same bank, similar size bank is audited by nearly 1,000 firms, including branches and other things. But how, when we are having independent identifiable units, and for that particular unit, a particular firm of chartered accountants taking responsibility for that audit, why we fix a responsibility on the consolidated auditor? See, I am responsible. Then what is the question of branch audit? Why you have a law that stating today branch auditors should be independent, branch auditor can be other person than the central auditors? And see the distribution. See, when we are taking the Western nations, mainly the IFACs, the group itself is, country itself is very small. For example, the company which is having a headquarters in Mumbai, his factory is having in Tamil Nadu. Another factory is in West Bengal. When they want to keep a local auditor who are familiar with the organization, including the language. See, for example, I am from Tamil Nadu. Particular company's headquarters is there in Mumbai and having its factory at a place called Tuticorin, the southmost of Tamil Nadu. If you have an auditor of a central place, even the communication language and coordinating with the people will be the different. So there are practical difficulties on this. So considering the nature of the area, size of the business and everything, the present system is working smoothly, but some organizations where they have problem because the latest report of Coffee Day, another thing. But I am taking the case where there is so many cases are positive, which is not reflected in the medias.
Very true.
There are so many cases are positive. Are we taking everything into the media? Because a doctor conducted operation, 1,000 operation is done, one operation he committed a mistake, the whole system is taking that operation went wrong, patient died. In his experience, he has done so many things. So, in my opinion, the present system works very smoothly, but if NAFRA is willing to go on this, it is disturbing the existing system and how much it will be successful. Secondly, let the NAFRA come with a system, how many consolidated balance sheets are presented in this country? How many consolidated balance sheets are present in the country?
So as you said, I mean, a very important point that you made, and I agree to that, is India is a very large country, and with a population today of 145 crores, the systems and procedures in our country have to be different from many of the developed economies.
Yes.
One is sheer the size of
not only size, language.
Then, as you said, the diversity, the language. So these are very important factors which I'm sure the regulators would bear in mind when they take a final decision. But sir, at the same time, we also need to be cognizant of the fact that this SA 600 came in 2007. And then at that time, the consolidation was only because of SEBI regulations. And Companies Act 2013 now requires consolidated financial statements also to be presented before the shareholders, and shareholders approve those consolidated financial statements. Arising from these requirements, the Companies Act gave powers to the auditors under 143(1) proviso, first proviso, that you have the powers to visit the subsidiaries and look into any matters of those subsidiaries with respect to the consolidation of those subsidiaries in the holding company. And as you would recall, this is when we were working together in the institute, the Company Law Committee, of which I had the good fortune of being a member in my capacity as president in 2015, the institute sought and got the recommendation, and it became part of the law, that not just subsidiaries, but even the associates. So the Company Amendment Act 2017 has extended the powers of the statutory company auditors of the holding company, not only over the subsidiaries but associates, which includes joint ventures.
Yes.
So, lot of development has taken place in the law, in the capital markets from the investor's point of view. So I think holistically the AASB, sir, that is where I would suggest to our chairman AASB, holistically to consider all these things, and there should not be a knee-jerk reaction arising out of certain frauds which have taken place. And the classic example is the Companies Act 2013 itself, which was drawn up more in line with some of the very high-profile frauds which took place in 2009, 10, and the entire Companies Act, I'll just come to you, sir. The entire Companies Act was ridden with those issues so that it became an unworkable act. So, if SA 600 is to be changed, I would suggest first is, as you said, sir, that what is the problem? I mean, let that problem statement be objectively defined. Why you need to change it? And if it is to be changed, let us look at it holistically from all angles, from we as auditors and also the society at large. But my suggestion to you, sir, is, and this is just a personal view, given the fact that SA 600 is existing today, given the fact that the regulators have so much of expectations from the auditors saying that you do this, and today for an individual auditor reading in media, it would appear that, oh my God, my entire responsibilities have changed under the new regime, under the current regime or the current situation. If you could come out with an implementation guide, it would be very helpful. The way you came out for audit trails, the way you came out for other matters in the past. Similarly, if AASB, looking at what is SA 600 today, what are the regulations, what the AASB expects the auditors to be doing for March 25, audit for the year ending March 25, because that is the first thing which should be addressed. And then going forward for the subsequent years, whatever is the best in the larger interest of all the stakeholders, whatever amendments are required to SA 600 could be considered. I mean, that is just a suggestion for you, and of course.
No, I think this is a valid point, sir, and what you mentioned that the company law has changed post the time this SA 600 came in, when the auditor has the access to the books of account of the subsidiary, but our code of conduct says that the working papers are confidential. There is a special meeting of the Ethical Standard Board also, which is happening on 6th of September. I don't know whether this is falling into the agenda, but this could be one of the agenda. But your suggestion of an implementation guide, and because we have always regarded that law overrides anything else. So since in Companies Act this is there, so whether in the form of instructions or some kind of a checklist, as you mentioned in the afternoon during lunchtime, if we can come out with, probably since this evening we have the AASB meeting, we'll park it as an agenda item, and if required we can do this, and we can address many of those things through this without going into the amendment of the standard.
All of us are concerned with improvement in the audit quality,
and
that could come up at the individual levels. Yes,
right.
I may say, no, I've done my job. Why do you want to review my papers? How do I address that? You're only addressing the group auditor. What about me?
So
I may say no.
So that is where the implementation guide from the institute.
I mean, it's really duty. Sanjeev ji is here. He has to address it. I can flatly refuse. I have done my job. It's your perspective, your opinion. You're saying no. I have done my job. How can you sit on my opinion?
Correct.
I would flatly refuse it unless I am also liable, legally responsible with my rights.
Quite right. Quite right. So the component auditor taking that subsidiary, consolidating into the parent company, and that time there could be various issues which could come up. There is a view which is expressed in India's that ITFG bulletin, that the useful life of an asset in the subsidiary has to be the same as the useful life in the parent. And that's become a very controversial issue, because if I sit in the subsidiary, my outlook of the useful life could be different, and same asset when the parent looks at it could have a different view, for the very simple reason that the parent could have a larger view side which may not be available to me at subsidiary level. So there are a lot of issues, and I'm sure AASB or any of the institute comes out, they would look at what is the ethical requirement, what is the accounting requirement, what is the auditing requirement, and merge it all together into form of an implementation guide and provide it to us. Yeah, okay.
So just want to add one thing to his question, and your question is very valid. So I think the basic requirement that is the basic premise of whatever is coming out of the regulatory orders is communication. So what they're saying is that the principal auditor, for their risk assessment, it starts from planning. You know, that communication has to be very, very clear. Those communication channels have to be clear with the component auditor. And when they say that the principal auditor needs to be happy to ensure that he would be, you know, happy to rely on, or let's say to make the risk assessment for the remaining portion. So for that, he would want to ask certain questions to the component auditors. And it is, let's say, it will be nice on the component auditor's part also to respond, because at the end of the day, the expectation from both the auditors is to give quality.
Quite right.
That's the
Quite right.
thought process.
So I'll just, in the interest of time now, I'll just ask one last question to each one of you and you can respond to that. And that is one of the issues before us, the talent issue. Talent issue is something which not only the large firms struggle with, but even maybe the struggle is more for the smaller firms. So how do you...
Let me go ahead first because I am struggling a lot. And I need an answer, Manoj, if you can give. So in the morning I was Googling this aspect, you know, so I came across this study, a book actually, a paper, Attract, Engage, Retain, Insights and Recommendations for Audit Talent Success. It is jointly by an author of who's heading the Chartered Accountants New Zealand and England, sorry, this Australia, and the ACCA. So they say that a compelling insight from the study highlights the absence of a commonly understood and a unified purpose within the audit profession. So the purpose of people joining the audit and their expectations, there is a big gap. This not only inhibits prospective candidates from entering the profession in the first place because they're hesitant and there's a lot of negative flow at this point of time, but also hinders current professionals from recognizing how their work generate value. So one, new entrants are not coming, and the other ones who are already there, they don't know whether their work is generating value. So 5 things they did a survey for thousands of across the globe. I don't think they touched India, but they touched other aspects and other territories. The first was, very interesting actually, 5 things they said, was work-life balance. Matters the most. If we are able to address this elephant in the room, most professions may face that, but what happens is in the audit season, there is burning the midnight oil, there is absolutely mayhem, there is deadlines and the data and the quarterly, the annual and the tax filings. It's becoming very, very stressful. So that is something we need to work at, look at flexible timing, look at work from home issues, remote working. That's something topmost in the minds of people hesitating to join the profession. Second, remuneration should be fair. What really is, which is a general statement and it can hold good at any point of time, is the intensive workload during the busy season is not adequately compensated. So, it's taken as granted that this is, you have to put 5 hours extra or 6 hours extra, but there's no, it's part of your job. So that is something which most people are not happy with. Thirdly, we have, this is also very interesting, we have the career ladder. I joined as an article, I joined as an associate, slowly and over the years, I may become a partner, mid-sized firm, big firm, etc. But that's not happening. The patience of the Gen Z, the Gen X is lower than what it was. The opportunities they have are far more. They want to jump from, the social media prompts them to look at job sites every few hours. So we need to have a career lattice. What is lattice? I didn't know until today morning that I've Googled what is the definition of lattice. Lattice is a geometrical shape which has many corners, like a 360 degree but not uniform. So it's crisscrossing. So not a career ladder. There's no ladder that step, I'll go up. I can be one day an admin head, second day I'll be looking at marketing, third day I may be doing the audit. It could be as diverse as that. Give that much excitement to the auditor. Today I'm handling a tax case, other day I may be handling an internal audit, skills notwithstanding. Give exposure. Maybe part of a team which is, looking into various aspects. So this is very important. We need to have variety of work, and the traditional approach for a long investment of time within an audit firm does not appeal anymore. Then, very interesting, and we had the first session on sustainability, interest in sustainable and assurance. If we are able to prove that what work we are doing, the way we are doing it, and the way we structure our organization is that there is something sustainable in it, it is inclusive, is going to help the society, the environment, the social fabric, it will create more interest with the youth today. So this is something which we never thought of. And lastly, technology. Big Four or large firms can invest with their teams to have the technology update. Medium and small firms cannot. So that's an issue which we have to address parallelly for them to be able to address the talent issue. This is the latest report. It's free for everyone to
You have
read.
really covered the issue.
I didn't.
360 degree. 360 degree. All those good principles for retaining the talent are equally applicable in context of audit firms as may be applicable in context of any other companies. So I know there are still a lot of issues which we could discuss and deliberate upon, but since we are running short of the time, anything you would like to say in just less than a minute, please?
Yeah. So, is there a talent issue in the CEO community, or is it a perception? My view is there is no dearth of talent. I mean, yes, in the morning we heard 4.3 lakh CAs, overall 4.3 lakh CAs, 1 lakh CAs in last 1 year, and 10 lakh students. This is the kind of community that we have. Sorry, my mistake. 1 lakh CAs in last 5 years, 4.3 lakh on an overall basis, and 10 lakh students.
But have you seen the gap? What is the requirement?
Of course.
So I mean, that's a different conversation. I mean, we'll
I
not
think,
get into it.
yeah.
We need to be closing, as I can understand.
Yeah, so just one more point. I think with this and with the opportunities like the COEs and the GCCs, one thing that it needs to be done is the ecosystem needs to be given by three stakeholders. One, by the CA firms. Second, by the regulators or the regulators. Third is by the institute also. When I say what ecosystem, so ecosystem would mean that probably the expectation today is that the CA should be more equipped with technology. So that technology needs to be provided by the CA firms, as Sumanji also mentioned. And from the regulators also, they also have to realize, or they already do realize, but they also have to see that how much would they want to tighten the screws.
So, Aminji, point well taken. Now, Anilji, you have less than 1 minute now.
Yeah, sure. See, I would say that there is no any talent crunch. Only thing is we have to make a distinction, or rather chartered accountant has to make a distinction. Do they want to act in the capacity of an auditor, or do they want to act in the capacity of a non-auditor? I mean, doing other than audit services. The society requires them for so many non-audit services also. So there somehow this distinction has to be, if it is there, I think very large number of issues will resolve.
I hope and pray that majority decides to be auditors. So with that, we will sign off. I'm sorry, we are running short of time, so my apologies, we won't be able to take that question. चलिए साहब आप बोल ही दीजिए सर बिल्कुल सुनाइए सर बिस्किट भी है बट आप बोलिए चलिए सर accepted your point is, but yes, how the cost and benefit works out has to be looked at. And this is a problem not just in profession, this is a problem in all business enterprises. All business enterprises face this talent issue problem. But thank you very much to the audience for all those very interesting questions, and my deep sense of thanks to all the panelists. Thank you very much, and back to you, Ram.
Thank you, sirs. Thanks to all the panel members for thought-provoking discussions and briefly telling us about the factors contributing for the audit quality. We also listened about the importance of the professional judgment, professional skepticism. We have also beautifully touched upon the SA 230, 300, planning, materiality 320, 600, group audits, 700, 705, 706, modification, EOM and OM paragraphs. So we all have listened to the beautiful points with regard to the standard and the practical difficulties being faced while reporting. So thank you to all the panel members. Now, may I request CA G. Sekharji, past chair AASB, to felicitate the panel members. CA Amit Mitra ji. CA Suman Chadda ji. CA Anil Sharma ji. For discussion, we know that technology has impacted every industry sector, so audit is also not an exception to it. And after the outbreak of COVID-19, the role of technology in audit has increased significantly. Technology has made it possible to verify the 100% of data, so that we have just listened to the panel that now we are moving towards the 100% checking instead of sampling. So I would request the panel 4 members to join us on the dais. Sanjeev Kumar Singhal ji, Chairman AASB, to please join us on the dais as a moderator. CA Shubham Garg, he possesses the versatile experience in the diverse fields. He has been instrumental in developing the conventional financial practices. He's a modern-day chartered accountant with an exploratory mind towards learning new technologies, integrating technologies, and progressing with the aggressive approach. So we welcome you, CA Shubham Garg. Next panelist, CA Viren Shah. Viren Shah is the associate partner with the Pricewaterhouse LLP. He is also the co-opted member of AASB. He has over 30 years of professional experience in providing the assurance services to the several national and multinational clients. His technical expertise include carrying out audit in accordance with the international standards of auditing, and also the standards followed in India. He's a member of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. The next panelist with us is CA Shankari Raman. CA Shankari Raman, please join us on the stage. Shankari leads the Analytics and Digital Center of Excellence for the Assurance India region. She has over 22 years of experience and led multiple assurance analytics and risk analytics engagement for the companies across various sectors. The next panelist who is joining us today is CA Madhuri Shapure. Madhuri comes with over 19 years of experience in professional service firms. At Walker & Chandiok and Company LLP, she leads the National Professional Standards Group, which is involved in shaping the firm's technical position on financial reporting and related matters. Thank you. Now, I would request the moderator to please start the session. Thank you, sir.
Decided that 4:30 today we'll have a special council meeting and a joint council meeting, so both of them had to be there for that council meeting. So being the AASP chairman and my vice chairman being at Ahmedabad today, so I was given this task. I am not a highly technical person in terms of IT, but I'll try, with the help of all the panelists, to bring, what's very, very important, the effective use of technology during audits and how it can impact the efficiency, how it can impact the cost. And it's a very, very distinguished panel because on one side we have Viren, who was instrumental along with Shankar Srinivasan to bring out that guide on this digital audits, which Security Exchange Board wanted, that how do we reconcile the information which is given on the various portals while doing the audit, and soon SEBI will be mandating that for certain class of listed companies, this separate certification will be mandatory. On the other hand, we have again a very young chap, Shubham Garg. Shubham is doing a pioneering work. He's the one, he's probably one of the leading example that what chartered accountants can do using technology. So he's working in AI. So he's doing the outsourcing work in artificial intelligence, and he also has an answer to the question which Manmohan Khemka asked, because the moment Shubham came on the dais, he said, I will respond to that question. Really proud of you, Shubham. I'll be requesting him to briefly describe what he's doing. And Manoj Fadnis sir, he is coming to your town soon with employment to about 150 people. Then we have Shankari, who leads this analytics practice and been really, really instrumental in driving efficiency and effectiveness in audits. And Madhuri, anyway, is a known figure in the north, and she looks at the regulatory aspects apart from the technology. So let me start with you, Shankari. What are the latest technological advancements which are being commonly used in auditing, and how they have improved the efficiency? I would also request you to kindly, say that what could be a simple form of technology which could be adopted by all size of firms?
Okay. So I guess we are all aware the way technology is really transforming the way we do, not just audits, in our day-to-day lives, right? And especially with Gen AI that we all been hearing, it's the elephant in the room. It's really, changing our lives. Now, right from kids in school to everybody in large organizations, they work with ChatGPT and co-pilots to ask anything and everything that they want, right from, planning their day-to-day work or planning a travel, vacation, whatever that is, right? And audit is not left behind. So when it comes to audit, I would say that there are multiple touch points of technology throughout the audit value chain, right? From planning, risk assessment, execution, up until conclusion and reporting. And largely the types of technologies that are available, again, I could bucket them into those that are pertaining to analytics, advanced analytics, including AI. There are then automation solutions, automation technologies, low-code, no-code platforms for automation, and there are also the RPA, the robotic process automations that companies are using to automate a lot of their repetitive and standard procedures. And also you have these emerging technologies, be it a blockchain technology or be it something like process mining, and a whole lot of things that are evolving in that space. right? And clearly, each of these has their own benefits and advantages. When you take things like analytics, data and analytics is probably the baseline. And Sanjeev asked a very valid question: what is the most simplest way of implementing, or the use of technology? So, to my knowledge, or the way I would put it, even if it is Excel, it is still good enough if we use the full benefits and potential of Excel. And Microsoft comes out with its own suite of, your Power Apps and Power Automations, your Power BI, for instance, very, very simple, easy to use visualization techniques. So it's really up to the users to pick and choose what they want to use depending on, again, there are various factors like the maturity of the organization in terms of how much of data is available, what is the quality of data that is available, and also the cost and benefit analysis. Does, performing a particular task really require an RPA solution, or can it be simply done in Excel? So those are certain aspects that one needs to evaluate and decide before choosing the type of technology that they want. And moving on to solutions on automation, again, as I said, especially in audit, we all know that every quarter there are, and every audit, there are several procedures which one needs to necessarily go through and perform, irrespective of the size of the client or the size of the volume of data and things like that. So those are certain standard and repetitive procedures which are being highly automated. To give you some examples, there are tools to do your overall analytical reviews, the variance analysis, generating the lead sheets, or even automating the work paper creation. So these are areas which have really been helping audit teams to drive efficiencies through use of automation solutions. Lastly, process mining and other blockchain kind of solutions on the emerging technology space is all about how do we make meaningful use of the data that is made available to us as auditors in terms of generating certain insights for the management. It is not just about how much we use these data and analytics and automation for our audits, for executing audits, but it is also about what is in it for the client. If the client is spending so much time and effort extracting so much of data, volumes and volumes of data for you to perform your analysis, it is worthwhile for us to share some of these insights and observations back to the client. So, that is what I would probably, from my perspective, think of the various types of technologies that are available. And today with Gen AI, I guess all of this is undergoing changes. Clients and the finance functions are relooking at the way they perform their activities. And almost 30 to 35% of the finance functions are looking at use of automation and AI in their processes. So very soon you will see that a lot of these FP&A activities could be driven by AI, and it also leaves us with key questions around how are auditors also equipping ourselves to really kind of audit these processes and systems. So Sanjeev, that's what I would.
Thank you, Shankari. And this, what you mentioned about Excel is right, absolutely right. And in fact, one of our member, Vijay Agarwalji, always tells that wonders can be done using Excel. We have also, from the AASB Committee for Member in Practice, have recommended one audit tool called Any Audit. So at 400 rupees per user per month, data analytics can be done through that software. So now technology is quite affordable. So right from Excel sheet to very complex RPAs, it depends on your appetite, and it is doable. Thanks, Shankari. In fact, I take an idea from whatever you said. From AASB, I mean, we keep on organizing the programs. What we'll do is we'll organize some webinars around the data analytics using various technology, and we'll invite all of you one by one to be a speaker on that, on that virtual mode. Coming to you, Shubham, somebody coming from Amritsar, I would like you to tell in brief to our very esteemed audience, what is that you've been doing
uh, and how it has brought an entirely different dimension for our profession. And what's the importance of technology adoption by a CA firm in tier 2, 3, 4, 5 cities?
Yeah. Hi everyone. Good evening. Thank you, Sanjeev ji, first of all, for having me here. And it's a very relevant question in today's landscape as to how a tier 2 city practice, maps itself with a tier 1 big 4 or a mid-sized firm. It's a very relevant question. And sir, I feel you when you ask the question. What is happening is, काम है, ऐसा नहीं है. The tier 2, tier 3 cities have this demand, huge demand of CAs who can make decisions for them, not just stamp the balance sheets. So, we understand when we speaking in audit terms, the significant risk of doing practice in a smaller town is to remain behind in technological adoption. Today morning itself, and how I really wanted to come and speak about it was that in the city of Gwalior, there's an industry doing a revenue of 300 crores. The promoter called me today that I'm trying to hire chartered accountants who can move away just from auditing but help me in decision making. Who can move away just from telling me how to file GST returns but add value in terms of business intelligence. AI बहुत दूर की बात है अभी. So when we talk about data analytics, when we talk about Tableaus or Power BIs of the world, right? These are all business intelligence tools and smaller cities. So I come from a very small town, right? And I've tried to build this and still not succeeded yet, but I'm trying to. So sir, the way to solve the problem is to hire talent which is covering the gap of technological adoption. Trust me, that's the only gap. The moment you plug your practice with an excellent technological adoption, let's say accounting in an ERP like Tally, which mostly is not licensed in smaller cities. Either you take a licensed cloud Tally or move them to Zoho. As chartered accountants, we need to understand that a product like Zoho came from a very, very small village, in Tamil Nadu. If he could build an ERP product with the help of chartered accountants, of course, then why can't we? So the technological adoption has become all the more important for firms in tier 2, tier 3 cities. If you are doing a balance sheet or a P&L audit and variance analysis, let's say hum karte hain, let's dashboard it the right way so that it becomes a decision-making process. If a business is infusing capital and I've audited the balance sheet, I do not only provide an audit report, but I also tell the founder or the promoter or the owner that, see, this is the capital that you infused and this is the return on your capital employed. If we cover this, ये छोटा सा gap है, and you have created a legacy for us to follow, right? With all due respect, all the chartered accountants sitting in the room, you have created a massive legacy for us to follow. The legacy, now the legacy has to be carried forward with employment of the right talent. Just take that one risk of employing a good technological resource on your CA firms, you will see the transformation happening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shubham. A young boy of 33 with a partner age is 27 is doing wonders in technology. Thank you. And this was the reason that I wanted him to be here. Okay. Coming to you, Madhuri. What are the significant areas in which you feel technology and technological resources can be used?
Right. I important topic, which I think is very relevant. And firstly, I think before we get into the entire aspect of technology implement karna hai and it's going to be expensive. I think that is the premise that everybody starts off with. And secondly, the thing comes, where is the investment, where is the money for the investment that I need to make to actually kind of, get those kind of solutions. But I would start a step back. What is the problem that we are trying to solve? Every firm does not need a large-scale product or a large-scale investment to be made. I think firstly, all of us need to acknowledge that fact, right? Then comes, who am I serving? Which kind of client am I serving? Where am I serving that client? And what kind of a technology intervention is required? That's where things like what you're saying, even an Excel might be the best solution for you because the problem is requiring only a solution which is Excel. I don't need to have some sort of a big data platform to kind of, do analytics and give solutions in that case. If I have, let's say, a bank or a financial institution, then I might need something that is able to process data of large volumes. But if I'm not doing that kind of an audit, and I'm doing an audit which is limited in data, I need to look at what is the biggest problem I have in running my firm. Maybe it is about how data is actually coming to me from the client. Do I have a simple thing like a SharePoint site to actually kind of, do a data exchange? Will that make life easier for my staff and for the client? Will the client appreciate that? I need to look at things like that. But coming to audit itself, I believe that each of the sections within audit, like Shankari very rightly said, right from risk assessment till the time you are concluding the audit, there can be automation interventions, but is that really required in your case? Is what I would first want everybody to look at. Implementing technology is not just about seeing what are others doing and let me kind of, I should aspire to kind of copy paste that. It would say in technology terms. That's not the intent. आपका problem क्या है और उसके लिए सही solution क्या है? I think that is the perspective with which we need to start. That's really my simple take on this one. And secondly, coming to, I think the question that keeps getting raised in terms of resources, whether today we have resources that are inclined from a technology point of view. I very much take what Shubham is saying. The younger generation is very keen on making their life easy. The fact that I think most of the senior generation, one thing that you will commonly believe is the next generation is always lazier than the previous generation. But that's a good thing. If they are lazy, they will actually find out ways in which they can make their life easier. And if they are going to figure that out, it will make running your practice easier for you, maybe with even lesser talent. Instead of having 10 people doing work manually, if you were to have that technology intervention, you may possibly be able to do that work with 5 people in your firm. So think about technology in those terms, कि it's not a barrier. And in fact, I would say one of the things for that is required is for us who have been in the profession for a longer time to change our mindset and not look at technology with a, it's almost become like a bias. The minute somebody says technology, too big, too not understandable, some of the jargons are beyond a CA's comprehension, right? Those are the kind of barriers that we have in our minds, which we as seniors need to actually remove. Be open to the idea that technology is scalable. Technology is very affordable, and technology will be able to give you responses to the specific problems that you have, and you don't have to solve a ant's problem with a elephant's, a solution. That's what I would actually say.
Thank you, Madhuri. So being lazy is good. That's good. In fact, you're right. Now technology has given us resources who will work 24 by 7, who will not ask for leave, who will not go on exam leave, and who will work 365 days a year. There are at least 2 examples. Say, for example, you are here, full day meeting, and you missed 50 mails. How about an assistant who can summarize these mails for you? Or if you have scores of Excel sheet, how about an assistant who can analyze data for you? Or if you have a Word file, how about an assistant which can make a PowerPoint for you? And if all this can come, say 2,000 rupees a month, a person who will work 24 by 7, and that facility is there in the form of Microsoft Copilot. Similarly, if you talk of ChatGPT Pro, if you enclose an annual report of say 3,000 pages, ask 10 questions, you will get instant answers which will be accurate. So you don't have to ask an intern or any other resource that they will say 5 days, 10 days, whereas you can get these answers in a fraction of a minute. So now technology has enabled, this cost efficiencies, and that too with accuracy. With this, I come to you, Viren, because you worked with us in the AASB along with Shankar
on this digital assurance. So, and which is soon going to be mandatory for the large listed entities. SEBI is just working out that what's going to be the cost. In fact, they asked AASB that what's going to be the cost. We have responded and we have said that cost would depend on the work and the components which are there. But briefly talk about that, what is digital assurance? That's my request to you.
This first come out in the recent amendment, and that will give the perception about the technology. We are in search of the balance sheet where somebody is not going to report about the audit trail and backup, okay? I don't think so. Any of the balance sheet is available in India by 30th September, even in case of private limited company. Somebody will come out with the paragraph, okay, we have a manual books of account. That is the one. Second, if you see the basic definition of books of account under Companies Act and recently what they have given to us, any accounting software, whenever you purchase, that should be having the audit trail. What I'm trying to bring here, we don't have any option, but just to adopt the technology and how the technology works, because that is now become the mandatory. It is not an option at all. When we discuss this digital assurance, then we use the two words, digital accounting, accounting digital. These two words is very important. When I want to say auditing digital means whatever the client you are work, you are supposed to understand the technology very well, and that is the way you are in the form of ITGC or any of the system, ERP, it might be a tally. You are supposed to understand their process. This is the way you are auditing digital. And coming to the digital auditing, meaning by that, how you can move from the traditional approach to the new approach using the technology, and how you can change your audit approach. And fortunately, we are in such a country, our partners are our government only. When you see any of the digital assets as a part of Digital India program, and that is in respect of what I'm always trying to say, till date we are focusing on the bank reconciliation, that is one of the most important. But now the days are come when we are supposed to do the trade reconciliation. What we mean by this trade reconciliation? If you see your domestic transaction, and it is a very good things to us. If you pull out anybody knows the electronic cash ledger, credit ledger and liability register which is coming out of the GST portal. You just see that. That also gives the debit credit balance. What is that? That is nothing but a transaction engaged during the year by you for domestic transaction that is available from GST portal. Whatever the purchases you have made, that is recorded there. Whatever sales you have made, that is recorded there. In the same way, you can see what is the movement of the goods. Suppose I will go for an e-way bill issued in my favor, an e-way bill issued by me. These two statements of any of the client will give me the movement of the goods, incoming and outgoing. Now this is the domestic transaction reconciliation. Second, when we come to the international transaction, DGFT, ICAI and GST are one which will give the full detail of transaction level of your export-import transaction. If you go to the soft tax, that will give the service transaction. Moving on that, recently, what is the development happening around the digital India, IRM and ORM, which is the most important inward receive message and outward receive messages. Believe me, every day at a night, class 3 digital signature, every bank is supposed to upload by PAN number, and which will be the repository at the DGFT side. What I'm trying to say here, if you look to any of the profit and loss account and balance sheet, if you remove all this, and if you are able to, with the use of technology as said by all of them, and if you are able to reconcile in a very proper way, then in the full financial statement, you are living only with the estimate and judgment. And which one is the most important things every auditor is supposed to do. Now what I'm trying to say here, this is for a very small firm to the bigger audit, this is mandatory. Whatever you are participating in your business, every customer and vendor, hardly you are able to find the customer and vendor which does not have a GST and registration number, okay? So your transaction with the entity is going to be the regulator entity only, okay? Second most important part, very few people are knowing what is the best part after 2017 when the GST come, and 2019-20 when the 36 Council has adopted the e-invoicing method. E-invoicing is the people base. People is one of the world's largest secured base of information exchange. That is nothing but e-invoicing. Our whole system is dependent upon the e-invoicing only. When you sales, my original invoice is never become the document. If that invoice does not have a IRN number and QR code, that is not an invoice, okay? If your export is there, your shipping bill should be electronic only, okay? If you have a sales invoice in your hand with IRN QR code, if does not match with the e-way bill, and you does not have an e-way bill along with that, right? That is not a complete transaction. What I'm trying to say, you just imagine we don't have a choice. We are already in the technology. And as said by all of three, what are the tools and methods are available to us to ensure this? And from where I'm coming, it is much better now. KYC from KYD, when I want to say, know our client is become the buzzword. Now you are supposed to know your data. Because now the days are not there when somebody is giving you the ledger which depicts debit, credit, and balances. Every information coming in the form of report, okay? And what is the expectation for everyone? You are supposed to see 100% population. You just imagine the situation. Okay, this is the digital assets of India. By technology, whatever they are mentioning. If I'm able to do first job, if I'm able to reconcile, you just imagine, if I'm able to reconcile to be auto-populated from the GSTN portal for 12 months, matching with my profit and loss account, and I am able to find out the unreconciled item, that will throw the exception to us, right? If you are able to match your turnover with GSTR 1 and e-way bill issued in my favor, that will be the full population concept with you. So what I'm trying to say is that technology is the must. We are supposed to go with this, because nobody books of account is going to be manual. Everybody books of account is going to be electronically only. So it is a must. There is no choice with us.
Thank you, Viren. Shankari, what do you think are the key barriers to technology adoption in audits, and what strategies can be employed by the firms to overcome them?
Right. I guess Madhuri also touched upon that in terms of, and Shivam also explained. I think the key barriers is probably a bit of first of all, it's a change management. It's a big change management for us to deal with. And it requires a mindset change as to how we approach technology. It's not like something that we cannot do. But it really depends on what is the problem we're trying to solve and choose the right technology that we want to adopt and implement. And the second most important thing I would say is, for all of us, it is important to unlearn and relearn to a little bit extent in terms of using technology. It's upskilling that is very important for us to really stay abreast of all the changes that are happening across the world globally in the technology space, and how organizations are also changing their business models. Today, with we keep hearing that data is the new oil. It's explosion of data everywhere, right? Every minute, every second, at a blink of an eye, so much of data is being generated and exchanged across the world. So it's important that we start thinking on how do we bridge that gap. And third is probably on the infrastructure. A little bit, organizations might also need to invest in the extent of technology that one would want to, utilize, both in terms of people as well as in terms of infrastructure. Now, those are things that, every practicing firm and auditor needs to probably evaluate. And lastly, probably have an innovative mindset in terms of how do we solve a particular problem using technology. And Viren very nicely explained how today everything is digital, and the whole audit, a large part of it can be solved using, external assurance. Almost every regulatory body has a government website. There is a portal, there is a database that's available, and one can subscribe and through APIs get all of the data. There are web crawlers that are available which you can use to extract a lot of data and use that for your own verification and reconciliation purposes. So I think one needs to have that innovative mindset and probably evaluate how we could approach a particular problem, how do we improve the quality of audit through greater coverage of transactions, how do we enhance, provide greater assurance to the audit committee and the board. I mean, these are things that I would probably, suggest that one needs to think of when we need to, overcome the barriers of technology.
Ask this question in the context of a smaller firm. What could be the barriers to adoption of technology like what we mentioned, Excel, Copilot, ChatGPT? Is it awareness, is it mindset, or do you think that these are really complex to adopt?
No, please.
No, I can chip in and maybe you can add. Again, it is awareness is the key issue here. I guess that's why I said one needs to unlearn and relearn in terms of the art of possibilities as to what one can do with technology. Because today the scale at which you have these resources available at your fingertips is tremendous. And all of us have access to ChatGPT, all of us have access to Copilot, and it's not really very expensive. But one needs to also have in mind the risks or the challenges that one would face in terms of risk. When I say, how much of data are you exposing to an OpenAI, right? So before one starts using a ChatGPT, just because it's available free of cost at the click of a button, it doesn't mean that you start using it for every single activity. So one needs to understand the benefits of technology, the pros and cons of using a particular technology before we start adopting it. So it's awareness and a bit of training, learning and development that is very critical for everyone to have a roadmap towards the digital journey or the adoption of technology in audits. And Shubham, if you want to add.
Yeah, and it's also the lack of usage of Google. I mean, if we just Google what are the 10 best ways to optimize my auditing operations, I'll give a very small example. So my team, back in Amritsar, they didn't know how to write a good email. So they would write, "Dear sir, done, thanks." Right? So I read that email and I realized, no, this is not happening the right way. I tried training them, verbally that, you can do it this way, but the objective was not fitting in their mind that unke hisab se they were doing the right thing. Then I told them that there's a product called ChatGPT. Just write your problem that I want to write a confirmation email to the client, please help me. Now in our firm, right from an article to a office runner, everybody is using ChatGPT just to write the emails. The email writing has gone so professional that if I was charging an X amount, I'm charging 2X already, reflecting it to my client that I have much professional resources. What we're trying to say is that this is a very small example. Forget about business intelligence, artificial intelligence. These are very small initiatives. If we take another example, just one more example because this is very relatable. E-commerce reconciliation, Hindustan mein abhi tak koi nahi kar paya. Anybody who's selling on Amazon, Flipkart, so we manage 8 Amazon reseller entities. So the problem is that GSTR 8 file karna hota hai, there is a TCS deduction. The marketplace would send a monthly Excel to the merchant will file the GSTR return without applying any brains to it. It's a postman job. End of the year when you're sitting to reconcile, more than 90% of the auditors don't even reconcile. They just look at the merit of the numbers, do the signing. हम हो गए ना गलत, हम कैसे कह सकते हैं सिस्टम गलत है, हम गलत हैं, सिस्टम हमसे बनता है. What we have simply done is, we asked the teams to collate all the file GST returns in one Google Sheet. We asked the team to collate all the Excels that came in throughout the year in another set of data, right, in another data room. One of my resources did an Udemy coaching of 500 rupees on Google Data Studio. They just created a simple dashboard, sir, of what you were mentioning, a reconciliation of my input credit and my output. The problem got solved. I can proudly say that I'm the only one right now who's challenging Amazon that your marketplace reconciliations are wrong. So the initiative needs to be there. Data can be solved in a very simple way. And these are very simple examples to solve the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Shubham. Thank you. Madhuri, Do you think that there's an impact of technology on the audit fee, margins, and competition?
Yes. I think Sanjay is keeping the most tricky ones for me, huh? Are your customers. And it's a function of how much you are able to and how much you're willing to actually invest. And the same example that I gave earlier, right? Where if you were to get a technology intervention, probably you might use lesser number of resources in terms of human resources and save on money there. There might be an arbitrage. You will be spending a little bit on technology, but you're also saving on the people. Over a longer term, one of the things with technology is people should not expect immediate returns. I think that is one of the things that we are so used to कि अगर मैंने आज इतना invest किया है तो मुझे उसका benefit देखना है, and I need to see it in a very visible kind of a way. But with technology, I think some interventions have immediate results, but most of them which are sustainable and which are actually changing the way you're doing business. If it is the way you are performing audits, the way you're, let's say, doing your GST reconciliations, the way you're kind of, communicating with your client, these are things which will have benefit in the longer run. If he is able to kind of charge a little more because of the professionalism being seen in the mails that his team is sending, it is not overnight that he can start changing that, remuneration. It takes a little bit of time for the client to kind of appreciate the quality of work that is coming in. Primarily, look at why is it that we are using technology, right? We want to do the work faster, we want to do it better, and it needs to be reliable, right? So if the client is able to get serviced in a better way, get business insights, let's say, in a better way, they are going to give you that much more benefit in the form of what remuneration you are able to demand versus someone else who is doing the age-old manual mechanism of, giving any kind of an output or giving any kind of a report. So the amount of time as auditor you are spending at a client's place, take as a simple example, which client would want that you need to sit there for a month or 2 or 3 to do the audit, right? But if you had technology intervention which ensured that you spend the least amount of time at the client location and you're able to give a faster result, who do you think the client is going to prefer? Which of those two auditors? So I think there is clearly a connect between the cost you incur and the remuneration that you get and the quality of work that you do. There's a clear linkage to all three, but we shouldn't expect that to happen overnight. There needs to be a little bit of gestation period to it, and eventually everybody in the chain will see the benefit of it, whether it is the audit firm, whether it's the resource employed by the firm. Because if you are able to kind of, earn better and save cost, you're also going to be able to remunerate your people better. So the point that we said that we are not getting good resources at a reasonable cost. If you are able to pay better, you'll get a better resource. So I would like people to think, when you are thinking of technology or how do I kind of, start using technology in my practice, think of it as a wholesome thing. It is not about bringing one data analytics tool and fixing, or it's not about I will get one subscription to one particular thing and, fix something. It is about looking at the holistic picture. This is the business or I want to run. This is the intervention I need to solve X problem. This is the benefit I see from it over a longer period of time, and these are the different aspects of my business which will get impacted, whether it is on the cost side or the benefit side. That's how I would look at it, Sanjeev.
Thanks, Madhuri. Brain, from your vast practical experience, can you give any one example, whether from, say, payroll or from sales or from purchase or from R2R, practical example that where technology can be of help to my auditors while doing audits?
So, up till now, how the technology always works and how the future of auditing is going to be changed, and which is at present regulator requirement also. Everybody knows here, up till now, what we have understood. We want to assure what could go wrong, right? That is a concept on which every audit methodology sampling is happening. But believe me, now the area, through technology, we are supposed to find out what has gone wrong. So there is a shift from what could go wrong to what has gone wrong. Now what has gone wrong means what? I am using the technology and there is a great deal of working. You have a client data, you have an input with you, and which is the external input to you. You apply technology procedure, whatever the technology procedure or some procedures you are supposed to do, reconcile and map this thing, that will create evidence for you. Up till now, we always say evidence in the form of purchase voucher, sales voucher on a sample basis. But you just imagine EBRC, which is the latest one so far as the international transaction is concerned. EBRC is a concept by which your EBRC is digitally signed by you as well as your authorized dealer. And if this EBRC is available to us, even the self-certified EBRC mapping with the shipping bill, okay? So you just imagine if I have a full data of that, and that is a very easily downloadable from DGFT for the client login, and which is the only source of document and which is the only source of truth under the FEMA also. All your EBRC is the proof for the inward receipt of money. You just imagine if my client is doing the export sales, and if I am able to, again coming to that, all shipping bills are digital shipping bill only. There is no shipping bill at present we are supposed to prepare manually. What I'm trying to see one example, export invoice, shipping bill, digital shipping bill, and EBRC or inward remittance with you. And if you are able to map with any of the technology, that will give end-to-end result. Your booking of export sales to the realization. Coming to the conclusion for that part only, whatever the invoice is outstanding with you at the end of the year, and if you are able to connect with the EDPMS, if someone is doing the EDPMS export data process monitoring system statement, which is available from AD bankers, okay, that will give the final conclusion about the trade receivable outside India also.
अभी ले लेंगे एक सेकेंड नहीं सर क्वेश्चन लिख लीजिए भूलेंगे क्यों लिख लीजिए सर प्लीज शुभम कैन यू talk about some of the areas where our chartered accountant, apart from using technology in audits, just leave that for a moment, can enhance their practice by offering non-audit solution using technology.
There are a lot of value adds that we can actually give. And so let's say as a case study, there's close to $100 billion investment in startups in Gurugram, right on Golf Course Road itself. E-commerce marketplace reconciliations, for instance, that I mentioned, is one problem that could be addressed in a lot of different ways. So we have ventured into AI right now, and in AI what we are doing is we are prompt engineering. And how we are solving the data problem is what we realized that, the dashboarding is there, but no chartered accountant is taking an initiative to understand first and then explain that this is not AI. This is BI. So the moment you find that distinction as a chartered accountant, you then start developing AI tools. For example, money muling applies to auditing and anti-money laundering both. There are very few tools which can do transaction trailing. This is more of a forensic concept, but applies universally to us in our practices. So money muling ka matlab kya hai, that money originates in one account and eventually lands up in an offshore country, right? Gets withdrawn in cash, and there is a mule in between, which you have to identify. We have developed sample set of, 10 years of data of bank statements, fed AI into it, and then realized that the AI was predicting the money mule with 95% accuracy. Now, how I began with this was that I tried to think literally कि ऐसा कौन सा predictive pricing mechanism है इंडिया में जो अभी तक आया नहीं है, and that one commodity was agriculture. So first, to train the model, I may be going on a very different direction right now, but what I'm trying to tell you is that it's only a CA who can think this. All of us are chartered accountants. एक तो अपने आप को हम underestimate भी कर लेते हैं that we are audit, we are taxation. We are chartered accountants. We can do anything. We have the power to do anything in the world. मैंने आलू का डेटा इकट्ठा किया इंदौर की मंडी में पिछले 10 साल का, and I tried training the model, and then next morning, it took us time, but we started having faith in the model that okay, it's a 95% accuracy. Then we implemented the same model in money muling, which we are doing right now. Accounting advisory as a service is massive for tier 2, tier 3 cities. I don't know why we feel a little, tingy when we are getting into accounting advisory, but for tier 2, tier 3 cities, it's an amazing business. Because आपको सिर्फ bookkeeping नहीं करना है, आपको value add करना है. So when you're doing something like a QuickBooks or a Zoho Books, for instance, it's a lot of value add. So in smaller cities, there's a lot of money to make. In Gurdaspur, in Punjab, I saw a GCC of 250 people. That gentleman is doing amazing, yeah. And he hasn't moved out of that town ever. It's not that he's had huge exposure, but he kept on attending webinars, he kept on researching, and finally he could pull 200 people and 200 chartered accountants. Now there's people used to move out of smaller cities to big cities. The trend has changed. People from bigger cities are moving to smaller cities because the cost of living is lower, you get paid better, and there is peace. So other than the auditing practice, first, let's have faith in ourselves that we can do anything. And by that anything means sit on Google, Google one problem that you've been trying to solve since 25 years of your practice, but you haven't been able to. And solve that problem either by technology or by human resource or just by intent, you can solve it. So other than auditing, I think the value add that FM is a scoring subject. I keep on saying this in all my deliberations, that financial management को हम बस scoring subject पढ़ के exam pass कर लेते हैं. But every chapter of FM can earn you millions, trust me. Be it valuation. I'm not saying do a valuation ka course. A registered valuer can do the valuation for you, but you can advise him on how to arrive at the right valuation. थोड़ा सा मेहनत लगेगा, but हो जाएगा. Allotment of securities, unlisted securities, massive area for us to explore in. I mean, it's outsourced to company secretaries, right? But capital structuring is I've experienced that. I work with a lot of startups. Capital structuring is our moat. We have to own it up that ये हमारा area है. हमें law भी पढ़ाया जाता है, and that is the best part of our curriculum, that we are taught law. So once we are taught law, our bent of mind eventually also caters to the legal needs of the business. So if somebody is challenging me on private placement of compulsorily convertible preference shares as per section 62, right? I am able to recall that because पढ़ा मैंने चाहे exam pass करने के लिए था, but now today I know there's a practical application. The Competition Commission of India, it's a small chapter in our curriculum, but so relevant practically. So now if somebody wants to do a 500 crore ka listed business, or forget about 500 crores, even somebody wants to do a 50 lakhs ka business, I'm able to apply that knowledge that no, this is the wrong way of doing it. ऐसे tweak कर दो, आपका business को challenge नहीं किया जाएगा when you go for trademark application. Now you see I'm applying different subjects just to culminate on something which is हमारे language में हमने सलाह दे दी किसी को, right? This is advisory. You package it as advisory, you charge a bomb for this, done, your practice is sorted. So this is my take on it. Thank you.
Hamara area. So basically, yes, this, and when you give example of Amritsar, Gurdaspur, Gwalior, Indore, so basically, I mean, these are actually the live example of the GCCs operating. 50% of the world GCCs, Global Capability Centers, are in India, providing employment to more than 50,000 chartered accountants and 5 lakh people, and that's the way to go. Thank you, Shubham. Shankari, one question. See, even for the complex technology, which could be costly, and I give a comparative example. Suppose earlier if we were buying MS Office, and if it was costing 6,500, today we can take them on a SaaS model, which costs 600 rupees a year. And this not only offers Office 365, it offers Outlook, it offers 1 TB of cloud storage, and the teams up to 300 people video calling. So do you think that time has come, or time will come soon, when there'll be chartered accountants offering technology on a SaaS model to the CA firms as well as to the clients?
Accountants, we are all in the technology space offering solutions and products to our clients. This is only going to go up, right? As we adopt more and more of technology, So I have seen quite a few use cases which one originally does as part of audit, for instance, and then the reconciliations that Viren spoke about, the external digital assurance, all of this will eventually become a commodity or a product very soon. And there are already SaaS players out there in the market who are offering these solutions. And today the cost of resource, as you mentioned, the cost of technology is also significantly reduced. It is more affordable and available for anybody to use. So I think this is something which is definitely happening. It's already happening. And with all the new product, startups that you see in this space, there are quite a few startups, and startups who are run by chartered accountants. They are trying to come up with automation solutions, analytic solutions, AI solutions, and specifically around audit tools. I think you also spoke about the audit tools that are available. So I think the institute is also doing a great job in kind of identifying all of these players in the market and empaneling them, making them available for the larger community. I think it's already happening, and that's the way forward. And I think it's time for us, all of us, to start thinking on how do we leverage more and more of these already available solutions rather than kind of duplicating the efforts and starting it from scratch. A lot of it is already available for us to use. As Shubham rightly mentioned, I think we need to Google it up, and we will have all the answers available and ready already with us. Yeah.
I'll just add a couple of examples of practical ways in which people have come up with solutions, right? And they are actually selling it as a SaaS platform. One of the issues that typically as auditors we always have is we want to do comparison of financial statements or audit reports. कारो में ये clause में कैसे reporting हुई है across listed companies. So, my team used to struggle to kind of, collate all of that, etc. So I had a very tech-savvy person in my team who developed a very small Python script which actually kind of, managed to do exactly what you said, crawl the web, pick all the listed companies, the minute they are kind of, issuing their annual reports, look at the audit report and collate in columns for us what the Caro clause reporting was across 50 listed companies. And today he made that as a platform where people can actually go in, pay whatever, and get whatever result they want for whichever clause they want to see what reporting has been done. Very simple example, but very effective in that sense. Another task that most people don't like doing in the audit is casting and footing at the end of the audit when the financial statements come to you, right? Those age-old tick marks that we see in the hard copies. So somebody came up, multiple people have actually come up with solutions where you have an Excel plugin, you upload your financial statements of this year and last year, it will do the casting for current year, it will look at cross-references to schedules, it will also kind of look at your previous year numbers, whether they've been brought forward properly or not. Now again, this is going back to my earlier statement that today people find solutions to be lazy.
What's the name of that tool? That will be quite useful.
Yeah, there are multiple, I'll let you know. There are Indian as well as global people who have actually come up with this. Third thing, people don't want to sampling karna hai, 50 invoices dekhne hai hame, and we'll have to put that down in a listing, right? Globally, there are tools which cost a ton to actually use OCR. I'm not a technology person, but OCR technology to pull out the data from the scanned document and put it in the Excel. That's the simplest thing. Today we are sitting and manually inputting columns, invoice date, invoice number, blah, blah, all of that stuff. Now kids come up with solutions where again, in Excel, just a plugin, upload the entire PDFs, put it in one folder, upload it, click a button, everything is collated for you in 30 seconds.
So being lazy is good. Huh?
How? Being lazy is good.
Because,
absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, if instead of collating all that Caro report, if you give them 15 days, so he found a solution that 14 days he can be on the Netflix or somewhere else, and in one day using this Python, he can produce that. That's amazing. मैंने तो already बोल दिया. बिल्कुल करा देते हैं. And not only Madhuri, but the kid who has developed this.
Unfortunately, I actually lost that kid because he started his own startup. Fantastic resource I had in my team. Absolutely. It's helping multiple firms, sir. It's helping multiple firms who are actually using his product.
Now I'll be taking only participants' question because I can see
So-
the last session of the day, but still so much of interest.
Sanjeev, can you add?
Please.
So just to update, what is the best part? People have never explored. What about the Chat GPT they are saying, right? But recently, the way in which ICAI come out with the Chat GPT, that ICAI members Chat GPT, believe me, CA GPT and student CAPT, okay? If you go to the CA Chat GPT and you put your membership number, whatever the qualification, which type of qualification you want to understand, what is the disclosure requirement, you just imagine the situation, your problem is going to be solved within 1 hour with the database of ICAI only, that is the one. And what we are going to do is uploading all the listed entity qualification, key audit matter, EOM, everything is going to be there. So this is where the technology is there. You are not supposed to find out somewhere else, but our own institute, if I am going to use that, and if I pull out the number of example, definitely that will give us to draft our report and our conclusion in such a fashion which will give the more and more confidence to us, because you are able to get the example around that, right?
So the problem of hallucination is there. For example, if you go to Chat GPT, sometime it will throw the results, even the case laws which never exist. So with technology, some kind of a cross verification is still there.
Your prompt should be the very proper, your prompt. Because it is nothing but a human. How I am going to ask a question to my client, what I want to result, right? That is the same thing happen in the Chat GPT. If you write a prompt very properly, what we mean by prompt? What exactly you want from that question, right? If you write that very properly, then majority of the time they will give the correct result.
वो होगा. For example, in one of the committee meeting, we were searching for whether on a particular matter there is a case law or not. It has given citation also. Citation also, but they were incorrect. Yes, sir.
But who's checking it? I'm relying on that, certifying, qualifying, reporting. But how do I know what I get is correct? वो दो चीज please insight us, because risk is on us.
Prompts that I write will be very different from the prompts that she gives and prompts that she gives. And depending on the prompt you give, the answers are also going to be different. So one is prompt engineering, which is a key skill that everyone needs to have if they want to use these technologies. And secondly, on use of AI, there are always 3 or 4 risks that one has. First, I would say is a data risk. It's always garbage in, garbage out. If your data quality is not good, the results that you get is also not going to be good. And secondly, in terms of the algorithm risk or the models that you use, are we using the right algorithm or the right model for solving a particular problem, right, or for that particular use case? So again, a little bit of knowledge of these algorithms is also important when one needs to start using them. And third is probably the performance risk. I mean, you always today you have these large language models, you have really heavy models trying to solve smaller problems, there will always be performance risk. So one needs to optimally use the type of solutions that we want to use. And more importantly, it is about, the people who needs to also upskill themselves, right, to really learn how to use these, how to validate the output that we're getting from these, various solutions that we're using. Is this giving us the right result or not? Is again a big question that one needs to have in mind when using these kind of solutions.
Yeah. For the reliability question that you asked, let me just address it in two ways, right? Let's say it's a large firm that is trying to buy out a product or a SaaS platform. They will do a complete testing process. There will be a team put together who will kind of try and do all kinds of used test data, try different permutations and combinations to see whether the results that they're getting actually match with what should be the results, right? And document it, etc., etc. That's like a large, long process that somebody will kind of take. Now let's talk about a smaller practice which is trying to buy a smaller tool from somebody who's developed it themselves, right? That could be the case that we are talking about. In that case, जैसे आप कोई और चीज़ खरीदते हो, उसके बारे में सारे questions पूछते हो, the same way about this SaaS platform or the tool that you're going to use, you will have to understand it till the point that it does not remain a black box. Technology में एक problem होता है which is called black box. What you're putting in the tool, how it is processing and how it is giving us the output, we don't know that as end users, right? To address that, we will have to ask that service providers, show me how does your tool work. If I put X and this is my problem that I want to solve and get the output, how does it do it? What is the output that I get? Can I actually test it out? Most tool providers will give you trial periods. That's where I think the knowledge and awareness part, what everybody has been saying, matters a lot.
जो आप बात कर रहे हैं, that is for what you customize or you buy. But हम जो अभी discuss कर रहे थे, जो example आप सब दे रहे हो, these are free of cost tools available online which you use, populate data and certify.
Right.
So Sanjeev ji has to, I mean, look at the essays. I cannot absolve myself of the responsibility. कि साहब tool से आया और 2 + 2 5 लिखा है, मैंने tick लगा दिया. 100% होगा ये. How do I save myself? So how do we adopt technology? But I'm sure that what I'm getting is fine. I cannot afford जो साहब बोले या करोड़ों रुपए का खर्चा करके मैं एक सॉफ्टवेयर लाऊंगा जो 50,000 रुपए की फीस आएगी. It's impossible. And second जो मैंने पहला सवाल पूछा था, what I upload, I'm sharing data. It's confidential data of the company. Am I allowed to do that?
Would you want to from a
So I'm answering your first question. So far as what I'm describing external information source, what you are talking about the appropriateness, because that is evidence, sufficient and appropriate. You are talking about the appropriate relevance and reliability of the data. Okay. Now, what is the most important part here is when you are getting any data from regulatory information. Anybody can say that GST and portal to be auto-populated is a wrong? No. Okay. Can anybody can say eBRC which is coming out of the original document and what the data you are receiving wrong? No, because that is the ultimate source of truth. So this aspect is also examining relevance and reliability of the data coming out of all these sources, right? Believe me, what is the development happening at the IAASP level where they are very clear when you are getting your data, how you are getting your data. The data as it is you are getting, whether there any compromise has been done by any source information system, right? If relevance and reliability criteria apply, and which we have described in our implementation guide of digital assurance, right? Believe me, at least you go through that relevance and of the data and manage with all the external information sources, you will get the 100% answer around that. This is the perfect data, nobody can challenge it.
Also, if you are using an open source for a client confidential data, no, that is certainly not allowed. Absolutely not allowed. Now, relying on the software, see, even when you give your work to an intern or to a chartered accountant, you still remain responsible. So your checks and balances you have to apply, those cannot be delegated. Whether it's a choice to use technology or not, as of now, yes. Right. So it's for you to decide, but you know, the days of sampling are going away and going away fast. One will have to apply the data analytics to check the entire population in many, many cases. With this, friend, we'll have to come to the end of this day-long program and also the fourth panel. I'm extremely happy that even in the fourth panel, which is, you know, the last panel is the most difficult one. but with technology, and I'm extremely delighted there was so much an interest in the discussion on technology, and I'm thankful to the 4 panelists. Shankari traveled from Chennai, Virenbhai traveled from Ahmedabad, and yes, rest to our Delhiites now. Of course, Shubham is from Amritsar, but he was in Delhi today. So thank you so much. And before handing it over to Megha, the Secretary AASB, I'm extremely thankful to the entire staff of AASB also, who have done a lot of hard work. Believe me that all the firms in Delhi NCR with 5 or more partners, they were personally called in to send their representative to attend this program. More than 500 calls were made, and there was a lot of efforts to ensure that whosoever wants to attend the program is able to attend this program. So thank you, Megha, thanks to Anil Lalji, and thanks to the entire team. And now I hand it over back to Megha. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman, sir. So now may I request Chairman, sir, to please felicitate the members of the panel.
And at the end of this, we'll have a group photograph with all the participants.
Sure, sir.
Please.
Yeah, CA Viren Shah, please. CA Shubham Garg. Next panelist, Shankari Raman. CA Madhuri Shapure.
Now have a photo with the panel.
Please play the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I invite everyone.